like a pivotal little session for this, because Kent just basically don't want anything to happen.
Yeah.
And Surrey will be very, very keen. If they can get Jack Leaning out, I think there's only 3 recognised batsmen to come, and all of a sudden Kent are looking very wobbly indeed.
Kent have gone, it's an interesting lineup as umpires Michael Burns and Ben Devenham make their way out to the middle, followed by the teams. Kent have gone sort of an interesting scenario, haven't they? Because they've got sort of the top 7 are strong, up to Joey Everson at 7, and then it sort of gets a little bit weaker. But they've sort of manufactured it with a night watchman, so they've thrown one of their rabbits, as we call them, into the, or I don't know if they're rabbits or ferrets, because the ferrets go in after the rabbits, don't they? So
Indeed, they are. It feels kind of, for F1 fans, it feels like the safety car's on a little bit at the moment, and we'll see for how long that lasts. The players are heading out to the middle. Luckily, for us, I mean, I'm going to get the excuses in early. Not only is my eyesight failing by the day, also we have this strange time of year when it's very chilly out there. The sun's been out, but it is very chilly. We have a lot of jumpers on. For me, it's a lot of unfamiliar players with their back to me as well. So I'm going to do my best to identify all the fields as the day goes on, but it may be a challenge.
Yeah, we'll see what we can do. Kemar Roach, he looks like he's going to take the first over of the day. Yeah.
I'm going to try and get the timing of this right. I might let you... Actually, shall I take it? Because I'm going to have to do an update for BBC Radio Kent listeners in just a moment.
Yeah, you take the first.
If I do it, and then if I have to break off, it's less awkward.
You take the pavilion in. I'll go uphill into the wind from the Nashington Road end.
There's a slope to be wary of as well.
Yeah.
It's nice to see Kemar Roach, who's... it's his first appearance of the season, though.
No, he played last week.
Oh, he did play as well.
He played last week against Somerset. He's a man who's very positive about the county game and the intensity of it, saying it's great preparation for Test cricket, and he's a wonderful ambassador, not only for Surrey, not only for the West Indies, but also for the game of cricket in general.
He is indeed. He's going to be bowling to Jack Leaning, who's on strike. First of all, when he comes past the umpire, delivers, and forward in defence comes Leaning, just taps it back along the track down towards mid-off. There's no run there.
Yep, Rory Burns at mid-off in the sun hat. Quite distinctive figure.
Indeed. Didn't take long for a quick panic. I'm going to have to just break off and let you continue this over, Dan, if that's all right, because I've got a call coming from HQ. Won't be a second.
Yeah, no problem at all. So Roach comes in, past umpired Ben Debenham. And that's a thick outside edge there from Leaning. Great work in the gully. Looks like Cameron Steele possibly out there in the gully. Save some runs. Leaning, I think he's in his 4th or 5th year down here in Kent now. Been here a while. Yorkshire originally. His father Andy was player and coach at York City Football Club. Here's Roach in, approaching the crease. Oh, that's big in swing. LBW, he's gone. Roach bends one back in. We spoke about the cloud cover, and Roach exploits that straight away this morning. Kent, 111 for 4, and that's a big blow with Jack Leaning gone.
I don't think anyone can hear, so I'm going to have to hang up, I'm afraid to say. And dial in again, which is ridiculous because we've dropped out from the ISDN apparently. Here we are, back and underway on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio London as well. Dan Whiting, I'll let you take over just for a second. I might have to do an update in a second. Apologies for the technical problems. You join us at a dodgy time for Kent as well. 111 for 4 now.
Yeah, the news is already Kent have lost their main batter this morning in Jack Leaning. He's been trapped LBW by Kemar Roach. So Nelson strikes again. So big blow there, Kemar Roach striking in the first over. Here he comes past umpire Ben Debenham. And that's a Yorker he starts off with to Joe Denley straight away.
Got a travel update just coming for BBC Radio Kent. Once we get through this sticky first couple of overs, it'll all be fine. I mean, you and I as well as for Kent, hopefully. But
yeah, we're having one or two technical difficulties this morning, but
hopefully we're back and live on the stream as well this morning. So good morning to all of you who have joined us.
Here's Roach. Rhythmical approach to the crease. There's Denley. Plays that one back with a square.
It's been an absolutely disastrous start, I'm afraid, Stephen, for Kent this morning. 111 for 4. They've lost the wicket without scoring in the first over of the day. Jack Leaning, he had a lot of hopes on his shoulders. He was 30, not out overnight. He's been trapped LBW by Kemar Roach in the opening over. He's departed for 30. It leaves George Garrett, the night watcher, and has been joined by Joe Denley. They're 4 wickets down, 111 on the board, but there are not a lot of recognised batters to come. So Kent very much up against it here. If you'd like to listen to commentary throughout the day, you can do so on the BBC Sport website and app. Right, let's get the show on the road, shall we, Dan? Dan Whiting from BBC Radio London is here. Alex Hode filling in once again for BBC Radio Kent. It wasn't my fault, I should point out, that the ISDN dropped out. However, here we are. Opening over the day. Would you like to continue from the Nackington Road end, or are you not tied out from the first Kemar Roach over?
No, I can do both ends.
Well, no, it's fine. I'll take the next from the pavilion end.
Yeah, no problem.
And that'll be grand.
Yeah. So Roach, we spoke about the cloud cover.
Not that anyone heard us.
No,
so it is cloudy.
Yeah, so we came here and it was bright sunshine. Alex and I were having a rather nice chat, a cup of coffee in the bright sunshine. And as soon as the game starts at 11 o'clock, these filthy, dirty grey clouds have come over and the sky is a battleship grey somewhat, isn't
I don't know
it?
if Surrey have been cloud seeding, have they, to try get a bit of cloud cover this morning?
I think so. So we're going to have Tom Laws, the Surrey youngster. He's going to continue where he left off last night from the Nackington Road end. As Garrett lets that one go. He's 1 not out. He's faced 13 deliveries so far. 24-year-old, Shrewsbury School. It's a good cricketing school, that. It's produced James Taylor in, well, not recent years, probably quite a few years ago now. And Jack Shantry as well, Adam Shantry. And it's a good cricketing stable, as they'd say in horse racing terms. Here's Laws in. That's down the leg side. Good take from Folks on the half volley down the leg side there. Yeah, Laws is a good promising cricketer. 21-year-old.
Yeah, they haven't got enough of those, have they, sorry? Absolute conveyor belt of talent. And there's a lot of people that quite rightly said they could probably put out 2 very competitive teams in the county championship, couldn't they?
Yeah, 39 wickets last year at 19.76, which for a 20-year-old is pretty decent going. Garrett just plays and misses. Laws beats him outside the off stump. We were speaking yesterday because some of the fans here were saying Kent have got 4 number 11s. And Garrett being one of those, Matt Parkinson, Jazz Singh, and Arafat Boyan is the other one. And, you know, Chaucer in this part of the world wrote about the Canterbury Tales, he wrote about the Miller's Tale, he wrote about the Knight's Tale. Will he be writing about Kent's long tail today? As Garrett squirts that one back with a square on the offside. He might get 4 runs there. The outfield's quite quick. It's going down the hill. That's great work there. Pulled back in by Cameron Steele, and the throw comes in from, is that Dan Lawrence who's chased that down next to him?
I think he was there that took the relay, yes.
Yeah.
Because he's at second slip. I'm trying to identify them in my head secretly and quietly so no one knows. But yes, I think that is Dan.
Yeah.
You've come out with Chaucer very early. This is going to be a highbrow day of cricket commentary on the BBC. I'm pleased to say I need to raise my own game now.
It's not that highbrow. Trust me, you're with me. You're with me. That's as highbrow as it gets.
This is good. How can I follow that up?
So, Kent have got in at first slip Ryan Patel, second slip Dominic Sibley, third slip Dan Lawrence, Cameron Steele's at backward point as Laws comes in. Just tucked into the leg side. They've got to be quick here. Shy at the stumps. And Denley is off the mark. Don't want to run out of the line. Watch me.
I know.
That would be disastrous.
No, exactly. It's just one of these times. I don't think one run on the board, I don't think necessarily makes too much difference. However,
Kent need to consolidate here, don't they? They need to have a moment, sort of an hour where nothing bad happens.
That'd be nice.
Nothing really. Just a sort of a quiet patch in the game. Laws approaching the crease, past umpire Michael Burns. Again, Garrett plays that softly into the offside. That completes the over. Second over of the morning. So we've had 41 in the day. 115 for 4 is the score. Denley on 1, Garrett on 4.
Indeed. I did say that they needed a quiet first hour, about a minute before the start of play as well, Dan, but unfortunately that's not the case. One thing that Kent fans will probably recognise already is they have quite an irksome habit of losing wickets in flurries. So if Kent could limit the damage to just one early on, that would be a big fillip for them. There's Kim Roach standing at the top of his mark, waiting for Denley. Oh, it's Denley, isn't it? To get back into yes, it is. To get into his crease. He's very much trying to add to the woe, and he comes past the umpire and delivers. That is a play and a miss by Joe Denley. That shot past the edge. He was almost a little bit too slow for it. But nervy start here to the morning of the second day for Kent.
Yeah, both sides wearing black armbands. So we had a minute's silence, which was impeccably observed yesterday for Derek Underwood. That's a great servant of not only Kent cricket but of England cricket as well. Yeah. We had a look at his stats yesterday. He bowled something like 175,000 balls in his career, which is just outrageous.
It is indeed. In comes Kamal Roach. He will not get that far, you would have thought, in his career. It's just defended back along the track by Denley. Past the stumps at the other end, and that is no run there.
Bowled 100. I think he bowled 139,000 of those in first-class cricket for Kent. And obviously he's had a stand named after him here with Alan Knott, because they were a double act.
Their pictures are next to each other. I think they've got neighbouring caps as well, cap numbers.
Oh, have they?
Their pictures in the hallway outside
right
next to each other. So lovely. I love it when it links up like that. In comes Roach once more and delivers. And that one is come up on inside edge and gone across the stumps by Joe Denley. It's picked up at fine level, long leg. Now scamper a single. More by luck than judgment, though, I think it is safe to say. And George Garrett, who is the most established batter there so far this morning, is going to be back on strike.
Yeah, Joe Denley's 38 now.
Oh, don't. That ages me more than anything. Because I remember when he was a young up-and-comer. And now all of a sudden there is another young up-and-coming Denley. Yeah. And we're getting almost into the realm of Joe Denley being in Steve-O kind of age territory, which is just, that really does. Yeah. I find that very upsetting personally, but never mind.
It's a good sporting family now, aren't they? From Whitstable Town Cricket Club.
Yeah. Sam as well, his dad's brilliant footballer, cricketer too. As Roach comes in, this is defended neatly by George Garrett down towards mid-on.
I believe Sam manages Hythe Town Football Club, is that correct?
He doesn't anymore. He did. He's done the rounds. He's one of these people that I find personally very annoying, that's just very good at everything, just can go and play cricket to a very high standard, go and play football to a very high standard. He could do anything.
Billy.
Yeah, exactly. He'd be great in the Olympics, whatever you chuck him in. Exactly. I didn't like those people at school. But yes, no, he's been at Hythe, he's been at Herne Bay as well. He's had a lot of success with football and cricket. Roach comes in, that was left by Garrett, and Folkes takes a tumbling stop to his left behind the pipes.
Yeah, lack of bounce there.
Yeah, that one did keep a bit low.
Yeah, we saw a couple yesterday. Joe Denley's also, I mean, he played football for Charlton Athletic in the youth team there.
Yeah.
So.
He's one of these ones that took the football warm-ups incredibly seriously as well. They, I think at one stage, Kent, this may or may not be urban legend, they had to get a referee involved just because they needed a neutral to try and corral these Kent players in the warm-ups. Roach steams in once again. This one's driven nicely straight to the fielder at cover, and there's no run there from Garrett. That's the end of the over.
Somerset do that, and the referee's in the black and white striped shirt, which is brilliant, I think.
Yeah, I mean, this is it. These are all elite sporting machines, and they're very competitive in whatever they do. And it's quite fun to watch the intensity.
Yeah.
And the fact that you go around, or whichever ground you go to, you've got your covers and you've got your sight screens. And there's always a couple of goals tucked away somewhere for the players to get out at some stage as well.
Yeah, England had to stop doing it a few years back because of the injuries picked up.
Well, I think Joe Denley actually did that. I think he twisted an ankle in a warm-up. God, that's probably 10 plus years ago now.
Glamorgan used to play touch rugby, being Welsh. I think again that got a little bit fruity. Anyway, here's Tom Laws coming in from the Nackington Road. That's got to be close. Maybe just going down the leg side, perhaps. But if they can get rid of Denley this morning, Surrey will feel really in the ascendancy. That was close.
It was close.
I think the slope just took it down a little bit, didn't it? The slope here comes from right to left, so as we're looking towards the Nackington Road end, as we're looking towards the end where Tom Laws is bowling from. Oh, not the listeners on BBC Radio Kent or BBC London will see that, but if people are on the stream, they'll see that. There's Denley. Goes driving into the offside, and it goes into the leg side. Doesn't go where he quite wanted, but he's going to amble through for a single.
Didn't go on the stumps. That's the most important thing from a Kent perspective at this point.
Yeah. Alex will be keeping you up to date with all the Kent football throughout the day as well.
It is a very big day of sport, I must say. Saturday afternoon we will see. We'll be giving regular updates into the Sports Hub this afternoon, and if there's anything we think you need to know, then we'll let you know. Yeah. The Sporting Saturday's not started particularly well for those of a Kent persuasion.
Yeah. Laws comes in. That's just played into the offside, no run. And we'll also be keeping you with updates from the South East Stars as well, who are a mixture of Kent and Surrey women's players. I believe that Surrey provide the batting more or less and Kent provide the bowling.
Are you trying to tempt me into saying something I shouldn't say on air, Dan?
Absolutely not. Absolutely not. We'll wait till after lunch. Alex, we'll wait till after lunch. But I think that game's going on at Beckenham, so we'll be giving you updates.
Great ground, that.
Yeah, we'll be giving you updates throughout the day. As that is played back to Laws, who hurls it back towards the batter. Got to be careful because you can get 5 penalty runs for that these days if it hits the batter.
I'll take them. That'd be fine.
Yeah, I'll just stand there and wear one.
Exactly. Take one for the team. 117 are not enough runs from a Kent perspective at that point. They're better than it was at 9 for 2. However, there's work to do.
Laws approaching the crease. Nice smooth action. Again, not much bounce through to Ben Folkes there. We're going to have a third voice as well. We've got Sentoki Nagulendran. I've said that right, haven't I? I've got a thumbs up from him next door.
You've started in mid-season form today, Dan. I don't really like this. The pressure on me is extraordinary.
Then Sentoki does the Caribbean Cricket podcast.
He does.
So he's well known around the traps. As Garrett just leaves that one alone.
It's going to be a real Kamal Roach loving later on, isn't it?
Oh,
Goodness me.
Massive. But there's a few Caribbean cricketers playing county cricket at the moment. We've got Jaden Seals down at Sussex. I know you cover on BBC Radio Kent as well, don't you? You cover Sussex a little bit. Much to Ben Watts' chagrin.
Oh, don't say that. Goodness me. We enjoy sharing right now. In fact, Sussex, Radio Sussex, and Radio Kent are sharing a Saturday morning show, and I'll be doing updates at the top of every hour. And I think Adrian Harms is doing the updates at the bottom.
Yep.
And yes, neighbourly love. Indeed, as Kamal Roach does come in again from the pavilion end. This one's dotted away by Denley into the offside. No run there.
Sussex got Gloucestershire at the moment. Gloucestershire had quite a decent day yesterday, I believe. We'll be keeping you up to date with scores from around the country as well in other county championship games. every hour or so.
I probably should say, if you want to find all of these things in one place, you can do. You can go to the BBC Sport website.
There you go.
Where you will find a comprehensive coverage of the County Championship. I'll break off as Roach comes in. Once again, this one's just dotted away. Oh, it's gone past second slip, and it's going to go all the way for 4 runs from Joe Denley. He'll feel a lot better now. I'm going to call that an intentional edge past the slips. Yeah, but it has raced away down towards the vacant third boundary.
He played it with soft hands anyway, didn't he? So, you know, he's got away with it.
Exactly. The heart rate will be a little bit higher. However, the run rate is also a little bit higher, and that's what matters at the moment. 121 now for Kent. And Leaning is on 7. Oh, sorry, Leaning, goodness me, he's already gone. Joe Denley is on 7. Roach in once again. This one's a very similar shot. Those hands played away by Denley through that gap. And it's going to go all the way. Is it going to get hauled in just inside the rope? Some great fielding there. Similar to the one we saw earlier on. They're going to come back for a third. But good running by Denley. Set off with intent, and Garrett as well on the same wavelength at the other end. That's another 3 to add to the total. Similar shot. Just dropping the ball down past the slips.
Yeah, fantastic work by Cameron Steele down there as well. It runs away down that hill towards the scoreboard and down towards the famous old lime tree down here at Canterbury. And it's once it goes down that hill, it takes some stopping.
I noticed he's going to stay down there now as well, I think. Yeah. It does bring Garrett under strike, so it's now down towards kind of long leg. I'm not sure he's going to be going there this time, but we'll see. Roach comes in. And this one, he's angled over into the leg side. This one's towards square leg, though. Nice pick up from George Garrett. He's one of the 4 number 11s. But hopefully they've all heard us say that over the last, couple of days and a couple of weeks. And have all been knuckling down in the nets and are going to prove us all wrong.
Garrett hasn't looked uncomfortable at all.
What a thing to say. Goodness me.
But he hasn't.
I mean, it's fine to think it, but
he's looked all right.
He has looked all right.
25 balls, he's got 5. He's done his job as a night watchman. He was there last night, and he's hanging around this morning. He's
now
been there for 20 minutes.
Now, from a Kent perspective, he needs to be a middle order batter and prove it. Roach comes in, facing Denley. This time, that's a big thud, but I think it was going down the leg, was it?
Yeah,
no, I think so.
It was strangled a
bit. It was indeed.
It?
From behind the stumps, but no, Roach was not particularly interested. He span back to begin his walk.
Roach has got that one where he tends to take it away from the right-hander as a stock delivery. But we saw with the LBW to Jack Leaning, and that one there as well, he bends it back the other way.
Yeah.
And it's quite a full delivery.
Yeah, he absolutely got Leaning off balance. So here's a very decent ball, and he comes once again, trying to repeat the trick. A very similar one. Oh, goodness me, that was almost identical to the Leaning dismissal. The umpire's not having any of it. Hands on hips from Kamal Roach. That was very close, I must say. I thought that was going to be the finger up. I'll have a look out on the stream again for that one.
I think it possibly did too much.
Yeah, it was a very good ball. We'll see. That is the end of the over. 125 for 4. So Kamal Roach stalks off.
I thought on first, sort of to the naked eye, that looked close, and when I saw it on the replay, it looked actually closer.
I'm not going to say too much, but that definitely, yes, that was a good shout, and I can see why. He's looking very disgruntled as he heads back off. And yes, Kent. Well, a little break. We'll call that a little bit of a fortune for Kent, shall we? 125 for 4. 44 overs on the board. Of course, we lost a lot of them yesterday. We will have 104 on the slate today.
Laws approaching the crease. Short, pulled handsomely, actually, there by Garrett. And that is going to go all the way up the hill for 4 runs. Lovely. That was a nice shot.
It was a nice shot, indeed. Yeah. I did wonder if it was going to run out of legs just as it's going up towards the seats. But it did flopped over just in that agonising way that a fielder hates and a batter loves. Just hit the rope. Yeah, it was a couple of yards shy.
There are certain patches on this outfield after the rain yesterday where down towards the lime tree and the scoreboard out to our left has been quite wet, and the ball slows up down there because the water has to go somewhere, doesn't it? And it drains down the hill. But even up there, I thought it was quite slow, the outfield. Laws in, short, and that's pulled as well with a plum by Garrett. He's going to get another 4.
Yeah, exactly. And he bounced a couple of times as well. That was fantastic.
He's looking in cavalier mode now.
Well, this is exactly what Kent fans would have wanted this morning. Yeah. Ideally with Jack Leaning there at the other end. That's the thing. The loss of a recognised set batter. Just going to watch that one back as well. It is absolutely straight out the textbook, that one.
Yeah.
Pulled it away nicely. A no-doubter after a couple of strides.
Yeah, who ruined my Chaucer gag already? That's played back to Laws. Absolutely ruined my Chaucer gag with the Kent tail.
That's fine. There's plenty of cricket to be played, and there'll be plenty of people that give you the opportunity to make the same joke, I'm sure.
Rory Burns just having a chat with the umpire there. Don't know what that's about. Umpire Michael Burns.
No relation?
No, absolutely.
Might be asking that about his family tree. You never know.
You have an uncle. Laws coming in past Michael Burns. Yeah, absolutely. I don't think it's a relation.
It's the Burns show at the moment. This is fielded by Burns as well. There's a few drips of rain coming down, which, looking overhead, is pretty dark.
Yeah.
I wonder if that might be part of the conversation. Rory Burns saying, we don't really want to go off. We want to take a couple more wickets, to be completely honest.
Yeah.
Pick up some bowling bonus points while you can.
Yeah, no relation. Laws approaching the crease. Pushed into the offside just for a single by Garrett. Cameron Steele doing the fielding there for Surrey. Yeah, Mike Burns. Match referee's Dean Kosker, the old Glamorgan slow left armour. But Michael Burns is a Cumbrian lad like Jordan Clark out there for Surrey. From Barrow in Furness. Played for Cumberland, played for Somerset, played for Warwickshire. And then he followed Dermot Reeve to Somerset. That's Denley classic there. Textbook Denley. Just angled into the legs and works it down the hill for 4 runs.
That is exactly what the Kent fans will be looking to see. On his last dig here, it was the final day of the opening game against Somerset. He looked in some pretty good touch, made 3 figures. I think the 3rd game in succession at that point as well. After he got one in the last warm-up game too. So hopefully he'll be back into that groove from a Kent perspective.
Yeah, how many times have we seen Joe Denley do that throughout his career? Just angled into the legs. You bowl to certain Kent batters around their leg stump and they'll just work you all day. Leaning's the same,
Yeah.
Denley's the same, and just so strong off their legs. And that must be due to playing here on the slope at Canterbury.
Yeah.
It must, it probably takes some getting used to.
Yeah.
But once you're used to it, I think it's quite a big home advantage.
Indeed. I'm trying to work out what was going on there, actually. It was it was almost an embrace with the umpire, and must have been Garrett, wasn't it? I don't know if there was some kind of tightening going on of some kind of strap somewhere, perhaps. He was definitely asking for help and receiving it from the umpire. It looks like I'm looking on the replay. Roach in and just dealt with, squirted away towards point by Garrett. There's no run there. I'm sure, trying to see. It might have been a fastening on a glove or something that the umpire was helping him out with, but he's all right to continue. These few drips and drops of rain seem to have blown past.
Yeah,
it was
there's
a very light drizzle. It was not anything that you wouldn't even think about coming off for.
There's nothing forecast, I don't think, is there?
No, but they've been wrong before. As Roach comes in, steaming in. Beats the outside edge. A flourish, left with a flourish by Garrett. I'll give him the benefit of the doubt there. He's just rehearsing that flourish as well. Extravagant leave.
Well, I've worked in the West Country for the last 2 years, and Gloucestershire, it gets rather wet down there, so I'd like to think I know a thing about it. And the locals down there say if you can't see the Mendips, it's raining.
Yeah.
And if you can,
it's going to rain.
It'll be soon.
That sounds about right. It's started to come from different directions over here. As Roach comes in, bowling to Garrett. This one squirted away past the slips. That's going to go all the way for 4 as well, I don't think there's any chance of that getting hauled in. And there's another boundary. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. That was a deliberate edge that's raced away. And Garrett is nicely, slowly patiently worked his way up to 18 not out.
Yeah, frustrating for Surrey here because Kent have rattled on to 142. And out of those 142, I would say that half, probably 70 odd, have gone through third.
Just going to do some maths in my head. That's 20 boundaries. 24s, no sixes yet to this innings.
Oh, umpires having a conflab.
They are.
Here we go. What's happening here? They're pointing towards the pavilion. I don't know.
Are they pointing to the weather that's coming from behind the pavilion? This is the problem.
Yeah.
It's that kind of uneasy feeling when there's something.
Yeah, which is where it is coming
it's
from.
coming from behind us and we can't see it. It's that primal fear.
It's either that or there's a very nice bistro down the Old Dover Road here, which they're contemplating booking in for dinner tonight.
Possibly. Well, if we've got 104 overs in today, they'll have to make a late booking. We'll see. We continue for now. The ball is back in the hands of Kimar Roach. Garrett is there on strike. He's on 18. He's overtaken Joe Denley. He's on 14. Roach comes in now. This one's heading down the leg side and helped square through square leg by Garrett. It's going to pick up a couple. It's not going to get all the way to the boundary. It's going to get hauled in. But there's another 2 to add to the total. Takes him to 20.
Yeah, I tell you what, Garrett looks, he doesn't look like somebody who should be batting at 11, without a doubt. Here we go, the players are coming off. Well, we thought so, and the rain is getting a little heavier. And as we thought, the umpires just having a little look at what was coming in from behind us. We can't actually see what's coming in. It's coming in from the direction of the city itself.
It feels preemptive rather than reactive, because it is not raining very hard out there at all. But I suspect, looking at the way people are looking behind us, that there is some weather massing over the city now, and that it might be with us in a few minutes' time. And what they certainly don't want is to let the square get wet now, and then for it to take longer before they can get back on. So the covers are on nice and early. Yeah,
they're putting a protective sheet down as well on the pitch under the covers. It's quite windy here at Canterbury, so they've been using the sheet as opposed to the roll-on, roll-off covers, and they put a protective matting down, which when I first saw it I was alarmed because I thought the covers had leaked and I thought it was a wet patch on actually going straight down the middle of the track. But no, it's not. It's a protective sheet, and we are going to be off, I think, for a little while. Not the main covers are coming on at this stage. It's just the singular cover, which is a positive sign. I'm trying to clutch at straws here.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Hopefully it will be a short delay. It does mean that we will not likely get 104 overs in today, but we shall see. It may have just done Kent a little bit of a favour, having lost the wicket early in the first over of the morning.
Yep.
Jack Leaning departing for 30, but George Garrett's still there, 20 not out. Joe Denley with him on 14. Kent are back up the steps into the pavilion, 144 for 4, just towards the end of the 46th over.
Yep, the Surrey bowling figures are Kimar Roach, 13.4 overs, 1 for 38. That was Jack Leaning on the third ball of the morning today. Dan Worrell, he removed both openers yesterday. He's 2 for 33 off 12. Jordan Clark, none for 21 off 6. I'm sure we'll see more of him today. Tom Laws had a good bowl this morning. 1 for 44 off 12 with 3 maidens involved. But the one was the very important wicket of Daniel Bell-Drummond, who was looking dangerous yesterday. And we've just seen a couple of overs of leg spin from Cameron Steele. 2 overs, none for 6.
I'm interested to see Dan Lawrence. I've got a feeling Dan Lawrence is going to be important with the ball in hand as well as with the bat in hand this season for Surrey. It's just another dimension, isn't it? And he's been working very hard on that. So I wonder if we'll get the opportunity to see him as the game wears on.
I interviewed him last week actually after I think day 3 at the Oval, and I said, "Does this mean you're more than a bit part bowler?" And he laughed. He thought it was quite amusing actually. But he is
nailed on all rounder.
He is more than a bit part bowler, and he's going to get his England place back through weight of runs. That's his, number one job. That's his primary job. But he's adding value in all aspects.
You can never have a big enough skill set, I think, when it turns to showing your worth to the powers that be. I suppose we need to wrap this up. We're going to depart and have a little drink and freshen up, and hopefully we'll be back with you before too long. I will be on Radio Kent at about 12 o'clock. If I have any updates in play, tune in then, and I will let you know. But for now, it's goodbye from me and Dan Whiting. on 14. George Garrett, the night watcher, who's actually moved on to 20 not out. And the score is 144 for 4. I'm going to take the end of this Kamar Roach over. 2 balls to come, I think it is, from the pavilion end. And it will be George Garrett on the strike. I'm joined by Santoki Nagulendran, who's our ECB third voice today. You may know him from the Caribbean Cricket Podcast. And he's... Do you know what? Take these last 2 balls of Kamar Roach's over. It seems absolutely perfect. Indeed. No stranger to commentating at Canterbury, so get yourself back in, Santoki.
Thank you for that introduction, Alex. Yeah, pleasure to be here, and I've optimistically put my sunglasses on, expecting some sunshine to come out. Kamar Roach goes in to Garrett and just defensively blocked there. A month ago, Kamar Roach was playing for Barbados Pride against Guyana Harpy Eagles in the Caribbean. Fair to say, slightly different conditions today. But ironically, these conditions would probably favour him more. Overcast, a bit of swing, and we saw him effective earlier on. He'll be hoping to get another wicket.
Were there any people in bobble hats there that on that day? Because there are here today, I can tell you, several.
And Roach goes in again for the last ball of the over, and struck nicely down to leg on by Garrett.
There's the end of the over. Just negotiated those last 2. 144 for 4. 46 overs. Very stop-start innings so far for Kent. Having lost the toss yesterday morning, being put in by Surrey. They find themselves 4 down. And with just a handful of recognised batters to come, I will take the pavilion, the Nackington Road end. And I also do have an update for Radio Kent to come any second now at some point. It is Dan Worrell who's going to be taking over the bowling from the Nackington Road end. He took the first 2 wickets yesterday. Seems a lifetime ago. It's probably about just less than 24 hours ago, but the first 2 wickets of all as Kent fell for 9-2. And Zach Crawley went very early on from 5 from 5 balls. He was here for a good time, not a long time. He was caught by Jamie Smith in the slips. And he also trapped Ben Compton for just 3 runs too. Update to come from Radio Kent. It will be coming after the treble for those of you that are listening to 2 things at once. So I'll probably get the first ball of this Dan Worrell over. In anyway, in he comes. This is Joe Denley on strike at the pavilion end. And he's worked it down the leg side. It's going to run away for 4 runs. There's a nice little glance off his hips. I think there was some bat involved there. It looks certainly like there was. A smattering of applause, and Joe Denley moves on to 18. Still 2 shy of George Garrett, the night watcher. And the scoreboard ticks over to 148 for 4, Kent. Bit of a loosener from Worrell to start with. And here we go with the Radio Kent update. Well, you know what they say about April? They have showers in April, and we actually have had a shower this morning which forced us off for 9 overs. Just 40 balls were possible this morning so far. The third one of them saw Jack Leaning get out. He was trapped LBW by Kamar Roach. Bit of a nightmare start for Kent. They have recovered slightly though. Joe Denley is in the middle now on 18. He's there with night watcher George Garrett, who's moved on to 20. And Kent are on 148 for 4. It's a good recovery. They will certainly want to avoid any more wickets falling because they are running out of recognised batters at the moment. If you'd like to listen to commentary throughout the rest of the day, 88 overs remain. You can do it on the BBC Sport website and app. As Worrell comes in, it's defended away by Joe Denley. Back along the track. We'll bid farewell to Radio Kent listeners, and you're welcome back to the to the live stream listeners. To those listening on the BBC Sport website, fantastic thing that it is. Pays most of my bills. You can head to the BBC Sport website and app and find some comprehensive coverage of the County Championship live today. We have a good team who's bringing you all the updates, and you can listen to all the games at once in the same place as well. Adam Lanigan, Paul Grunnell, Steve Mather and Deepak Mahey are on the shift today. This one's worked away off Worrell square, past deep square leg. That's going to go all the way to the boundary, I think. That's another nice shot from Joe Denley. And that brings up the count 150, 152 for 4. And Kent ticking along quite nicely, and that's what they want. They'll need Joe Denley to settle in and pick off those ones that are straying down leg side, and using his Dan Whiting, our BBC Radio London commentator earlier on today, was mentioning, and it's very good on the leg side. couple of these downward deliveries have headed that way, and Joe Denley has added some interest to them to dispatch them to the rope. He has moved on to 22. He's overtaken George Garrett. Nice little ding-dong battle going there. In comes Worrell again. This one, another one a leg stump. This one, another one that's cracked away towards deep square. They've got someone out on the boundary, though. They've moved him in, so just a single this time. And then we'll bring George Garrett on to strike. Indeed. Yes, Santoki, we're listening to some lovely music at the moment. It basically... Oh, it's gone now. There you go. Someone was listening to us. Thank you so much in the studio as well. It's an assault on your senses when you've got music coming away from the feed from the radio studio while you're trying to watch and think and count and stuff at the same time.
I was more concerned. I was just imagining Blondie coming through the airway.
That's a nice way to live. If you'd had a pina colada in hand as well, it'd be nice. Imagine the sun being out. It's a bit silvery here at Canterbury. It's been a very strange, changeable morning. It was glorious when I got here. Very, very cold. Blue skies, not a cloud in them. And then all of a sudden it's raining 2 hours later. Worrell comes in past the umpire once more. This one's just dotted back down, defended by Garrett along the track. And that will be the end of the over. And another pretty positive one from a Kent perspective. Anyway, 153 for 4 now, Kent.
Yeah, Surrey will be frustrated not to get night watchman Garrett out. He sort of dug in, but still the onus is on Joe Denley, and as we are getting some slight drizzle coming through.
I wonder, indeed. It has started to drizzle. It's because you put your sunglasses on,
yeah.
right? My sunglasses are coming off right now. It has started to drizzle. The weather is coming from behind us here in the pavilion this week, and they were off earlier when it was raining less than this. Let me put it that way.
Okay.
I wonder. Kamal Roach is pointing to the sky and saying, "You serious? I was in Barbados a few weeks ago, and now you're asking me to bowl in this? I don't want to pull a muscle." But the ball is worked around to him. Rory Burns' hand in pockets, sun hat on, come rain or shine. And this is definitely more the rain. In comes Roach, bowling to Denley. Denley's just stepped back and allowed that one to go through. Didn't carry very far. Ben Folks had to take that very low down near his ankles. We've seen a few that have kept a little bit low already so far this morning.
Yeah. I think Roach has been outspoken about his use of the Kookaburra ball. Not a fan. So he'll be happy to have his hands on the Dukes again for this round.
It's funny that bowlers don't like it, but the batters seem to quite like it. Isn't it strange? Strange how things work. I've got an idea for what to do with those two balls, but we'll come on to that later. Roach comes in. Have I just stolen your Roach over? I apologise. I have, haven't I? I don't want to. Go on. It's yours. It's yours. This is. There was no run from that one. Every ball of every match brought to you on the BBC Radio. 154 for 4. And I will stand down and be very quiet now. Santoki, all yours.
Yeah, so Roach in an interview earlier this week said the Kookaburra ball goes soft and loses seam, so he wasn't impressed with the use. Much happier to go back to the Dukes. Was effective with it this morning, getting the wicket with the third ball. And he's getting ready to run in again.
I'm so sorry to do this to you. Apparently the ISDN line has dropped out for another time, so I'm just going to have to redial in. Apologies to anyone that can hear us. Don't know how you can. Welcome back to Canterbury. Hopefully you can hear us once again now. Technical problems, ISDN problems this morning. Nothing to do with me, I promise you. But hopefully we are back. And Santoki Nagulendran is on comms with Kamal Roach bowling from the pavilion end.
Roach in with the fourth ball of the over. Kent 154 for 4. In he goes to Garrett. And it's just blocked there by Garrett to short leg. Rory Burns just wipes the ball down there as Roach gets ready for the fifth delivery of the over. And yeah, so Roach, not a fan of the Kookaburra ball, says it's mainly effective in Australia where you have hard pitches and hot weather. He doesn't agree with the use of it in the county game. So I'm sure myself and Alex will discuss the ideological battle going on between both balls. And Roach in again to Garrett and ducks a bouncer there. Garrett has to duck. Night watchman Garrett sticking in 20 off. He's now faced 40 balls, scored 20, so much to the chagrin of the Surrey players who would have been hoping to get him out a lot earlier than this.
If they could have chosen to get Jack Leaning, though, or George Garrett this morning, I think Jack Leaning, with the third ball of the day, would have been pretty high up there. It was a perfect start, really, a good ball from Roach, and really got Leaning off balance. No pun intended at all, just leaning over.
And Roach in with the final delivery of the over, and just blocked off again there by Garrett. And that's the 48th over gone. Kent 154 for 4 as the floodlights come on as well.
Indeed, it's nice to see them. Yes, they weren't available for the opening game against Somerset here. Had a bit of TLC over the last couple of weeks while Kent were away at Chelmsford, and they are on and blazing out brightly now. And they're needed as well because the skies above us. I think the rain has eased off. There's a little bit of drizzle as I squint through the crack in the window trying to see what it is, but it's definitely eased off. But the skies above us are very dark.
Yeah, it's looking very ominous at the moment.
It is indeed for Kent as well as for the game itself. They'll be hoping to no more alarm in this. It's going to be an hour or so until they can head in and have a spot of lunch. If they could get there without any further damage, they would be delighted. Dan Worrell trying to stop them coming in from the Lackington Road end, and he's bowled to Joe Denley, who's just tapped that back into the offside, dropped it down, no run there, no calls for alarm either. This looks like a wicket walk from a couple of members of the Surrey backroom staff, bobble hats on, winter clothes.
Is that Alex Stewart or?
It is, yes indeed, yes. Yeah. There you go, he's no stranger to going for a wicket walk. He knows how to upset rhythm and flow. Yes, indeed. Good spot indeed. He's just stopped down below us. I'm not sure our microphone's close enough to pick up their conversation, their secret conversation. His last season was Worrell comes in. This one's defended back to the bowler, past the bowler by Joe Denley. There's no run. His last season, of course, in his role at Surrey, he'll be looking to finish on a high with a third straight county championship title, which is some going.
Having drawn their first 2 games, they'll be keen to get a win here. We saw in the last game against Somerset, they channeled their inner Bazball for that 4th innings. We'll go in at 9 and over with Jamie Smith and Dan Lawrence opening. So you can imagine with half a day lost yesterday, if it does come down to that, they will accelerate, adjust in the 4th innings.
Yeah, indeed, they have a good skill set. They can do both things. As Worrell comes in, that's a play and a miss from Denley. He's beaten him. He's got it to move away from him as Dan Worrell through to Ben Folkes behind. No edge, but not very far away. A couple of inches at most. As Denley brought the bat forward in front of him, Worrell just worked it away from him, and that's cause for concern. Denley will just have a little stride away, 4 or 5 yards off. Rehearse the shot in his mind again. Try and reset, get the heart rate down, and he'll reset his mark. And a new ball game starts all over again. 154 for 4, Kent. But as you say, Surrey perfectly capable of chasing down things quickly, as they tried to do. This one's worked away by Denley. It's just passed backwards at point, and just trot through for a very easy single, just to tick the scoreboard over and rotate the strike, bring George Garrett back on. Yes, they had an almighty effort at 12 and over chase to try and see off that game against Somerset as well. If there's one team that you think could give it a good go, it would be this one with the firepower at their disposal. But as we saw here last year, perfectly capable of doing things in a more measured. I can't even remember. I think 381 balls was it for Dom Sibley's century here, the slowest in county championship history. Just an extraordinary feat of endurance and concentration, and just ground Kent into the dust on that very hot June day.
Yeah,
very different from today.
501 chase, record-breaking chase.
Indeed. Anyway, enough about that. Worrell comes in. This one's just dropped down into the leg side by Garrett. He's shaking his finger. I think it may have been on the handle. Spat up at him. He dealt with it quite well. Got the ball to go straight down into the leg side. There was no close fielder, but he's going to have a little wander. And you don't want to let people know it hurt, but sometimes it's impossible to avoid. So he's just going to have a little chat with Joe Denley. He's just saying, take a breath. It's happened a million times to me before. It's not happened to George Garrett all that much. He's been in for 43 balls now. He's 20 not out. He's playing very nicely for a guy that would not expect to be in this position. And that was driven beautifully. He's picked the gap in the covers. He's going to get hauled in. He's going to get a couple for it. They could think about a third. I think they're just going to stick for 2. But a nice, elegant cover drive from George Garrett and it's ticked him over.
I often think if you're a night watchman and you can get in for a few balls, you essentially bat with nothing to lose. Nobody's expecting much of you. The opposition gets more and more frustrated, and we're seeing that with Garrett digging in.
Indeed, yes, and digging is what Kent will need to do for quite a lot of today. As we've lost 9 overs. There were 104 overs on the slate today due to the interruptions yesterday. Only 39 and a bit overs were possible yesterday. 88 we're left with today after that 9 overs were lost this morning.
Roaching again from the pavilion end. Into Denley. And just blocked by Denley to cover.
Need that. We've touched on it briefly this morning already, but looking down the Kent scorecard, and then Harry Finch is the next man due in, and Joey Everson after him. But then you're getting into the likes of Matt Parkinson, Arafat Bhuyan, and Jazz Singh. And if you're looking to race for batting bonus points or to bat for time, it becomes more tricky.
Roach in again to Denley, and struck LBW appeal. Not given. It was very optimistic. It looked like it was just a missing leg there.
It was quite a convincing appeal, though. I have to say, they almost convinced me in my own eyes. Let's have a look at this back as well. It was similar again. We saw was it Dan? I think it was Denley that had one earlier on as well. So he got Jack leaning like this. Yeah, it was heading down leg, but it was a decent appeal. They all went up. The cordon went up at the same time, and Roach was pretty vociferous. He turned away in disgust, really. But I think that's as much a message to the umpire as possible. But he did get Jack leaning in a very similar delivery earlier on, and almost got Denley. He actually looked probably certainly more out than that.
Roach in again to Denley, and just hit down to deep square by Denley. Takes the single. Brings Garrett back on strike.
Indeed, I have apologised already for this, but because it is cold and it is windy, there are a lot of jumpers on the field. There are a lot of hats on the field. There are very few distinguishing features about a lot of these fielders from Surrey. So apologies to Surrey fans listening on BBC Radio London. We will do our best to identify the people in the field. We'll have the same problem later with Kent, probably, I'm sure, if it becomes Surrey's turn to bat.
Roach in again, fourth delivery of the over into Garrett, and that's just blocked straight back down.
It's fielded by Rory Burns. I can identify him because he is always wearing that hat. I don't know if it's the same hat, but it's very, yes, it's one of the things that you see on a county summer. You see a chap with that sun hat on. I think Darren Stevens used to wear one similar to that as well back in the day. But Rory Burns in that sun hat, God knows how much hair tucked up underneath it.
Myself and Rory Burns living off good vibes, sunglasses and sun hat in this freezing cold weather. And Roach in again, fifth delivery of the over into Garrett, and that's again blocked straight down to the fielder.
It's a nice little scramble that to save a run. You mentioned the sunglasses and the sun hat. I can't help but notice, Santek, you're wearing jeans today.
Yeah.
I mean, it's April. I've had some abuse already, mainly from people in bobble hats, because I've gone for the shorts again today. Yeah. And listeners over the last couple of weeks will know that I've got it horrendously wrong a couple of times. I don't regret my decision today. I feel like bees out, knees out is the new rule for me. So here we are.
Roach in, last delivery of the over into Garrett, and just hit there to short third man. And he takes the single. Kent 159 for 4 after 50 overs. And Surrey frustrated once again, unable to get the crucial wicket.
Indeed, yes. Just nice, some encouraging signs from George Garrett, who's, I don't want to say too much because I don't want to tempt fate and ruin his day, but he's exceeded a lot of people's expectations. I'm not going to say mine, but there are certainly people around this ground and listening in that will be pleasantly surprised by what they've seen. Gritty effort and some nice shots as well. He's obviously knows how to hold the bat and how to use it as well.
So not regretting your decision to wear shorts?
Absolutely not at the moment. No, that's true. We've even got the windows open in the score box. As Kent listeners all know, this box gets incredibly hot in the summer when the sun's going through, and it was coming through earlier. There are just a few little clouds scudding across in front of us now as Worrell comes in from the Nackington Road end. This one's tried to work it down the leg side by Garrett. He's not got any of it, and it's gone through to Ben Folkes. Rehearses the shot again. He was trying a little glance off the hips down to the vacant kind of fine leg area, but didn't get bat and ball. And the ball is whipped through the cordon and around the field back, and will eventually end up in the hands of Dan Worrell again, at the top of his mark at the Nackington Road end. It's only been 2 weeks since I was here, but the leaves have come through on those trees at the Nackington Road end a bit more privacy for the homeowners over there. As Worrell comes past the umpire and delivers. This one's wide of off stump, pushed out towards the cover, but it's straight to the fielder and just dealt with neatly. Garrett makes his ground and there's no run there. But nice high elbow. There's some technique in there, isn't he? So you can see he's a cricketer. That's what you like to see.
Signed from Warwickshire, wasn't he, at the end of last season?
Yeah, it's another one. So Kent signed George Garrett and Michael Cohen. And how do I politely? There was not a massive amount of fanfare about the signings. There was a lot more excitement about the return of Wes Agar, and Xavier Bartlett was the one that got Kent fans particularly excited. Unfortunately, that one's not happening in the way people had planned. This one's ducked by George Garrett under that bouncer from Dan Worrell. He's got a big rig as Garrett, and he had to come down a couple of feet. And it's a decent bounce there that took it through to Ben Folkes. Really bent his back to get that extra bit of pace, did Dan Worrell.
I believe the data gurus at Kent signed George Garrett because of his ability to hit the top of off stump, but he's showing today what he can do with the bat.
Well, that exactly. We didn't buy him for this, or buy him. So didn't sign him for this situation. But hey, the bigger the skill set, the better. As we were saying with Dan earlier on. Before the rain interval as well. Kent do have Bayers Swanepoel coming at some point, the South African, who has a fair bit of excitement about around these parts as well. So hopefully he'll be a more than adequate replacement. Michael Cohen, unfortunately, Kent fans won't be seeing this year. The dreaded stress fracture, those two words that I get very bored of saying these days. Like metatarsal, I used to get bored of saying that as well when it comes to football reporting. But he will miss out for the entire season. But George Garrett is, with his new team, he got his first wicket in the last game against Somerset. And now he's putting the team on his shoulders and batting here against the odds. This one pushed away, Worrell. Straight to the fielder at cover, and there's no run there. Just rehearses the shot again. His little foibles are very much like a batter rather than a bowler. You don't see too many bowlers that kind of rehearse their shots afterwards. They don't do this little reset of walking a few steps away to kind of clear their mind and approach it as a kind of a new task entirely. It's that kind of like little reset button. It's very much Compton-esque. I mean Ben Compton-esque, but I suppose it could be any Compton-esque in terms of the way he is doing things. It's the worst things to do. In comes Worrell again, another bouncer. That one's got a lot of lift out of the pitch. Didn't actually need to duck that much, George Garrett. It went through to Ben Folkes, who took it sternum high, I'd say.
They're clearly trying to target Garrett with the bouncer. We saw Roach do the same as well.
Yeah, indeed. Well, he's shown he's capable. A couple of hooks earlier on went for 4, which has helped him into his current score of 23. And he's losing the battle at the moment. The ding-dong battle. Joe Denley's pulled ahead, 26. Can Garrett answer? He'll try now as Worrell comes in. This one is pitched a bit fuller. This one's dealt with quite nicely. Just tucked away into the leg side. And there is just a single there, which will keep Garrett on strike at the end of the over. And Kent are 160 for 4, 51 overs. Forgive me just a second. I'm going to see if we are swapping over. Oh, yeah. Good news for fans of Dan Whiting. He'll be back with us in just 1 over from now. We'll have a little swap over. I've lost completely all track of time and space. It is 12:28 on a Saturday, so I do have another update to come in 32 minutes or so.
Looks like Roach is going to take ball again. You wonder at what point Surrey might try a bit of spin, some Cameron Steele, just to change things up a bit.
Darren Lawrence has enjoyed some good times against Kent down the years as well. I'm sure he wouldn't mind a crack at some point. Perhaps not immediately, but soon.
It's Roach into Garrett. Oh, no. Something.
Hey, that's definitely... He's been spending time with Ben Compton as George Garrett. You can tell that. Just that kind of little break play. No, I've seen a little bit of dust, a little speck of dust, which is blown across the track. So hand up in the air, frustrate the bowler a little bit, and then get yourself settled again. It's a mental game, cricket. A beautiful game of chess in the head. He's playing it well.
So Roach in for the first delivery of the over. and just knocked to short leg by Garrett. He seems to be gaining more and more confidence as the inning goes on, as you're saying, the nice little shadow back in after.
Don't talk him out. But yes, there is definitely some encouraging signs, and this is exactly the job that he's been asked to perform, coming in a tricky situation last night, just very, very late in the day, the very low sun, shadows lengthening, having just lost skipper Daniel Wildrummer for 70. He came in, got through those last few balls.
As Roach runs in again from the pavilion end into Garrett and just hooked to short third man, takes the single.
It's very nicely done indeed. And that is a
50 partnership between Denley and Garrett. A round of applause goes out across the ground as they reach that landmark.
Indeed, 71 balls it took, and there's some boundaries in there which has kind of helped them come along. But they've been asked a few questions by the Surrey attack this morning, and Garrett's had answers for pretty much everything so far. Kent fans will be hoping that can continue.
Denley taking strike against Roach now, and Roach goes in and just gently blocked by Denley to cover. Rory Burns picks the ball up, gives it a bit of shine. And yeah, you wouldn't have seen this coming when Roach struck with the third ball of the day. No further wickets to follow.
No, and there was a 9-over delay in the middle of that. And had they played 9 overs, then who knows what would have happened. But yes, no, I think you're quite right. It's a bit of grit.
Roach in again to Denley, and Denley just wipes it down. Is it going to go for a boundary? Nope, just goes to deep extra cover. He takes 2 from that delivery.
Indeed. I'm not sure that would have quite made the boundary even if it hadn't rained this morning. It does slow down as it goes over there.
Kent 163 for 4.
Indeed. I will make way in just a moment if you're happy to continue.
Yeah.
I'll make way for Dan Whiting from BBC Radio London. I'll dip out for half an hour or so, and then I'll be back to update Radio Kent listeners.
Roach into Denley, and just gently nudged by Denley to extra cover. No run. Kent still 163 for 4.
Just making sure that everything's working technically before I go, because you never know. I don't want any nasty surprises in 5 minutes' time. Ideally, no surprises out there either would be quite pleasant from a Kent perspective, anyway.
Roach gets ready for the final delivery of the over. Runs in to Denley. Oh, and just swiped down to short leg by Denley. No run. And it remains Kent 163 for 4.
Indeed.
After 52 overs. And I believe we're going to do a switch over.
We are indeed. We're going to welcome back Dan Whiting. I'll say goodbye for now.
And we're welcomed back by Dan Whiting. Dan, how are you?
Yeah, afternoon, Sentoki. It's good. It's good. I've had a nice little break, a little rain break, and a little sort of mooch around the ground, having a chat with a few people, as is my wont.
You've joined me in the sunglasses movement.
I have. It's
you currently look like Men in Black in the commentary box. Both of us got our sunglasses.
Well, I thought the floodlights have gone off. I thought, it's time to get the shades out. First time this summer, I believe, as well. Is Dan Worrell going to take us away from the Nackington Road end? That's gone up in the air, and it's gone into no man's land between 3 fielders. Jordan Clark, the man at extra cover, I think is Dan Lawrence, and Dan Worrell, the bowler, as well, and it just dropped between that trinity. So 163 for 4. Sentoki, how are you? Good to see you back on BBC as well. Is it the first stint of the season?
Yeah, first game of the season. Great to be back.
Yeah, marvellous stuff. Worrell in, and Garrett defends it. And you run the Caribbean Cricket podcast, yeah? So we've got the West Indies over this summer as well, which you must be looking forward to that. Have you got tickets to any games?
Yeah, I'll hopefully be attending all 3 tests. There are Lords, Trent Bridge, and Edgbaston. So
excellent stuff, excellent. And we're seeing, obviously we've got a West Indian cricketer
here in this game in Kemar Roach. And I think he's been at Surrey for 4 or 5 years. 4 years, I think. I think this is his 4th season. As Worrell comes in, and Garrett just plays that out to Jordan Clark at mid-off. And, I mean, Kemar's spoken very positively, hasn't he, about the county championship and its intensity and its sort of preparation for the test match. Do you concur with that?
Yeah, I think he said it's the closest sort of domestic cricket you can play, which is in quality to Test cricket. So
Yeah.
he's obviously performed well for Surrey. It's also a sad reflection of West Indian cricket if he doesn't feel he can kind of get that from the regional game in the Caribbean at the moment.
As Worrell comes in around the wicket and gives a not quite a bouncer, but a good throat ball there to Garrett, who almost fends it off towards the awaiting slip cordon. And we've got a couple of other West Indians as well in county cricket. Jason Holder, I mean, I think that's a cracking signing for Worcestershire. I really do. I think with a Duke's ball in his hand, he's also used a kookaburra in the Caribbean as well in domestic cricket.
We used to use kookaburra, now it's Duke. Gone back to Dukes.
Okay, so Holder will be used to bowling with both balls, which I think is something that you need to be able to do, isn't it? So as Worrell approaches the crease past umpire Michael Burns, and that's run down to the aforementioned Roach, who hurls it back into the gloves of Ben Folkes. Yeah, so he's been a really good signing. Jaden Seals at Sussex as well, who's, you know, I fancy Sussex for Division 2, along with Yorkshire. I think both of those will go up. They're struggling a little bit in the game at the moment, Sussex against Gloucestershire. Gloucestershire have rattled up about 420 odd. But Seals, I think, you know, bowling with Ollie Robinson, that's a potent attack, isn't it?
Definitely.
As Worrell comes in, curved run. Denley just plays it back to him. And, I mean, West Indies, I mean, I thought they gave a good account of themselves in Australia. I mean, that test that they won was wonderful, wasn't it? And Shamar Joseph, a fellow Guyanan like yourself.
Yeah, Shamar Joseph Guyanese came from a remote village, Barakara. In modern cricket, it's almost unheard of for someone to sort of make their rise within the space of 9 months from not playing any professional cricket to being a test star. And it's unfortunate since then we haven't seen him playing any sort of real cricket. He stayed one IPL game, he hasn't had much there, but he will be on these shores for the test series in England. And we were talking off air, there could be a possibility for him to play some county cricket in between that period.
I think he'd make a cracking signing for a county. I really do. I think he'd be absolutely wonderful signing for a county, and I think you know, West Indies tour finishes I think in sort of August, so I think he'd be available for the last 4 or 5 games of the season. And I think there's probably a number of counties probably eyeing him up and
definitely,
you know, have his agent's number on speed dial as we speak.
Change at the pavilion end as Joe Clark comes in for Kemar Roach. Sorry, Jordan Clark comes in Kemar Roach, and George Garrett just goes by, no run taken.
He's got good hair, Jordan Clark, hasn't he? Good mane on him.
Yeah.
Without a doubt. Brothers, Graham Clark plays for Durham. But yeah, I think, you know, I worked with Roland Butcher last week on BBC London, and obviously spoke about, in Roland's era, there were a number of West Indians over here.
Yeah.
And yes, you had the Test stars, you know, you had the Andy Roberts, the Malcolm Marshalls, both at Hampshire in their time, and then you had the you know, people like Gordon Greenwich also at Hampshire.
Clark runs in to Garrett once again and just gently nudged down to slip by Garrett. He takes the single. Oh, he goes for two run there, bit of a misfield at short fine leg, and it's 2 run taken for Garrett. Kent 166 for 4.
Yep, and then obviously you had Viv at Somerset, but behind that, it goes to show how strong West Indian cricket was at that time, because you had guys who were on the fringes of the side who played some test matches but weren't regulars in the side, who were mainstays at their county.
And Clark in again to Garrett, and just blocked by Garrett.
So you had John Shepherd here at Kent.
Yep.
You had Wayne Daniel at Middlesex. You had Sylvester Clark at Surrey. And you had a number of real quality operators who came over here and stayed for a number of seasons as well.
Yeah, had a big impact on the club, the community.
Yeah, along with the likes of Viv or Michael Holding, who spent time at Lancashire and Derbyshire, or, you know, those guys who were mainstays in the West Indian
Clark
side.
Runs in again to Garrett and just swept for the single down to deep back point. Oh, and it goes for a boundary. Beats the fielder. Garrett gets the boundary. Kent 170 for 4. And Garrett's on 32 now of 63 deliveries. Not what Surrey would have hoped for when he came in as a night watchman.
Well, I mean, I've put the commentator's curse, haven't I? I mean, we spoke about Kent's tail being longer than a diplodocus, and it's well, maybe there's no tail. Maybe they've got the tail of a Manx cat.
Clark runs in 5th delivery of the over into Garrett once again, and just nudged over to cover by Garrett. No run taken.
But West Indian cricket, I mean, it's been in the doldrums. I think, you know, in all sports, finances talk these days, don't they? And the West Indies, it's no secret that they've had financial issues in the last 20 years, maybe.
Yeah.
But they seem to be sort of slightly on the upward curve again, which I think is fantastic for the game.
Yep. Clark final delivery of the over into Garrett and just swept down to deep point for a single. And Kent finished the over 171 for 4. 54 over gun. And Dan, I think you're correct. I think West Indies, we have seen slight improvements. It's not a dramatic change at the moment, but one thing that's helped in West Indian cricket is previously you'd see players at under 19 level perform well.
Yeah.
After that, they sort of fell into a gap, no real opportunities. In the last few years, they built the West Indies Academy, which has kind of bridged that gap between under 19 level and regional first class senior cricket, and that's why we are seeing more and more young players coming into the fold of West Indies cricket. So hopefully it's an upward trajectory.
Yeah, well, Kent have got a rich heritage of West Indian cricketers as well, with cool Carl Hooper spending a lot of time down here, and John Shepherd, as we said before. So, yeah, fantastic.
And the West Indians will be here for a warm-up game at Beckenham,
Okay.
Playing a warm-up game, 3rd of July, 4-day game. West Indies against County Select 11.
Wonderful. Here's Worrell. Comes in past umpire Michael Burns down the leg side. Folks collects. That will be well attended, I think. There's a big West Indian community down in South London as well, isn't there? And I think they'll come out, and you know, I miss the days of, you know, going to the Oval and going to Lords and the, you know, blowing the conch horns, the conch shells, and just the sort of general sort of stuff being shouted out, which was always quite amusing. Worrell comes in and Garrett defends.
Yeah, just touching on you talking about West Indians in county cricket in the 70s and 80s. Mike Averton came on our podcast. We were fortunate to have him on. He said when he was 16, he was a schoolboy and got told, can you go to the nets as emergency cover? And he had to face Patrick Patterson. He said he's never been as frightened in his life as facing the great Patrick Patterson, who was at Lancashire at the time.
Yeah, he's wonderful, quick bowler. And he bowled against England in '86. I think we went on tour over there in '86 and got a torrid time. David Smith, I think, broke his thumb, the Surrey player. And Patrick Patterson was steaming in on rutted pitches. Worrell around the wicket. That's tickled off his legs there by Garrett, but can't beat square leg. Yeah, so it's a wonderful sort of rich heritage, and it'd be great to see more West Indians, I think, in county cricket.
Yeah, I think so. I think it will. I mean, for the good of the global game, you'd like to see more development opportunities. So.
Yeah, I agree, and I think, they bring something different to the game, as Worrell comes in. Good bouncer, makes Garrett duck. Evades that one just about. But I think, people from other cultures bring something different to the game, don't they? You know, as you see the Pakistanis who've been over here with, say, Imran or Mushtaq Ahmed at Sussex. Asif Iqbal here at Kent back in the day. Wonderful cricketer. And then you've got sort of the Indians. Chatishwar Pujaras down at Sussex. And Kent here had Rahul Dravid. What a fine player he was. He's an Australian, albeit on a UK passport now. Dan Worrell. He's working Garrett around his rib cage and around the body there. Got a leg slip in place. Garrett just tickles that one into the gap though and gets a single.
Kent actually used to play in the regional season in the Caribbean, but about 6-7
Did they
years
really?
ago.
Did they?
They took part in our 50 over game, the Super 50.
Okay. Finances were a little bit different then, perhaps. Yeah. But I mean, it's a global game now, isn't it? You know, you look at Dan Worrell. He's on a UK passport. Tawenda Moyeye here at Kent. He's a Zimbabwean, now qualified in the UK. Wes Agar's here, Australian. Nathan Gilchrist, who's again grew up in sort of South Africa and Zimbabwe. It's Denley just plays that to mid-on. That completes the over. 172 for 4. Denley's on 28. Garrett is on 34. And Kent are rebuilding here somewhat.
Yeah, definitely. And they'll be hoping to get to lunch without losing any further wickets. I think that'll be a job well done by Denley and Garrett this session.
Yeah. They'll be hoping to bat most of today, Kent, if not all of today. Yeah. And if they do, then Surrey have to bat properly as well. They have to, knuckle down and not lose this game. I think with the rain interruptions, if Kent bat all day today, it will be quite difficult for Surrey to actually set some sort of target and bowl them out on the last day. The pitch looks placid, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely. As Jordan Clark runs in to Garrett, who takes strike and just nudges down to cover, no run taken. And Gus Atkinson rested for this game as a England centrally contracted player. Him and Ollie Pope missing. You feel Surrey would have liked to have Atkinson today in this attack?
Yeah, they're allowed to play 5, I believe, in the first block of 8, and Atkinson and Pope played the first couple, so they're going to sit this one out.
Clark in again to Garrett, who swipes at it and goes down to mid-wicket and goes for 4. Lovely, lovely shot there from Garrett.
That was like David Gower in his pomp. What a shot. Beautiful, glorious cover drive. Yeah, so what's happening there is a few Surrey fans on social media are saying, well, how comes Zach Crawley can play for Kent? And so that's the reason why. So Surrey can play their England guys for a number of games. But there's so many games in the season.
Yeah.
And I should imagine both will probably go to the World Cup as well.
Yeah, exactly. Clark in again to Garrett, who blocks just past slip and takes the single. So Garrett, 39 now of 73, edges towards a half century.
Yeah, it's interesting. Surrey have also left out their express men because Gus Atkinson, as we've spoken about, has missed out on here. Jamie Overton is also rested, rotated here. There's no Wes Agar for Kent either. He was lined up to play, I believe, right until the very last moment when you got to name a side. Yeah. And they felt that he looked perhaps a little bit jaded, possibly. So he missed out.
Denley takes strike as Clark gets ready to run in. Clark to Denley and just nudged by Denley. No run taken as it goes to cover.
I'll tell you from some scores around the country. Over at the Costa del Chelmsford, Lancashire were bowled all out for 146. Essex in response are 157 for 1. Sam Cook as night watchman going well there, along with Dean Elgar. What a signing he's been. What a bit of recruitment, eh?
Yeah, quality batsman. And Clark runs in once again to Denley and once again goes to cover. No run taken.
Southampton, Warwickshire, 425 for 6. They're going really well. They've been piling on the runs, piled on the runs last week, going really well. Up at down at Taunton, Nottinghamshire bowled all out for 193 yesterday. Somerset, they're 184 for 4, so they're going well in that game.
Clark in to Denley once again and hit straight down. Goes for 4. Driven down the pitch, goes for 4. Roach gently runs towards it but can't get to it as Denley now reaches the boundary. 32 of just 38 deliveries for Denley, so he's been going at quite a good pace.
Yeah, that's an on drive of the highest quality there, showing his test class, Joe Denley. At Kidderminster, Worcestershire playing there due to the flood situation at New Road. Durham 244. Worcestershire 156 for 9. So they're going to be in arrears of about 70 or 80 odd there, which in a low scoring game can be quite a deficit. At Derby, Leicestershire 286 for 3, going well. Lords, Yorkshire 159 all out. Middlesex 192 for 8. So at headquarters, Middlesex getting us some sort of lead, but they'll want a few there, having to bat last. Northampton, Glamorgan 271 all out. Northants 21 without loss. They're at Hove, Gloucestershire 417, as we mentioned ago. Sussex have lost an early wicket in that game. Just trying to see who it is. It's Ajit Singh Dale with the wicket. And it's Tom Haynes, the man out, so they'll be very pleased with that. He's been going very well this season. We're going to see Cameron Steele into the attack. Bit of leg spin. As Garrett turns that one off his legs, and they'll get 1. Ryan Patel doing the chasing out there.
Leading wicket taker, isn't he, for Surrey at the moment? I think he's got 14.
He has got 14. Yeah, He's like the Kookaburra ball. Talking of global cricketers, there's no more global than him. He's brought up in Australia. He's now living in England. He's been here at England for a number of years. He's played for Durham, he's played for Middlesex. I think he had a stint at Hampshire. Now he's settled at Surrey. As he comes in. But then he's bowled. He's chopped him on. That's his 15th wicket of the season. And that is a key wicket. Denley goes to drive through the offside. And I wonder if that's the googly there from Steele. That's Fox Denley as he drags it onto his stumps. And that is quite a big wicket before lunch. Only about 7-8 minutes to go before lunch. And Denley departs for 32.
Yeah, big wicket for Surrey. Steele showing he can do it with Kookaburra or Dukes.
He certainly can. He certainly can. I'm just going to wrap up the scores from around the country quickly, whilst we've got a little break in the proceedings here. In fact, that's it. I won't read out that Nepal are 100 for 8 against Hong Kong, so I think we'll leave that there. But yeah, big wicket there, Sentoki, big wicket.
And you were talking earlier about Kent having 4 number 11s. It's a fragile lower order, so Surrey could run through it after this.
They could do, but looking at Garrett there, I mean, I think he looks more than comfortable.
Yeah.
I really do. But Cameron Steele is one of the unsung guys in this Surrey side. You know, you talk about the Ollie Popes and the guys who played for England, the Ben Folkes, the Dominic Sibleys, the Rory Burns, those guys who've all played for England. But the guys doing the business, week in, week out, Jordan Clark and Cameron Steele, and
Yeah.
they're the unsung heroes in this side, and they are as important to this side as any of the England stars.
Yeah, good point. And there's just so much depth to this Surrey side, and they sort of have players who can cover any scenario.
Yep, here comes to the wicket Harry Finch, came from Sussex in 2021. His dad played at Sussex as well in their second 11. I don't think he ever made a first class appearance, but he's another one of the alumni from Eastbourne College, again, along with Tawanda Moyeye, who's here at Kent. Eastbourne College with a rich heritage of cricketers. Ed Giddins came through there, and it's a strong cricket school. Sussex used to play down there at the Saffrons in Eastbourne. I don't think they've been there for a number of years. I think they tend to use Arundel if they go anywhere now. But here's Finch about to face his first ball from Steele and plays it comfortably, square on the offside. Kent have got a rich heritage of wicket keepers, so Finch has got a lot to live up to. You know, there's a stand over there for Leslie Ames in the far corner, who is a fantastic cricketer here. Steele comes and Finch drives that nicely out to long off. He's going to get off the mark with a single. Godfrey Evans was another one here. Woo. Great gloves, great sideburns. Alan Knott, who had that partnership with Derek Underwood.
Yep.
Wonderful keeper. Paul Downton
Yeah.
was here. Geraint Jones came here from Papua New Guinea. Oh, that's a full toss from Steele, and Garrett plays that with a bit of respect, actually, out to mid-wicket. I thought it could have possibly gone into the car park, but he was more circumspect there.
Yeah, I think Geraint Jones ended up playing a few games for Papua New Guinea after England.
I think you're right. Yeah, I think he did. Yeah. Steele comes in as Finch defends, and then 3 years ago they had the choice of 3 really good keeper bats. They had Sam Billings, they had Jordan Cox, and they had Ollie Robinson. And Billings is no longer sort of playing red ball cricket. I saw him yesterday actually in the cafe. I had a nice chat with him over a cup of coffee during one of the rain breaks. He's a lovely man. Jordan Cox has gone to Essex.
Yeah.
The Sandwich Man. That's the town he's from, not his little bit of, what he does on the side to make a few extra quid. And Ollie Robinson is making hay up at Durham, doing very well there. So, so Finch has got the gloves now for Kent. And he's, if you're in possession, it's 9/10 of the law, isn't it?
Yeah, good point. As Jordan Clark gets ready at the pavilion end.
Yep, Clark. So, one of the unsung heroes I was just talking about.
As he runs in to Garrett. Oh, and swiped by Garrett just takes... Oh, no single take.
It was a funny old shot, that.
Yeah.
Wasn't it? It was a curious shot, to say the least. 184 for 5. Finch is 1 off 3 balls. Garrett 41 off 76. He's been impressive, Garrett. I think he's stood firm in the face of some short bowling. I'm looking forward to seeing Joey Everson as well.
Yeah. As Clark runs in once again to Garrett, who again swipes at it, no run taken.
Yeah, Joey Everson was the next big thing a few years ago when he was at Nottinghamshire, and I think he was England under 19. I think he might have skipped England under 19s actually. And he wasn't sort of quite getting a game in that sort of strong Nottinghamshire attack, so he's come down here and he's well rated by the fans here.
Clark, third delivery of the over and hooked by Garrett, picked up by the fielder and goes for a single. Looked like it was going towards the boundary, however, slowed down there.
Oh, I thought that was, I agree with you. I thought that was going to end up in the lime tree, which is now over the other side of the boundary, not like the old one, which was inside the boundary here at the Spitfire St Lawrence Ground. So much history here, so many great cricketers have trod this turf.
Harry Finch just marking his crease as Clark gets ready to run in. In goes Clark. And Finch,
Hits the
straight down.
stumps. Yeah, hits the stumps at the bowler's end. But you look, we're here in the press box. We're in the in the Cheeseman stand here, directly behind the wicket. And as you come up the stairs, there's a list of all the capped Kent cricketers, isn't there? And you know, Derek Underwood and Alan Knott there together in tandem as they were on the pitch.
Yeah.
And there's some real serious names on that board. You know, you look at. I'll come on to it after this.
Clark in again to Finch, and Finch knocks it down to extra cover. Is he going to run for 2? Yep, takes 2 there. So Finch gets 2 off there, brings Kent to 187 for 5.
You know, you see some of the greats. I mean, we've mentioned Derek Underwood a lot and Alan Knott in the last couple of days, but some of the overseas players, we mentioned Carl Hooper,
Yeah, Carl
Steve
Hooper.
Waugh.
Steve
I mean,
Waugh,
probably the finest bat of his generation, or the finest run scorer, definitely.
Final delivery of the over as Clark runs in to Finch, who just gently blocks it. And that's the over done. Kent 187 for 5.
Yeah, Rahul Dravid, as we mentioned earlier as well, what a player he was. Andrew Simons as well, fantastic cricketer. Got the most sixes in an innings. I think he hit 18 sixes in a game for Gloucestershire against Glamorgan Abergavenny back in about 1995, I think that was. Lovely ground at Abergavenny. Welcome back, Alex Hode. How are you, Alex? Welcome back.
Thank you very much. Not too bad. Goodness me, Santoki's got a massive head. I'm just trying to get my head into the headphones. Goodness gracious me. Yes, it's weird for me to be coming back at 1 o'clock. I know, 'cause you're thinking it's going to be lunch, isn't it? But no, they're playing until 10 past.
Yeah, here's Cameron Steele going to be throwing his leg breaks up, seeing if he can remove Garrett, who plays that one past short leg, and it goes out to Ryan Patel at deep mid wicket for a single. I think there might be a spot of rain coming in as well.
There's some on the radar as well. I didn't notice. It's coming in from kind of that direction over the cafe.
It's coming in from the city, isn't it? The Archbishop has needs to put say a prayer for us. I think.
Yeah, could have done it 15 minutes earlier, and Joe Denley might still be there.
Steele in, and that's driven handsomely there by Finch. That's a glorious shot. Evade short extra cover. That was rather attractive.
Well, that was, you don't need Joe Denley when you've got Harry Finch playing like that.
Yeah.
Goodness me. Absolutely. The timing on that was glorious. And I think they're coming off, aren't they?
They are coming off. Yeah, they are coming off. It's getting a little heavier, and I think that will be lunch. So Kent are 192 for 5. They've lost Jack Leaning this morning, and they've lost Joe Denley about 10 minutes ago. Denley chopping on Leaning, being adjudged LBW. Well, he was absolutely plumb. He was absolutely plumb. Got a big inducker from Kemar Roach.
I think he'd have judged himself.
I'd have walked.
Yeah. Yes.
But yeah, Kent have done well. They've battled hard, and George Garrett in particular has shown a little bit of ticker, hasn't he?
Well, yeah, as Santoki said, he wasn't signed for that. He was signed for kind of nagging around off stump and picking up some wickets, and he's got a couple of. He's got 5 wickets in his first 3 innings with the ball, but this is a coming of age, shall we call it, with the bat. He's not had a great deal of experience.
No.
He scored 24 as his highest score previously in just 8 digs in the county championship, and he has surpassed that already today. This is a career best effort from him. 43. He had only scored, I think, 50 runs in total in all of his previous innings. So hopefully, I presume they'll be now taking an early lunch break, and he will be able to have a little rest, have a little bite to eat, and come back this afternoon and see what else he can do. Hopefully, we're back on time. That's what the most important thing of all. We don't want to be sat around watching the covers in the rain, do we?
No, not at all. So join us. We'll be back probably about 1:40ish, 1:45 perhaps, on BBC Radio Kent, BBC Radio London Sport as well. So come and join us, and we look forward to your company.
And Michael Burns lead us out, followed by the Kent batters, who is Harry Finch and George Garrett, and the Surrey team. My name's Dan Whiting here at BBC London Sport. I'm delighted to be working with Alex Hode from BBC Radio Kent. How are you, Alex?
I'm very well, thank you very much. Yes, we'll do my pointing out once again that it's not Matt Cole, it's not Ben Watts, our beloved cricket gurus. It is a Saturday in April, which means they are very, very, very busy indeed with other things. The business end of the football season today as well. So it's me just for today, last one for a long time, don't worry. Yes, usual business will resume from next week onwards.
Yeah, let's just catch up with some updates quickly. We had a text from a gentleman called Greg Mackett, who is based up in Northamptonshire. He's a Kent fan.
Good on him.
And he has said that it's the only day of the Women's Rachel Hayhoe Flint Trophy and tomorrow's new County One Day Cup for women's counties. And he'll be at Hertfordshire, who've got Suffolk at Letchworth. So if you're in that region, go along.
Indeed. So hope the weather holds. That's what it's all about this time of year, isn't it?
Exactly. Yeah.
Don't believe your eyes either.
No,
you need to check these things out in advance. Get on the radars and see.
Cameron Steele's going to take us underway for the afternoon session. Here he comes in and tosses up one of his leg breaks, and Finch drives handsomely but can only find extra cover.
Indeed. It was 15th wicket of the season when he got Joe Denley. It was still in April. That's very early.
It is for a leg spinner. What's going on there?
I know.
What's going on? Short, and that's played into the offside. And a rather unfortunate misfield, because the fielder had done some great work and it ricocheted off his shin bone out for a single. I think that's Dan Lawrence out there.
He's not going to rub it for another 10 or 15 seconds.
No.
Watch this. He's going to walk away, wait for everyone to forget about it, then he's going to rub it, because I'm sure that hurt.
Yeah.
You say 15 for a leggy in April, and he's got one of them with a Duke as well. That's the beauty.
Trying to think last time Ken had a leg spinner. That's dropped into the offside.
We've had
obviously Matt Parkinson in this game.
I was going to say, hopefully you've just set him up to have an amazing game, the temper. From a Kent point of view, of course.
I think it might be Derek Aslett. That's just tickled off the hip there by Garrett.
I want to say, what did Paul Strang bowl?
Yes, he was a leggy.
He was a leggy. We had him when I was.
Yes, you did.
I was a nipper, and he was getting them to nip about a bit as well.
Yeah.
We had a fun summer. That was the year when I should have been studying for exams, and I spent most of it over there, where the white seats are now. They used to be green. Yeah. And I had a very nice, got a good suntan, made some friends for life that summer, and watched Paul Strang.
Yeah. Good cricket, Zimbabwean.
Indeed, yes. Nice, affable chap as well, from what I remember.
Yeah. Derek Aslett was Dover lad from Dover Cricket Club down at the Crabble, where Kent used to play.
Indeed, yes. We have Jordan Clark, who's going to be steaming in from the pavilion end, bowling to Harry Finch, and that one is just worked back across the outside edge, across this, back towards backward point. There you go. Across the slips is what I was trying to say. Eventually got it out. Just rotate the strike, come through for one, bring George Garrett back onto strike.
Yeah, we were talking about the outgrounds yesterday.
I heard. I enjoyed that little trip around the county.
Yeah, there's Folkestone and Dover were regularly used back in the day, weren't they?
Yeah, Folkestone's my home ground, and it'd be nice. There were some Kent Seconds games when I was very young down there. It's been a long time since they played first class down there. I think it'll be a very long time before they do it again, to be completely honest.
Yeah.
It's a nice place to see when you've got the hills in the background.
Yeah, they're the North Downs, aren't they, there?
They are indeed. Clark comes in again. George Garrett on strike. This one's another one, a little bit more up towards the ribs. This is dealt with very well. Batted down towards square leg. And just another single for George Garrett that takes him to 44. I've not made enough of this, but this is his first class best score.
Yeah, he's doing well.
His previous first class best was 24, and he's not really had a lot of opportunities. I think only 8 previous first class innings. But he's done very nicely for a night watcher that was here in the gloaming last night. He's done very well so far. Here batting now in his third session. Facing up to Clark, who's in once again, and that's beating the edges. He's taking a catch low down. Harry Finch doesn't like it, but I think he's got both hands on it.
That's a quality catch.
It was indeed. Just caught the outside edge and went down. Harry Finch departs. That's 9 for him. And Jordan Clark has a wicket.
Yeah, that's a really low catch there at first slip. I wasn't quite sure if it carried, but Dominic Sibley managed to get his fingertips under the ball and gives Jordan Clark a wicket. And that is a really, really big wicket in the scheme of things, because that now, Joey Everson is probably the last recognised batter in this Kent lineup, and that could be sort of defining in the shape of the game.
That is a brilliant catch, to be fair. He's come forward just slightly to his left, and he's got both hands and the fingers, as you say. It was Harry Finch didn't like it. There was kind of a half a second of pause, but he has to take it. It was a very, very good catch from Dom Sibley, who enjoys playing at Canterbury these days, it's safe to say.
Yeah, going back to those outgrounds, Surrey have used Guildford, where they played every county at Guildford.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think they first used it in 1938, and batters like it. Small boundaries, good batting track. Where else have they used over the years? They have used Whitgift School, home of Laurie Evans, Dominic Sibley, Danny Cipriani.
Oh, yeah.
They've used, where else have they used? Charterhouse School, East Molesey Cricket Club. They've used East Molesey, but they've also used Met Police as well down at East Molesey, in Becord. And they've used Sunbury, which is where the likes of David Nash, Richard Johnson, Middlesex coach Jamie Hewitt, Toby Rowland Jones have all come through Sunbury Cricket Club. Tolworth they've used, Byfleet, Banstead, Sutton, Reigate Priory, but generally they like the confines of the Oval.
The most important thing to remember here is that Dan's doing this off the top of his head. He's not even got a list. He's just doing it by memory. It's an incredible skill that he's got.
It was actually an article I wrote a few years
there we
back,
go. Okay.
But, yeah.
I should tell you that Joey Everson is the new man in, and is just taking his guard now and walking the pitch, a little bit of gardening, prodding at things that probably aren't there, but you can see them in your mind's eye. He will be on strike for this fourth ball of Jordan Clark's first over after lunch. And Kent, once again, will be trying to avoid a flurry of wickets all in one go. In comes Clark. This one's dealt with quite nicely by Everson, just rising up towards him. He's just dabbed it down into the offside. No run there. 195 for 6 is, if you'd said that yesterday, whenever it was, yesterday early afternoon when Kent were 9 for 2, they'd have probably bitten your hand off. However, given the circumstances, the fact that after Joey Everson, there is Jazz Singh and Matt Parkinson and Arafat Boyan to come. Clark comes in once again. This one's allowed to bounce through to folks behind the pipes. No run there.
Yeah, Everson is a Lincolnshire lad, born in Peterborough, and came through the sort of Lincolnshire development pathway to make his first-class debut for Nottinghamshire in 2019. And he was impressive for England under-19s in a series in the West Indies, the Antigua Stanford School.
He's a good player. He's got a lot of shots and a very high ceiling indeed. You might need one here as well. As Clark comes in, that is a nice drive down towards Rory Burns. He'll field it mid-off. No run there. But he is, yes, he's got it in all formats as well. A little bit of pressure on him because he came in at a time when there was another very popular all-rounder that was kind of, hesitate to say, on the way out. He was kind of the heir apparent to Darren Stevens here, and I think it made things a little bit trickier for him than perhaps he would have chosen after opting to leave Trent Bridge. But he's
big boots to fill, Darren Stevens.
Huge build. Yeah, he's filling them quietly under the radar a little bit. He put the team on his shoulders against Somerset here. Gosh, it was only 2 weeks ago, basically, when Kent were in a sticky situation and put together a couple of big partnerships, one of which was with Harry Finch, not happening today, and he's with George Garrett.
Here's Cameron Steele bowling to George Garrett, who drives pleasantly, going to get one there, drives out to Rory Burns, who's quite deep out at mid-off, and they pick up a single. So Steele can have a crack at the new batter. George Garrett's played a few games for Harpenden in the Hertfordshire Cricket League. Produced a few in recent years. Nathan Smith at Worcestershire is doing very well. Had a very good start to the season. There's come through Radlett Cricket Club. Rishi Patel from Potter's Bar. Rob Keogh from Dunstable. And Stephen Finn and Monty Panesar. Just a few years previously to that. Is Cameron Steele throws up a leg spinner, and Everson has nothing to do with that. Shoulders, arms.
When Garrett was facing just a moment ago, when was the last time a number 44 bowled to a number 44?
That's a very good point.
Answers on a postcard, please, or via Twitter.
That's a really good point. You see some wonderful things on the sports shirts, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
I remember a game a few years ago when it was a football game. As Steele comes in, and Brighton were sponsored. There's one out to Ryan Patel at deep cover. Brighton was sponsored by Norman Cook, Fat Boy Slim Company, Skint Records, and Barnet was sponsored by a magazine at the time called Loaded.
Yes.
And there were two players
wonderful.
tussling for the ball, one with Loaded and one with Skint written on their
That's
shirts.
fantastic. Sums up the Premier League as well, doesn't it?
Yes. Anyway, moving swiftly on, here's Cameron Steele as that one's just tucked around the corner. Jordan Clark with that resplendent mullet.
It is.
Does the fielding?
It's a lot of effort goes into that. That's not an overnight thing. It's not 24-hour shadow. That's been months of hard slog to get to this point.
Yeah. Short by Steele. That's Peel for LBW. It's only him goes up. That completes the over. 197.46. Garrett's on 45. Yeah, it's a good mullet. We were speaking about Ollie Carter at Sussex, though. I mean, that's dreadful.
Somerset had one a couple of weeks ago. Was that Ben Green?
Ben Green, yeah.
It's just like watching a rerun of some Australian soap from 14 years ago or something. It's pretty extraordinary. They all look like rugby league players as well. There's a lot in rugby league at the moment.
Yeah. Ben Green was always sort of the tash, but without the mullet, you know.
Yeah.
He sort of looked like, you know, one of the airmen from Hello Hello.
Indeed. That's one for the younger listeners.
Yeah, one for the kids.
Yeah, get off your TikTok and listen to the cricket. In comes Jordan Clark from the pavilion end. He's bowling. Oh, that was a nice punch away through the covers there by Joey Everson. That'll get him. It's not going to get him 4 runs. It's going to get hauled in just inside, and bring him a nice 2 runs though. And just showing the technique. Didn't put a lot of welly into that. It was just timing it out the middle of the bat. Yeah, very nice indeed.
That rain slowed the outfield up a little bit, hasn't it? There, I thought maybe first thing this morning that might have run away down that hill.
Yeah, it is. I mean, to be fair, I live not too far away from here, and it has been an incredibly wet spring. So the fact we've had as much cricket here as we have had in the first couple of rounds is a testament to a lot of hard work from quite a lot of people out there. As well, Clark at the top of his mark, past the umpire, and drives, and he's beating the outside edge. That was a forward, an attempted off drive by Joey Everson, beating the outside edge through to Ben Folks, kept a little bit low. Everson just heart in mouth for a moment. It's going to take a couple of strides down the pitch. I don't think it came off anything. It just kept low, maybe moved away ever so slightly. That was a good ball from Clark.
Alex, no visit to this ground would be complete without an in-depth discussion of the lime tree.
No, we can do that after Jordan Clark delivers, and this one's a bit straighter and dealt with by Everson. He should rattled it down to the close fielder. Who's that fielding now? I didn't actually notice that close fielder.
Yeah, it's Dan Lawrence.
Dan Lawrence.
Funky field time, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's sitting there.
Silly mid-on, almost.
Yeah, just in front of the non-striker.
Yeah. Well, that's what it was. I couldn't see because Garrett was in the way, and they were almost in each other's silhouette. Just appeared from nowhere. Like a hologram.
Indeed.
It was a dot ball, though, I should confirm. Clark in once again. Bowling Everson, and this one's just worked away down through that vacant kind of second, third slip area, down towards third, and we'll just walk through, ease through for a single, and that brings up the Kent 200. It's been slow going, it's been stop-start, staccato stuff since yesterday morning, losing the toss and going in. We're only in the 60-second over, at 200 on the board, and they will be thinking in the back of their minds about getting to that 250 in the first batting bonus point. Surrey, of course, have picked up 2 bowling bonus points already. Clark is going to be bowling to Garrett now. The lefties pull that one away, and it's going to go backwards of square, and it's going to be dealt with quite neatly, so it's just a single. Didn't get all of that one by any means. He's had so much short stuff kind of in and around that armpit area that he's had to swivel on.
Yeah, I wonder if it's just worthwhile bowling line and length and try and nip off the top of off.
I mean, yes, he's been in there for, I'm trying to think, how many balls has he faced now?
86.
Oh yes, of course.
Yeah.
Yes, he's quite set so far, touch wood.
He's going all right.
Indeed. So, in comes Clark. Bowling to Everson. That's a drive. There's another one that's beating the edge, and there was a
big shape away there.
it was a shape away. Yes, the moving away. Sorry, forgive me. I thought you were putting the finger up. Then I thought, no, he hasn't edged that.
No,
it wasn't
big away.
But Everson was tempted into it. Yeah, it was. That was Rochesque almost getting the ball to move away.
Yeah.
And we've still got a fair bit of cloud cover. It's a chilly day. There is a bit of movement there. There's plenty to encourage the Surrey bowlers anyway. 201 for 6 at the end of the 62nd over.
Yep, the floodlights are on here, illuminating the sky. I notice it's a different kind of light down here. I think it was Turner who wrote about the light on the planet, wasn't it? Was it Turner?
Yes, indeed. Turner Contemporary, more highbrow stuff, trying to make me look.
No, not at all. It's Cameron Steele. Let's turn round the corner to Jordan Clark. So talk to us about the lime tree, because this is a new lime tree here, isn't it?
It is a new lime tree. Yes. It is the shape of the ground.
Still in no run.
In the olden days, where Freeman House that you can see over there now, the retirement properties there, that hasn't always been there, believe it or not.
No, I remember it being a car park.
It was car park. There was a grass bank there down there.
Yeah.
And people used to park there. It used to get very boggy indeed, and your car might start there for a couple of days.
Garrett turns that one around the corner, no run.
And so the actual footprint of the field used to be a bit further over, and so the lime tree as was inside the rope at that point. When I grew up and first came here, it was one of the most unique sites on the county circuit.
Yeah,
you kind of almost have to shuffle things across a little bit in your mind.
It's driven back to Steele, no run.
Yeah. So the tree was where it is now, pretty much within 10 feet or so.
Yeah,
I believe it's just you need to get rid of those big buildings in the background and just imagine that you've got a little bit beyond it. Maybe some marquees, a nice sunny day beating down, ice cream van.
Steele throws that one up a little higher. Garrett plays it back to him again.
A beer tent, maybe a couple of artists out there painting. There were always artists. I remember that people came from all around to just come and paint the tree and take some. Yes.
Maybe it was the light here then. That's attracted. That's just defended. Garrett, watch for here.
How can I possibly compete with that kind of highbrow conversation? That was a maiden over from
it's not my normal style. No, trust me.
You're outdoing me.
I'm
There's a maiden over for Steele, whose name is the same as the skies above us.
It's lovely, wonderful.
I've got to try and raise my game somehow. There will be a Radio Kent update to come in just a couple of minutes. I know Matt Cole is at Mansfield this afternoon, and we'll be leading things on the Sports Hub. We'll be bringing you updates into that show fairly regularly, certainly before the football starts, and then maybe occasionally once the football has begun. But for now, Jordan Clark has the ball in hand. He's bowling to Everson. And that's another drive. This one did not move away, but he was driven straight to the fielder at cover by Everson. And there's no run there. He remains on 4 from 12 deliveries. George Garrett is on 46 at the other end, which is a position that maybe he thought, but not many people thought that he would be in when he came in with the last knockings of day one.
No.
as he replaced Daniel Bell-Drummond, who made a very nice 70. I was frustrated to get out so late in the day. In comes Clark. This one's left alone. That one shaped away again from Clark. This time Everson saw it and got his arms well out of the way. Left it with a flourish. Garrett's faced 92 balls, which for a night watcher is some going. And dare I look at this weather radar, just because I'm looking around and there are a few. There's some over that way, there's some over that way. I don't think there's anything imminent on the radar anyway.
It's coming from behind us, from over the city.
It is. In comes Clark. And this one's straighter and dealt with, jabbed away towards backward point by Everson. There's a fielder there and there's no run.
Here we go. Here's the actual quote. Turner once remarked that the skies over Thanet are the loveliest in all Europe. And Charles Dickens loved Broadstairs. I think he wrote Bleak House there.
Yes, indeed.
And said it had never so fine a sunset and was the freshest, freest place. Well, there you go.
Well, he wasn't here at 9 o'clock this morning. It was fresh and free out there as well. But yes, it's a lovely part of the world, as is this. Clark comes in. This one was heading more towards middle and leg, and it's dealt with by Everson. Just cracked down towards mid-on as the floodlights flicker into action. There will be an update to come in just a couple of moments for BBC Radio Kent. I'll apologise now. Just a couple of balls to come from this Clark over. He's bowling to Everson now, past the umpire and he comes. This one's dealt with nicely. Respectful straight defensive shot by Everson. Back into the bowler's hands. Floodlights have flickered on and are flickering off. They're trying to work out just the right level. It's like mood lighting in someone's living room, just trying to turn it up, turn it down, get it right.
They've got the ambience.
Exactly, the ambience is very important.
It's quite romantic, actually, Alex.
Ambience and feng shui, that's what it's all about, the Spitfire Ground, St Lawrence. Last ball of the over to come from Clark, and he comes. And this is dealt with very nicely. Forward and over the front foot by Joey Everson. Textbook defensive shot. It's a maiden over from Clark. 201 for 6 at the end of the 64th over. Yes, hello Matt. Kent are posting something of a recovery. George Garrett, the night watcher from last night, you may remember, is still there on 46 from 92 deliveries. Kent moved on to 201 for 6. They did lose they lost Jack Lean to the third ball of the morning. They also lost Joe Denley, who dragged on to Cameron Steele for 32 just before lunch, which came with a rain shower. They're ticking along nicely now. Harry Finch did go, caught expertly by Dom Sibley in the slips for 9. Joey Everson is there now. A lot's relying on his shoulders and George Garrett's shoulders. 201 for 6. You can listen to commentary throughout the afternoon on the BBC Sport website and app.
Cameron Steele just, that's a full toss, and Garrett's clothed that somewhat. I thought it would be going towards the vicinity of my car. I thought I might have to...
Where did you get parked? Are you on the Skypad?
I got parked over where Garrett should have smashed that one, over sort of Cow Corner.
I need to talk to people because I wasn't allowed to park there this morning, and I've ended up having to park on the grass down there. Oh, dearie me.
Here's Cameron Steele. That's driven pleasantly out to Ryan Patel, patrolling the deep cover boundary out there.
That's really irked me, that has.
Yeah, I did. Bristol's always a dubious place to drive your car, park your car, especially if it's got just the dot ball goes out to Kemar Roach, no run.
You might come back and find it floating away.
Well, there's that option. There's also the option of coming back and having your drive back to London punctuated by having no windscreen left. Isn't it?
I don't know whether do I share this next story.
There's Garrett defends.
I brought my kids up a couple of weeks ago, and I parked behind floodlight 3 on that side.
Yeah.
And it was the greyest day. It was a lot greyer than this. I didn't think anything of it, and then of course my number plate was on the PA announcement saying, "Can you please go and cover your car?" That was embarrassing.
That's just defended. Slow start this after lunch. 203 for 6. Kent being cautious, trying not to lose too many more wickets in this afternoon session. Surrey looking to make inroads. Surrey probably wouldn't mind batting here before tea and reducing the deficit here and actually setting and imposing themselves, setting a total and hoping to bowl Kent out on the last day, which is the way I see it probably going here.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a long session as well, isn't it? We've got 70, 69 overs to come, I think, now. And so, yes, it's going to be an extended day. We've had a couple of breaks already, off for 9 overs and then losing a couple more late in the morning session as well. Clark comes in, bowling to Everson now. He's dug out the Yorker. That was heading towards leg stump. Done nicely there, Joey Everson. More by luck and judgment. It's raced away towards square leg, and he's picked up a single. Bring Garrett back onto strike.
I can't think of too many Lincolnshire cricketers off the top of my head. Joey Everson. I know that they've always been quite one of the stronger old minor counties or national counties it is now. Nottinghamshire have played there a couple of times. I remember they played Sri Lanka in a tour game who weren't overly enamoured about having to visit Cleethorpes in May. With a bracing wind coming in off the North Sea.
You go and watch a Grimsby game, get an ice cream, bit of fish and chips, and you're laughing. What are you moaning about?
You've been to Blundell?
I have, yes, I have. I've been to a lot of football grounds.
It's one of the oldest stands in the country, I believe.
Yeah, it felt like it. Well, in comes Clark, bowling to Garrett, who's rocked back, let that one bounce through. Got a little bit out of the pitch then, did Jordan Clark. Went through to Ben Folkes, who took it chest high. Yeah,
Nottinghamshire don't tend to venture too far away from Trent Bridge.
Why would you, really?
Yeah.
Lovely surroundings.
Good food for the media as well.
That sounds like a barbed comment, and I will not be making comment on that myself.
No, not at all. I mean, I've been very well looked after here at Kent.
That's good. In comes Clark. And this one is another one that's heading towards a rib cage. It's pulled away neatly by George Garrett. Another one to the total. He moves on to 48.
Yeah, I think over the last couple of days, I think the fans have been absolutely lovely. We've been looked after by the club. And I think I've really enjoyed my couple of days down here. I think it's been lovely.
There's definitely worse places to go to work in this world.
Yeah.
We are very lucky to do what we do.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hopefully the listeners think so too.
Yeah. And
comes Clark. He's bowling to Everson now. A right-hander. That was heading down leg side. He didn't get anything on it. And tumbling stop from Ben Folkes down to his left. Took it neatly.
Slightly slower ball there from Clark. I think he just rolled it as the off-cutter.
Yeah, he was
rolled his fingers over.
Definitely tempted Everson into playing at it. But there was no bat on ball. And so he remains there on 6. That was a 19th ball that he has faced. These two sticking around is basically the order of the afternoon for Kent. No news is good news. Clark's here trying to make the news. In he comes. That was a very similar one again. That's taken very well by Ben Folkes, diving away to his left. That was a very similar delivery to the last one. Again, Everson followed it, but the bat was safely away from the ball. Did toss it in the air, did Ben Folkes, just to try and confuse poor sighted commentators. But he didn't on this occasion. I was not fooled.
No.
And neither was the umpire.
Like when you get a bump ball and the old classic crowd catch, isn't it?
That's the worst. Clark comes in again past the umpire, and that was straighter and dealt with very neatly forward in defence. Joey Everson. And that will be the end of the over. 205 for 6. Kent.
Yeah, should we catch up with some scores from around the country?
That's a good idea.
Yeah, up at Chelmsford, just over the Thames. Lancashire, 146 all out. Essex, 193 for 2. Motoring along nicely.
Yeah, they're a good team. We watched them obviously last week, and
they're my tip for the title.
I said the same thing because you know the last game of the season.
Surrey Essex
at Chelmsford.
Yeah,
indeed.
Yeah.
They didn't play Sam Cook last week and still looked fantastic.
Yeah, they're a good side. Warwickshire are 455 all out down at Southampton. Nottinghamshire, they're slightly behind the 8 ball there. They're 193 all out. Somerset 218 for 5. Somerset looking to build a lead as Cameron Steele comes in and Garrett defends it.
There's a lot of Kent eyes on that game, I would say, Notts versus Somerset. I don't think I'm alone in thinking that they might be in the bottom 4, 5-ish.
Yeah, along with Worcestershire.
And potentially with Kent as well.
Worcestershire have got a deficit of 68 at the moment in their game at Kidderminster. That's caught behind, is it? Yes, Garrett's gone. He's been strangled down the leg side off the bowling of Cameron Steele, who picks up his 16th wicket of the season now. Garrett's vigil at the crease is finally over after 100 balls. And a really good knock there comes to an end as he just feathers one down the leg side into the gloves of Ben Foakes. Great catch, but he'll be disappointed. Just too shy of his maiden first-class 50.
He'll be bitterly disappointed. The way he turned around, and it was the slowest walk-off I've ever seen. He's so disappointed. He's put a lot of effort and energy and concentration into over a very long period of time, actually, including the rain delays as well. He's picked up a bit of pace now, but those first few steps was a real trudge off. But he's getting a very warm round of applause. Just a little look to the heavens then, thinking what might have been. But he'd scored 50 runs in first-class cricket before yesterday evening, and he's just added another 48.
Yeah.
And they're very useful runs for Kent as well, because without him, goodness knows what the scoreboard will be saying.
Yeah, I think now though, I think this has opened the door towards the tail. So on that note, I'm going to hand over to Santoki. He's going to come in and join you, Alex.
Indeed, and we'll be here for the remainder. Kent fans will be hoping it's not the remainder of the innings.
Yep.
I think that is working. And forgive me, the microphone issue. We've got all kinds of technical problems going on today. Again, it's important to remember it's not my fault, but I was briefly cut off there. I'm just going to make sure the ISDN's there so people can hear us. They can. Good afternoon on the stream. Good afternoon on BBC Radio Kent and BBC Radio London Sport. Welcome back, Santoki, as well. Surrey have their breakthrough, big one.
Yeah. Kent in some strife now, 205 for 7. Surrey will be looking to wrap up the innings relatively soon. Be interesting to see if anyone can sort of dig in at the tail end for Kent.
We will see. It's Matt Parkinson who's the new man in and who's on strike. He and Joey Everson did put on some runs a couple of weeks ago against Somerset, and Kent managed to get out of that game with a draw with some nice batting on the final day. We're hoping for a similar blueprint today. Shall I finish the rest of this over? This one's just kind of carved away towards point by Parkinson all along the ground off of Cam Steele's, what's that, 1, 2, 3, fourth ball. He's on course for a wicket maiden at the moment. He has 16 for the season already, Cam Steele. He delivers again, and Ben Foakes does whip the bails off as Matt Parkinson comes forward in defence. Don't think he was ever out of his ground. I don't think his toe left the crease. But he remains there on yet to score. 2 for 19 does Steele have. Pretty impressive from a leggy on April the 20th, 19th? I can't remember what day it is. 20th of April, and he's got 16 county championship wickets already. And he comes again, looking for number 17. Blimey, nearly had it. Just worked away by Parkinson. There's a wicket maiden for Cam Steele, and Surrey have their tails up, and Kent have their tail in.
Yeah. Everson 85 against Somerset was it the last game. 10 fours, 1-6. It'd be interesting to see now if his Parkinson's come out, if Everson opens up, tries to be a bit more attacking just to get some more runs on the board.
Yeah, well, there is a batting bonus point available for 250 runs, and I don't think the overs are going to be a problem. They've got 110 overs to get to them. Keeping another 3 wickets in hand while they try and find these 45 runs is a different matter. Would you like to take Jordan Clark?
Yep, Jordan Clark running in to Everson at the crease and just misses the edge.
He's done that it might be the 4th time that he's done that, playing a miss from Jordan Clark, who's asking some questions. At the moment, Kent don't seem to have too many answers.
Yeah.
And it's been pretty much, from the 3rd ball of the day, it's been a pretty positive day for Surrey so far. They'd have been certainly hoping to pick up their maximum bowling bonus points, and if they can keep Kent out, for a relatively low total, under 250, which looks a possibility now, then they'll think job done.
Yep. As Clark runs in again to Everson on strike, and again just a forward block from Everson there.
Indeed, I've just been reminded. We're talking about leg spinners, and I've probably done Joe Denley a disservice because I haven't classed him as a leg spinner. I'm talking about Paul Strang, but it's because that's what he did. That was his job. Whereas Joe Denley's job is to be an exquisite batter and a hero of the common man for England and Kent. And so I don't immediately think, oh, he's a leg spinner. I just think it was Joe Denley. So sorry.
Clark in again to Everson, and he swipes at it and goes towards the boundary. Should be a 4. Yep, lovely swipe there from Everson.
It was indeed carved away really nicely, and that's exactly the kind of shot he was playing in that Somerset knock when it was very useful. They got Kent away from some serious peril, the possibility of a very low kind of 200-ish score on that occasion as well.
Yeah.
And to a point where they were actually piling on the runs and enjoying themselves in the sunshine on the final day. Kent would love to be enjoying their Monday in the sunshine. At the moment, I'm not sure that's quite the favourite.
Clark in once again to Everson, just nudges it beyond the slip for a single, and that brings Parkinson on strike. Kent 210 for 7.
Indeed. Believe it or not, there will be another update to come for BBC Radio Kent in about 12 minutes or so. It all goes a bit strange on a Saturday afternoon, but I will let you know in advance exactly when that happens. I'm pleased to say we have a lot of sun out. There are shadows from the players, and there are no floodlights on, and the clouds are disappearing. It's like, it almost feels like Surrey's day. The clouds that were here earlier in the day are parting, and the sun's out again.
Clark into Parkinson, and just misses there. Goes to the keeper. I guess Parkinson's job here is just to kind of stick around, allow Everson to kind of take the strike, get the runs in.
He's in a very similar position, I guess, to George Garrett and Jazz Singh and Arafat Boyan as well, in that they probably heard people like us saying, well, they got 4 number 11s in. I'm going to go and prove him wrong. I'm going to go and get my first class best. And Parkinson showed some glimpses. It sounds awful to say. He's probably done better with the bat than he has with the ball in his first couple of outings for Kent. And sadly, as at the present time, they'll need that again.
Clark in final ball of the over into Parkinson, and Parkinson just nudges it away. No run there. So Kent finished the over 210 for 7. Joey Everson and Matt Parkinson at the crease.
I want to say, so Matt Parkinson's career best is 30, and he made 25 in that, I'll call it a rearguard effort against Somerset. Didn't get the opportunity. Well, he did. It was a bit of an onslaught last week at Chelmsford, and he only got 4. So if he can repeat the feat of the previous week, and hang around and give Joey Everson a bit of a platform, rotate the strike, I guess. One thing that Kent have lost is these are both righties. They occasionally do throw in a lefty-righty combination, which kind of keeps everyone on their toes in the field, on their toes. Steele comes in, ball into Everson, takes a step back and carves that away through point. There is going to be a fielder out there as I stretch to kind of see. It's just going to be a single. There's a fielder sweeping out there on the boundary that raced around and kept it down to 1. Just rotates the strike, brings Matt Parkinson back on. It was a nice stroke from Everson, who gave himself some room, stepped away. 211 now for 7 are Kent. Steele comes in and Parkinson comes forward in defence. This will be interesting for him as well, kind of seeing if there is anything for him to work with when at some point eventually presumably he'll be getting the ball. And potentially quite a bit of it if Steele's finding some joy. Once again, this one's forward in defence, just dotted back past the stumps at the other end. No thought of a run. Rory Burns is there to pick up at mid-on. Never really set off with any intent for a single. They might have been able to scamper one, to be honest, but I don't think taking risks at this point is a very good idea for Kent. Steele comes in once again. Another defensive shot back into his hands. This is rapid-fire cricket. We have 65 overs and a couple of balls to come today, weather permitting. Hoping we've got the worst of the weather out the way for the day. Steele comes in, just dotted into the offside by Parkinson and dealt with by the close fielder. No run there. We lost 9 overs early in the day, in the first hour of the day actually. to a rain shower, and then lunch was about 10 minutes early after another one. However, the radar is more promising for the afternoon, and Surrey will be very happy about that. Parkinson defends another from Steele. Sees out the over, just the one single off it from the first ball, and 5 dots to follow. That's the end of the over. 211 for 7, Kent, from 69 overs, which seems strange at 2:30, nearly on day 2. However, there's been a lot of weather interruptions, and last week the weather did come to Kent's aid in terms of ensuring that they left Chelmsford with a creditable draw. There'll be some Kent fans that are possibly thinking already, well, would it be the worst thing if it rained a little bit more, to be completely honest? But that's not how anyone wants to play the game.
As Clark takes the ball and runs in towards Everton. Oh, just misses the edge. Another play and a miss from Everton. Clark asking a lot of questions.
Yeah, that is nearly. He's coming up for half a dozen of those. He's got him on a string at the moment, and it's Everton. He's not producing the same stuff against the bowlers. It just seems to be Everton. But credit to Clark. He knows what he's doing, and having a little chat there with Rory Burns, who's probably just saying, do exactly that every single time, and we won't be out here for much longer.
Clark in again towards Everson, and just a gentle block there from Everson tells Parkinson to stay back in his crease.
Yeah, indeed, that one was just a little bit straighter towards the stumps, and Everson had to deal with it. But he's got a bit of movement. There isn't the cloud cover that there was earlier, which may have been providing a bit of assistance, and it is sunnier, but he's definitely varied his pace, and he's got the ball to nip back a couple of times. We're looking to do it again.
Clark runs in once again towards Everson. Oh, and straight down to Gordon, but just dropped in front of him, just bounced in front of him. Again, another straight delivery there from Clark towards Everson.
Indeed, he wants to drive. He's trying to be positive. Is Joey Everson? That one was straight towards Rory Burns. He's giving it a bit of a polish. It's probably getting quite old now, that ball. It's got 10 overs before they can take the new ball after this one. New Duke's ball, of course, this week. It's in the back of the Kookaburra until end of August, start September.
Clark into Everson, drives again, and that should be a 4 down to deep cover. Oh, stopped just on the boundary. Excellent field in there, and it's 2. I think he took 2 in the end.
I think they came back for a second. I'm trying to work out who that is. That's worthy of being named, because that was excellent, excellent work out in the deep.
The Surrey knitwear really hindering our ability.
It is, and that's 90 yards away. He's got his back to us, and the cable knit on, the cap on, and no wristbands. Or the shoes are white. There's nothing. I'm sorry. Apologies.
Clark in once again to Everson, who just blocks it there, goes to cover, doesn't take the run. Yeah, the sun's come out now. It's been a day of contrasting weather.
Just a little bit. It's been a proper April day, hasn't it?
Yeah.
I tweeted a couple of pictures earlier on just of how glorious it was. When I turned up this morning, the sky was so blue. It was cornflower blue. There was not a cloud in the sky. And then we got 40 balls in, and then we were off the rain. Which is just, it's cricket in England in April.
Exactly. And Clark in for the final ball of the over, and goes to the wicket keeper, just misses there. And Surrey 213 for 7 after 70 overs. As you say, they'll have the option to take the new ball in 10 overs time. They'll be hoping that they've bowled Kent out before then.
That's a good point. Hadn't thought about that. Now I have. Cheers. Sent a cold shock through me. Indeed, 213 for 7, whereas Kent very much will now be thinking only about just trying to pick up some singles, rattle off a few runs, and try and get towards that 250. That's that. It's not just a psychological barrier, it's also a batting bonus point.
Yep.
They're not in any hurry. They've got 40 overs to do it if they need to. Steele back on strike, trying to make sure they don't get them. Oh, it's a peel. Has he given? He's given it. He's given his ball. Parkinson's gone. And I don't know if that was. Did he whip the bails off?
Yeah,
he did.
And I can't.
It was very good glove work. But I can't believe that Parkinson's foot was. He must have been in the air. He wasn't out of his ground. But anyway, that is another wicket. 213 for 8 now. Kent. Parkinson goes without scoring. 12 balls he faced, and Cameron Steele has another. That is pretty incredible. That's 17 for the season in just the 3rd game, just the 5th innings, I believe, in which he has bowled. And Kent, having been speaking momentarily ago about that batting bonus point, It seems further and further away by the moment.
Yeah, Cam Steele continuing his fortunes, this time with the Duke's ball. If you'd asked any probably Surrey fans to predict who'd be the leading wicket taker 3 rounds in, they probably wouldn't have said Cam Steele.
No, indeed. The one thing from that is, from Matt Parkinson's point of view, is the fact that he'll think, well, maybe I might have a good week here.
Yeah.
If Cam Steele's got 3 in these kind of conditions, then there might be some out there for me as well. Jazz Singh is the new batter for Kent. He's one of a couple of changes he's in. There's no Wes Agar and no Nathan Gilchrist for this game. Jazz Singh goes out there and bumps gloves with Joey Everson. Has a little chat, towers over him, does Jazz Singh. It'll be one of those where the conversation is very much just try and survive.
Yeah.
Try and get me on strike if you can, and don't take any risks. Communication is obviously very important at the best of times, but particularly when you're up against it like this. Watch the replay, get back. Ben Folkes, incredible glove work on that. He's obviously so close, but I can't. Parkinson's foot was obviously off the ground. Steele comes in trying to follow it up. This one's dug out by Jazz Singh very nicely. Batted back to the bowler. Steele has the ball in hand. Wicket to start the over. There's a wicket made in the last time he struck. And he comes once again. This one's dealt with very nicely by Jazz Singh, who stepped back, made some space, trying to cut it away through cover. It was fielded very neatly though, and there's no run there. Might have been Dan Lawrence. And the ball is back in the hands of Steele. And this one's straight at, hands on heads from the Surrey cordon. I don't know if there was a little bit of, I'm going to watch the replay back in a second. I don't know if there's a little bit of inside edge onto the pad there. They don't have anyone in close proximity fielding. I'm just going to watch it now. Steele comes in. Oh no, that's ball behind. Goodness me. Steele coming in real life now, and that one's dealt with quite neatly by Singh out to the offside. And there's no run there. This is a spell of some pressure from Steele, who's bowling from Nackington Road End, open with a wicket in this over, and then a series of dots. This one's driven by Jazz Singh down towards mid-off. There's no run there, straight to the fielder. That will be the end of the over. It will be another wicket maiden for Cam Steele as well. He's bowled 3 overs. He's bowled 3 maidens in his 10 overs, and he's got 3 for 20. That is some return. 17 for the season, and we'll be hoping very much that he can add to that in the next hour or so, and that might be it for Kent in terms of their first innings at least.
Yeah, as you can see Steele looking very confident with the ball after the season he's had so far. But as you said, it offers some hope to Matt Parkinson when Kent do take to the field. As Clark runs in towards Everson, who just nudges it down for no run. Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see what approach if Everson now just tries to take on the bowlers with Jazz Singh at the other end, or does he trust Jazz Singh to hang around?
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, whatever I think is inevitable doesn't tend to happen, which is what I was thinking. I'll be thinking, right, he's going to go out with a flourish here, try and pick up some quick boundaries, but if generally the opposite of whatever I would do is what these professional cricketers do.
As Jordan Clark runs in again towards Everson, just misses the edge. Again, playing a miss from Everson.
And that must be 7 or 8 now against Jordan Clark, who has, well, I can't say he's got his number because he's still there.
Yeah.
But he's very much insistently on getting his number at some point very soon. Persistence from Clark, shaping it one way and then the other. Everson's been tempted into a lot of playing and missing.
Clark runs up again towards Everson, and just a play there, run goes to cover, takes the single. So Everson takes the single, that brings Jazz String onto strike.
I think he's probably had enough of facing Jordan Clark, to be completely honest. He thinks, I don't really fancy this anymore. Maybe Jazz Singh will have better luck.
He scampered very quickly for that single, so Jazz Singh will take the strike. He's going up to Everson's going to have a few words with Jazz Singh.
Jazz Singh's in a very similar position to George Garrett earlier in that he's only had 7 previous knocks. Hasn't scored too many. 14 is his best. 27 in total.
Clark in at this time to Jazz Singh. Oof, and just
a thick edge past second slip. I'm not entirely sure he meant that, I'll be completely honest. But it's allowed him to scamper. Another one onto the total at any rate.
Kent 215 for 8 now. 2 balls left in this Clark over. Joey Everson back on strike. As Clark runs in from the pavilion end towards Everson, and he launches it, and that's just gone for a single at deep point.
Yeah, indeed. Now, the idea for that, I'm pretty sure, would have been to plonk that over the ropes, down here for 6, over long on. However, it got off the very much off the outside edge and squirted away towards deep point for a single. You pick them up where you can, I guess. 216 now. Still 34 away, if my maths is correct, from a batting bonus point.
Yeah, the intent was there, just not the execution.
Yeah, well, that kind of makes me feel like that's what I thought he would do.
Yeah.
So I feel a little bit better myself.
Justification. Okay, as Clark runs in again towards Jazz Singh, and just gentle block there from Singh to see out the over. Kent 216 for 8, with 72 overs gone.
Indeed, yeah. Joey Everson was probably about 8 or 9 yards down the track then, thinking, do you want a single? And Jazz Singh was thinking, I don't particularly want to be on strike. Thanks very much. That will do me. 216 for 8. There will be a Radio Kent update to come at any point, so I'll just warn you now if I start talking strangely and repeating all the stuff that's happened, or trying to repeat all the stuff that's happened, then that will be why.
Kemar Roach was doing some stretching during that last over, so he may come in to Clark the change.
Joey Everson will be delighted, I'm sure. Everson is just taking his guard now against Cam Steele. He's coming in again. This one's just glanced away. A yelp from Steele, but nothing doing really. Just worked away into the leg side. No run there. Radio Kent update to come just a few seconds time. Steele comes in once again. This one's driven away by Everson. It's not going to get to the rope. It's going to get limited to 1 by the fielder sweeping out on the deep point boundary. Just another single. Jazz Singh is back on to strike. Ball in the hands of Steele. 217 for 8 now. Singh drives away. It's squirted out over towards point. That's dealt with very neatly though. No run there. Singh just steps away and resets himself as the ball is worked back into the hands of Cam Steele. He's got 3 so far. And he comes once again. So another drive past cover, but not going to try a single there. Ball in the same place as previously. Steele comes in. Oh, he's worked it past.
Just down.
Slip. There's going to be 1 there. They're going to come back for a second again. Another couple for Jazz Singh. 219. Yeah, it's looking tough at the moment as well. Kent have lost another wicket. 219 for 8 now are Kent. Ben Folkes with some outstanding glove work off of Cam Steele to get rid of Matt Parkinson for 0. It will give some hope to Matt Parkinson that Cam Steele's already got 3 for 20 today, because he's probably going to be getting to bowl later on in the day. Joey Everson is still there. He's on 17. And trying to tick the scoreboard up towards that 250 for a batting bonus point. It looks a long way away at the moment, though. They've got plenty of time to get there, 37 overs to get there, but they need to find 31 runs, and they've only got 2 wickets left in hand. If you want to listen to commentary, it continues on the BBC Sport website and app. Right, back again on the live stream and on BBC Radio Kent and on BBC Radio London Sport. That was the end of the over. We're not going to have a change of bowling yet. We've got Jordan Clark continuing. Did I miss anything from the last 2 balls of that last over from Cam Steele? There wasn't a wicket or anything.
No,
no, thank goodness for that. It's hard doing 2 things at once at the best of times.
Jordan Clark into Everson. Bowls. Oh, and a swipe down to mid-off.
Yeah, for a really elegant player, that's the kind of shot that I think even I could play. Just kind of make a bit of room and wallop. But he's got a lot more technique and shots in the locker than I ever had. But again, it's that little sign of intent. 31 doesn't seem that far away, does it?
No. Clark runs in again, once again to Everson. And just down to mid-wicket for the single.
Yeah, just limited that to 1. It's fielded by Kumar Roach. Going to bring Jazz Singh back on strike. He's on 3. He's not faced Jordan Clark yet, I don't think.
No.
Welcome, Jazz, to the game. Best of luck. Jeremy Everson just strode down the field to give him a little bit of advice on what's about to come. Prepare yourself.
Jordan Clark runs into Jazz Singh. Oh, and it's edged, but it's through slip and straight down to the boundary. A lifeline for Jazz Singh. More frustration for Jordan Clark, who puts his hands in his pockets and walks back suddenly.
Never in doubt that. Absolutely. That was a very assured shot there. Steered it through between first and second slip off the outside edge.
Jazz Singh clearly ignoring whatever advice Joey Everson had given him before the delivery.
Well, to be fair, Everson was trying to play that shot, but we couldn't quite get the edge on it. Goodness me. 2-2-4 though. Our Kent 2 wickets left in hand. An inch closer. Agonisingly close.
Clark in to Singh once again. And Singh just bats it straight down to mid-wicket.
Normal people would probably think, what are you on about? Making a big deal about 1 batting bonus point in April. However, I need to say that at the back end of last season, every single point was incredibly important and you never quite know. And so, yes, I am going to make a big deal about the fact that they only need another 26 runs against the odds, against the county champions, the double county champions here.
Jordan Clark runs in once again to Jazz Singh, who blocks it.
Does indeed. That's it. A dot ball or ideally runs at the moment are a win for Kent in this scenario. The game is actually we're still in the 74th over because of the stop-start nature of Mother Nature and the game itself.
Clark would be frustrated with his figures at the moment. They don't really reflect how well he's been bowling, particularly to Joey Everson, but he runs in once again to Jazz Singh. Final ball of the over and a leave from Singh. End of the over. Kent 224 for 8. That's 74 overs done, and Kent are still hanging on in.
Indeed, that was a lovely leave by Jazz Singh as well. That could have been anyone leaving that. Any of the greatest players of all time would have left that in exactly the same way. The good news is that I don't have another update for the radio until half-time in the football. So, as long as the ISDN doesn't drop out again, we can just sit and talk about cricket because this is a long old session coming up. Cam Steele is there at the Nackington Road end, tossing the ball up to himself. About to come on. 224 for 8 are Kent. Joey Everson has a little moment and takes strike. Just driven away. That's fine. Dan Whiting will be rejoining you soon to take over. And he will come up with all kinds of highbrow information and more facts about places in and around the home counties, I'm sure, more than I ever could. So Steele swings his arms behind him and then comes in again. This one's just dabbed down into the offside by Joey Everson.
We need some more Canterbury Tales puns.
See, Canterbury Tales for me was a school trip that every single pupil in Kent had to go to in Kent, and it absolutely stunk. It was a place. Cam Steele comes in, and driven off the back foot. Past Steele, actually, they're going to pick up a single there. Just rotate the strike. The fielders had to come in from long on. Long off, indeed, and that will be another single. Yes, it was kind of one of those strange things, like you get at Disney, like animatronic type things, where people move and there's statues and music and there's information there, but it was it really smelled bad. There was kind of like water involved and animals, and it was a very strange day out. He's been, as Cam still beats the bat again, threw into the hands of folks. It beat the edge of Jazz Singh's bat there. Anyone that grew up in a certain period of time in East Kent will have done that Canterbury Tales trip. It's very nice, educational place. Down the back streets, cobble back streets, lovely Canterbury. Squirted away off the outside edge by Jazz Singh once again. There's no run there. But yeah, it's the smell for me. It's kind of like a time machine. When you get little wafts, it's one of the five senses. Get a little waft of something. That's the only way to take you back in time to exactly where you were. It might be a little bit of an aftershave will take you back to a nightclub or things like that. For me, the Canterbury Tales. Oh, is that another one? Spooned up off the, I think it was off the pad of Jazz Singh, caught by, I think that's it, Sibley at first slip. They all went up, particularly Ben Folkes, but there was nothing doing there. And Jazz Singh lives to fight another day. I'm going to go off to reminisce about the Canterbury Tales, and I'm going to let Dan Whiting come in and talk to you about actual cricket now. Bye for now.
Tom Laws with the ball.
Yeah, Tom Laws. Oh, he's in Tokyo, you alright? You had a nice lunch.
Yeah, enjoyed Sainsbury's meal deal. Can't go wrong with that. As Tom Laws runs in to Joey Everson. Oh, and a swipe from Joey Everson misses. He's showing his intent. He hasn't managed to find the boundary that much, but there is a lot of intent in his play, which kind of highlights the fact that he is batting with a tail ender in Jazz Singh, and will just be looking to get runs on the board as the last established sort of player who can bat. Tom Laws runs again in for the second delivery of the over, and Everson just nudges it on to short third man for the single, brings Jazz Singh on strike.
Cameron Steele, he's the man, isn't he, this year?
Man of the moment.
Yeah. Man born in Greenbrae. It's California dreaming. He's been fantastic for Surrey.
As Tom Laws runs in this time to Jazz Singh on strike. And Singh just nudges it, no run taken. And yeah, these two will be looking to get the batting bonus point. I wonder how much that is on their mind, if they're aware that of trying to get that bonus point, or for now it's just a case of taking it run by run, trying to stick in.
Yeah, 24 more runs needed for that point. So I think they'll be just looking to stick in there and make Surrey work.
Laws in once again to Singh, who blocks it again. And pretty nice technique from Singh so far. He left a few balls well. Good defensive block there. Again, what Alex was saying before, it's similar to George Garrett. He hasn't played many first-class games, so we don't really know his capabilities as a batter so far. He's playing okay. He's hanging around with Joey Everson. As Laws runs in once again for the fifth ball of the over towards Jazz Singh, who blocks it again. Goes to slip, and yeah, Jazz Singh doing his job at the moment, sticking around, taking singles when he can, but generally playing quite defensively. Really trying to set it up for Joey Everson to get the runs when he is on strike.
Yeah, that's his job.
Final ball of the over from Laws into Singh.
That's a nice shot.
Nice shot from there. Singh takes the single. Oh, he runs for two. Gets two there.
Could have Get 3 if he'd pushed himself there. It was a languid stroll down the hill.
And Kent 228 for 8, 76 overs gone. Believe Cameron Steele will be taking the next over.
Yeah, let's go round the country quickly. Essex 214 for 3 in response to Lancashire's 146 in the game at Chelmsford. Southampton, Hampshire are batting now. Warwickshire all out for 455. They're 16 without loss. Somerset, they're going well at Taunton. 248 for 7 against Nottinghamshire's 193. Durham 244 and 31 for 1 against Worcestershire's. Hold on, I just flicked that screen too far. 185. Steele in short, pulled with venom. One bounce for 4 down towards the lime tree. In fact, it's gone all the way for 6. Everson's really timed the pants off that.
Lovely shot there, just lifted over boundary.
Mm.
I think it was the cameraman who picked it up in the end.
It was flat as well, wasn't it? It was a good bit of fielding by the cameraman down there on the half volley. So Cameron Steele looking to pitch this one further up. Oh, and that's beaten Everson. He's got a thick edge down to where fine legs should be, and it's a long chase around the boundary there for Dan Lawrence. As he gets 2 more to add on to his total. That was well bowled though. Marcus Harris has gone big, the Australian, who's just rejoined Leicestershire. He's on 176 as they're piling up the runs at Derby. Steele in, and that's well bowled. No run there, but moral victory to the bowler. Yeah, in that game, Leicester 365 for 4. As Everson plays that out to mid-wicket. Yorkshire, many people's tips for the Division 2 title are in a spot of bother at Lords. 159 and 9 for 1 against Middlesex. Middlesex is 246, so any Middlesex fans tuning in to BBC Radio London as Everson plays another full shot there to the leg spin. He's going to get a run because it's squirted out through square, but again he wasn't in control there. Glamorgan 271, Northampton 71 for 1 up at Northampton. Over at Hove, just down, not a million miles away. Gloucestershire 417, Sussex 69 for 1. Steele in, Singh pumps him through the offside, but only finds the extra cover. That completes the over. 235 for 8. Joey Everson's on 29 now, just 51 balls. Jazz Singh, he's on 9 from 23. Cameron Steele, there's a rather symmetrical scoreboard going on over there, which people of a certain ilk would like. Steele, 13 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 33. Laws, 13 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 47.
So we go back to the pavilion and Laws will be taking the ball. Everson on strike. And just a few words there from Rory Burns towards Lords. Interested to know what he said, how he approaches Everson as Laws gets ready to run in. And it's Laws coming in to Everson. And just a block from Everson, no run.
Yeah, they pushed the long on and long off back, including Burns himself. He's dropped down to just about 10 yards short of the boundary. So I think he's telling Laws, pitch it up, and we're quite happy to give Everson this. We're quite happy to bowl at Singh, get Everson off the strike.
Yeah. As Laws comes in again to Everson. And Everson just a nudge down to short third man for the single, and that does bring Jazz Singh on strike, and they'll be targeting now the next 4 balls to try and get a wicket.
Yeah, long off and long on, come back up into a conventional mid-on and mid-off. Surrey look a little flat here, though. They look a little bit frustrated.
Yeah, the body language isn't great at the moment from those on the field. As Laws runs in to Singh. Oh, and Singh chips it up in the air, just falls short of folks.
Yeah. Doesn't play the short ball particularly well from what I can see there, Singh.
Played it like a number 10.
Yeah. So you're a South West London lad. Are you a Surrey fan?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say so, yeah.
Yeah.
My local.
Are you a local county?
Yeah, local.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who's your favourite Surrey player, Santoki?
Of all time?
Yeah,
Or
of all time.
that would be a tricky one. Trying to give the right answer and think about who it would be. I have fond memories of watching Hashim Amla and Graham Smith there. Graham Smith in particular, would stand out. Alex Stewart as well.
Yeah.
Mark Butcher, quite a few over period.
Yeah.
But yeah, just for me, when I first started to go, it was when Graham Smith first joined, so he would stand out as a as a most memorable player. Watching him, just a class batsman.
Yeah.
Yourself?
Fantastic. What's favourite Surrey player?
Yeah, there's so many. As Laws runs in to Everson. Is that taken? Gone. Gets it.
Strangled. Edges. Down the leg side. Brilliant catch by Folks there. Wonderful take. Diving away down the leg side. And yet another player in this game has been caught down the leg side. It's amazing how many we see, isn't it?
So big breakthrough. They got the key wicket of Everson. So that bonus point looking ever so distant for Kent at the moment.
Yeah, certainly is. Certainly is. That was like watching Jeffrey Dujon in his pomp, wasn't it? It really was. Or Derek Murray. There's some air traffic going over. Looks like a military helicopter there going over the top of the ground. You can probably hear it in your back at home. We're hearing it certainly in our outside effects mic as it goes off towards sort of the Thanet area, over towards maybe Margate that way. So
out comes Arafat Bhuyan. I believe he's a graduate of the South Asian Cricket Academy.
Yeah. What a fantastic thing that is. It really is. It's a wonderful venture. And it's producing some really good players and actually growing the game. It's providing inclusivity, which is a good thing. But what it's doing is growing the game with, you know, professional cricketers who wouldn't have got a chance through, you know, the system as it is. And, you know, it goes to show what a mockery the system has been for a number of years as well. You know, we see Arafat Bhuyan here. Chahal at Yorkshire looks all right, doesn't he?
Kashif Ali was
Kashif Ali got 200s.
Really good player.
For Worcestershire, first game of the season. He got 100 in each innings in the game against Warwickshire. And Zaman Akhtar at Gloucestershire. He got 5 wickets last week, and he's got 40 odd today as well to see his side through the bonus point barriers. So it's producing some fantastic players.
As Laws runs in to Arafat and a leave there to end the over. So Kent 239 for 978 overs gone. And yeah, we've seen Surrey, I know, work closely with the ACE programme to work in the African Caribbean community in London. So hopefully we see some players come through that. I know it just started a few years ago, so it might take a few years for
Yeah,
graduates
definitely.
to sort of take place. But it's really good to see different initiatives in communities where often there hasn't been enough representation on a professional level.
Completely agree with it. Completely agree. I had a very nice chat at the Oval last year in the World Test Championships. I spoke to Monty Lynch, who was adored down at Surrey, and Lonsdale Skinner as well, who was the old wicket keeper down there, and he was. Both of them were proper gents actually, and looked as if they were having a fine old time. But we had a good old chat about that. He's still in, and how has that not bowled him? How has that not bowled Jazz Singh? It's foxed him completely. He looks baffled, he looks bemused, he looks discombobulated, but he's still there. 239 for 9. That's goal. Stump, folks, takes the bails off. Normally a little bit tidier than that, folks, with his stumpings. He's almost decapitated the middle stump there. Yeah, so it's wonderful. And also another initiative working closely with Surrey, well, their offices are at the Oval, is the chance to shine as well with Laura Cordingley. And that's a fantastic initiative there as well, getting cricket back into state schools. As that's tossed up there by Steele. Driven firmly, but defended off his own bowling. You always defend them off your own bowling, don't you? You always try a bit harder off your own bowling. It's your figures at stake. Steele.
Causing a few problems with Jazz Singh.
Yeah, can he pick up his 4th wicket? Ooh. Oh, that's beaten Singh as well. He's all over him here. In fact, the scoreboard over there to our right seems to have preempted Singh getting out here because it's got Kent all out, but they're only 9 down, trust me. And he's beaten him again. He's toying with him. It's like a cat with a mouse here. Singh. Still there, though. Still there. Leg spin, one of the hardest things to play. In the game, get a good leg spinner, and Steele has been instrumental as Singh chops that away. He's going to retain the strikes. He's got 1 off the last ball of the over. Were you a man who liked to nick a single off the last ball of the over when you played your club cricket, Santoki? Could you count to 6 and rotate the strike, depriving your partner of...
I'd lose all composure at that point.
Well, retain the strike Singh has. He's on 11. Arafat's only faced 1 ball. He's yet to score. Kent 240 for 9.
So it'll be Laws to Singh for this over. Laws will be hoping he can wrap up the innings now. As Singh takes strike. In 1 Laws. Oh, and a bounce over ducked by Singh. Quite a tall man, Joe Singh, from the looks of it.
Yeah, it looks a, you know, wouldn't like to spill his pint in the pub. He's a big old boy.
As Laws runs in again from the pavilion end into Jazz Singh on strike. And just gently nudged again down to mid-wicket. So Singh's still hanging in there. Trying as he can. Kent 240 for 9.
When Ben first said his name yesterday, I thought he was talking about the jazz singer. I was expecting some Neil Diamond reference at one point, but there's no on the end of Singh.
And Laws in again to Singh. Oh, and Singh swipes at it, goes behind, just misses leg and picked up by Folkes.
Yeah, Tom Laws. He's got to be on the England radar, I would suggest. 21-year-old. Cranley School. bat a little bit as well.
Laws in again. Two-thing. Oh, and swiped down to deep square. Is that gone for 4? Yep, it has from Singh. Oh, nice shot there from Jazz Singh. Gets the 4, takes Kent to 2-4-4 for 9. Singh on 15 off 35 deliveries. Has a quick word with Arafat Boyan.
Yeah, Laws born on the 25th of December.
Oh.
Sharing his birthday with Sir Alistair Cook and
yeah.
Marcus Trescothick.
In goes Laws to Singh. Oh, swipes at it, just misses the edge. Playing a miss from Singh.
He took 4 for 51 against Kent in his first innings in the county championship back in 2022. Plays also his club cricket. Went to Cranley School, plays Surrey Championship cricket. Well, probably doesn't play much at the moment because he's in the side, but he's playing club cricket for Cranley Cricket Club.
And Laws into Singh for the final ball of the over. And just falls short. Chipped back to Laws. Just fell short. He dived but was unable to make it. That ends the over. Kent 2-4-4 for 9 after 80 overs. Surrey will have the option of the new ball. If they, well, I don't think they'll take it, but Kent hanging around 6 away from the bonus point.
Yeah, I wonder if they will take him.
Burns has the ball at the moment. He's
No, I think he's going to give Cameron Still probably one more at Arafat. See if he can winkle him out. Arafat Bhuiyan.
He's born in Dhaka, Bangladesh, right?
I'm just looking at his records. Yeah. Tossed up by Steele. Bhuiyan defends. So he's come through sort of club cricket here in Kent as well. Came through Blackheath Cricket Club. Kent played there as an outground in the past. Bhuiyan defends. Probably like to see maybe a silly point or someone around the bat to try and entice a shot out of Bhuiyan. Signed his professional contract last May here down at Canterbury. And that's just defended there. But he made his county championship debut against Surrey in the game at the Oval. And took the wickets of Ollie Pope, Jamie Smith, Ben Folkes and Will Jacks. That's not bad.
Pretty decent.
Bad 4, is it? Just defended into the leg side. They don't take a run. He ended up with 4 for 65 that day. He's eligible to play for Bangladesh, but also qualifies for England through residency.
Okay.
And he's a British passport holder. This is just his 4th first-class game. Oh, that's well bowled by Steele. Bounce, turn. He's definitely getting it to fizz through the air. You can almost hear it in our outside effects mic. That's squirted out into the offside. And it looks like Steele just bowled a maiden there. So he's 3 for 34 off 15. Nice and tidy. Considering his first over yesterday, got a little bit tap. It was a little bit short. Wasn't really a day for leg spinners. A hard day to get the fingers going.
Yeah.
But he's come back this morning and bowled really well. And he's impressive. He's an impressive individual as well. You know, when you interview him, he's a warm, genial character, and he's always got a smile on his face, and he's one of the good guys.
Laws returns to the pavilion end. Jazz Singh on strike. In comes Laws. And just a nudge from Jazz Singh. No run.
Burns then, floppy hand. Lawrence was in a floppy last week, but he's swapped it for the Surrey brown cap. Shunned the floppy.
As Laws runs in again towards Singh. And it's a bouncer ducked pretty comfortably by Singh. Kent 244 for 9.
Yeah.
Dan, I'd love to get your opinions on the use of the kookaburra ball. I know it's been a raging topic.
Yeah.
In light of, I know Rob Key's come out in public and said it's preparation for overseas tours, particularly the Ashes. Where do you stand on its use in the county season?
Well,
as Laws runs in to Jazz Singh one more time. Another bouncer, pretty straightforward for Singh to duck.
if it's designed for bowlers to make things happen with a ball, on the flip side, does it allow average batters to fill their boots with cheap runs? You know, that's what you've got to take into consideration. There's both games that I covered. I covered Surrey v Somerset last week at the Oval, and I covered Warwickshire v Worcestershire in the first game of the season.
Laws into Singh once again. Oh, and an LBW shout, and it's given. And Laws gets the breakthrough. Kent 244, all out. Jazz Singh runs off the field of play, was given LBW there for 15. And Surrey have wrapped up the innings, much to their relief.
Yeah, good professional job there done by Surrey. 244 all out, so no bonus batting points for Kent. 3 bonus bowling points for Surrey. Singh hung around for a while. He got 16 there. Made life difficult, but in the end, Tom Laws picks up his 3rd wicket. So Laws got 3 for 53 off 15.4. Steele 3 for 34 off 15. So they were the guys that did the damage. So the Kent innings, it started off after a rather murky day yesterday. Zach Crawley, he got caught at second slip by Jamie Smith off the bowling of Dan Worrell. Ben Compton was then adjudged LBW, possibly harshly, I don't know, but you know, he was given out. So, as the umpires say, you can tell your story walking, son. So he was out. Daniel Bell-Drummond then battled hard, got 70. Him and Jack Leaning rebuilt a little bit, as before Bell-Drummond was LBW to the youngster Laws. Leaning got 30, his LBW for Roach. Garrett 48, battled hard before getting caught down the leg side off the bowling of Cameron Steele by Ben Folkes. Denley, he got done by a googly, chopped one on from Cameron Steele. Harry Finch, he was well caught by Dominic Sibley in the slips off the bowling of Jordan Clark. Joey Everson, he was out for 30, played some pleasant shots before he also was caught off the bowling of Tom Laws down the leg side. Matt Parkinson was stumped for a duck, the bowling of Cameron Steele. And as we saw just then, Jazz Singh, he was LBW for Laws. So the bowling figures: Kemar Roach, 17 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 44. Dan Worrell, 17 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 48. Jordan Clark, 17 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 63. Tom Laws, 15.4 overs, 3 maidens, 3 for 53. And Cameron Steele, for my mind, the pick of the bowlers, 3 for 34 off 15 overs with 4 maidens in there. So Surrey will bat in about 7, 8, 9 minutes, and I'll come on to the kookaburra ball then. I'll give you my full goal for my long run. But on that note, we're going to from Santoki and we're just going to take a little break. We're going to go and get a quick cup of tea. We suggest you do the same at home, and we'll be back in about 6 or 7 minutes.
It's not. That's coming. That's only coming through when that one's on now. No. Right. I know what's happened. We've just mixed these. There we go. Indeed, 244 all out work and just 6 runs short of that batting bonus point. Proved elusive in the end. Ben Folkes was a difference towards the end. A couple of great catches, leg side catches to get rid of danger man Joey Everson for 30. Also great stumping to get rid of Matt Parkinson for no score. Chance Singh, the last man to go, trapped by Tom Laws. 244 all out. Reply starts in just a couple of minutes.
Good afternoon, welcome back to the Spitfire St Lawrence Ground here down in Canterbury, where Kent have been bowled all out for 244, and we're just waiting for Surrey to resume their first inning, or start their first innings, as Dominic Sibley and Rory Burns walk out to the middle. Kent will be disappointed probably with that, I think.
They say that that hope is the worst thing you can give a man, Dan, and so it proved. 244 is very close to 250 and a batting bonus point.
Yeah.
But you might as well, almost in a strange way, have just gotten out at 218 and a cracker. But never mind. It's the game. It's the undulations of the game, the ebbs and flows, and they will be looking to do exactly what Surrey did yesterday, 24 hours ago, and take a couple of early wickets with this fresh cherry, this Duke's cherry. And it's a man called George Garrett, whose name was not known by too many around these parts until a couple of months ago, who has not only put the team on his back and rattled off a career best first-class score of 48, he's also taken the new ball from this pavilion end as Kent begin the formidable task, shall we say, of trying to get through this Surrey top order, well, team, frankly, actually, not even top order, is it?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing Jazz Singh and Arafat have a bowl, because of, they're decent prospects, they're good prospects, and it'll be interesting to see how they get on bowling at sort of good experienced campaigners here like Rory Burns and Dominic Sibley. Yeah,
you did mention actually before that Arafat Bhuyan, when he came through and made his debut, no one knew his name then. No one certainly could pronounce it then, but by the end of it, they knew it.
Yeah.
4 wickets on debut, and he got some decent scalps indeed. The problem is that they know who he is now, so the chances of sort of striking without not knowing what's coming is slightly diminished.
Is it that difficult second album?
Exactly that, yes indeed. Do you want me to take George Garrett?
Yeah, go on,
down
you
at the
fire
pavilion end? In he comes, 44 on his back. 48 was his score, and this one's just worked away into the leg side by Dom Sibley, whose strike rate is... it wasn't Dom, it was Burns actually. Burns, sorry, forgive me. Yes, I was going to say Sibley with a strike rate of 100. I don't think so. It was
saying that Sibley. I thought last week he got 100 against Somerset. He looked a lot more free flowing than I've seen him in the past. And I interviewed him for BBC London Sport, and he said he's been working on that in the winter, and looking. He looks sort of less crabby perhaps than he has been in the past.
Oh, I look forward to this then. Great.
So yeah, let's see. Let's see how he gets on.
Indeed. Well, we will see how he's getting on. He's taken his card against Garrett, and he comes. He's allowed that one through.
That is a good leave.
It is a good leave. There are only 2 types of leave, and that definitely didn't hit anything.
No.
But it was a flourish as that shoulders went to the sky and left it.
I don't think he expected that to nibble back that way.
No, that is encouraging for George Garrett at any rate. And that's all that Kent want at the moment, is a little bit of encouragement. The wind is whipped up slightly there. You can tell from the crackling trouser legs that we can see before us.
Yes.
The trees at Nackington Road End as well, swaying away as Garrett comes in. That's another leave, a little bit less precarious this time. From Dom Sibley.
Strange how trees sway but trousers billow.
Yes, well that's true. I mean, not so much these days. And 15, 20 years ago they would have done. Nowadays they're all skinny, aren't they? There are the skinny jeans and
skinny jeans,
everything.
skinny cricket wives.
Yeah, everything. It's just, it's all the fashion. And there's not too much. They're not the pantaloons of days gone by.
Pantaloons.
I'm trying to make it highbrow. It's not highbrow enough for you.
It's a great word. I haven't heard that word in years.
Oh, good. In comes Garrett again. And this one's cracked away by Sibley. There is a gap there through mid-wicket. I think it's going to go all the way to the rope. I can't see there's a big Cowdrey stand in the way, but I presume that's gone. And yes, indeed, the umpire is signalling 4 runs.
Yeah.
Pick the gap straight through the hole to the rope.
That's the one place you don't bowl to Dominic Sibley around Midland Leg. He'll just work you all day long through that region.
Indeed, that one is one that Garrett would like back. The previous couple of deliveries were very nice indeed. And unfortunately, that's the thing at the top level, consistency, putting it where you want it. We saw Jordan Clark do it time and time again to Joey Heverson towards the end of the Kent innings. Garrett trying to make amends now and coming in. This is another one very similar to the previous couple of deliveries before the boundary actually, and Sibley leaves it with a flourish and allows to go through to Harry Finch behind the timbers. Yes, it was indeed. That was right in the meat and drink for Dom Sibley, that, having watched the replay for the boundary, the previous ball. And having mocked his strike rate, he's put me right in my place, isn't he? 5 already in the opening over. As Garrett comes in with 1 ball to come. Just having a little rearrangement in the field.
Yeah, they're putting a man in there for Sibley already. So he's going into like a short mid-wicket. He's already got 1 mid-wicket. It's a bit early for funky field time.
If she'd been there a minute ago, they wouldn't have given up the boundary, but there you go. See if Garrett can put it where he wants to put it now. This is straight and allowed to go through by Sibley through to Harry Finch, and that will be 5 runs off the opening over. And the deficit already 239.
Yeah, Garrett bustles in, doesn't he? He's good young man, full of energy, full of, you know.
He was only 24 last month. He's not got too many miles on the clock.
No.
That definitely helps.
No.
And I used to have energy when I was 24. Not quite that quick or the pace you're used for the cricket, but yeah, that's what you would hope for.
We're going to see Arafat bowling, so he's one who's come through the Kent League for Blackheath. Jazz Singh as well, he's come through the Kent League for Bexley Cricket Club.
Yeah, you had a good Bexley chat yesterday, didn't you, as well? I heard you and Ben.
We did, yeah.
Riley and Adam Ball as well.
Jazz Singh is actually from Surrey territory.
I think he had a stint, off the top of my head, I think he played for Surrey actually for a little while.
Yeah.
He might have had a second 11 gig there. I don't think he's made a first team appearance.
Yeah, he was born Denmark Hill.
Okay.
Probably King's College, maybe?
I was going to say, yeah.
Yeah, down sort of Camberwell area.
Indeed. Hope he's not driven down here.
Anyway, here's Arafat. Oh, that's wide. He's lucky to get away with that one. Finch has taken that between second and third slip. That's a loosener, yeah.
It's the championship in April. If that gets given, it's not a T20 finals day.
No, I thought it was sort of close to the tram lines.
Close to the railway line.
Yeah. Anyway, here he comes, looking to make amends. Oh, and Burns plays and misses. As that goes through into the gloves of Harry Finch.
Rope it up, you see.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Burns thought, what is this?
Exactly.
And then nearly had to go
Nearly
the very
nicks
next
off.
delivery.
Yeah, nearly nicks off. Yeah. Arafat, born October 96. That's wide-ish. Umpire still
No way.
doesn't fancy impersonating the statue of Christ the Redeemer in Rio.
No. So you did me with Joe Denley earlier on being incredibly old now, and now you're doing me with watching players. October 96, he didn't even see Euro 96. He doesn't.
No.
That's just.
That's what, 27, 28, isn't he?
I know, but that's alarming. It's just
Yeah.
it's the passage of time.
Here's Arafat. Burns drives into the covers. No run.
It's a good job Jaden Denley's not playing. That's all I can say. That really would tip me over the edge.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't even see World Cup in 2000.
2002. Never saw
2002.
Ronaldinho lobbing David Seaman. Oh, good lord.
No.
Dear.
Good grief.
Yeah.
That
I'm
wasn't
not
a
going
very
to pull at
good-
that thread.
That wasn't a
because-
very good World Cup, though, was it? All the games here were at sort of
Yeah. It's
8 o'clock in the morning. I remember people
Yeah.
going to the pub and
Yes.
drinking, watching those games before going to work.
yes.
As that's gone
As long as
through
they're not a
into the
bus driver, I don't really
Yeah,
mind.
yeah, exactly. But I remember working in the city at the time, and the pubs being absolutely rammed with people drinking strong lagers,
Yeah.
and then going and do a day in the office. It was
Yeah.
bizarre.
Well, productivity probably went down slightly.
I
at
should
the time.
imagine.
You needed strong lager to get through not winning something in that era.
Yeah. Arafat comes in, smooth, rhythmical approach into the crease. A little bit of movement. Burns sort of has a look, but doesn't really play at that. And that's a maiden to start off with from Arafat, which is a good start here.
A little bit of everything in there, to be completely honest. And I suppose that's the thing. If you are a whatever 27, 28-year-old cricketer that's you're having to play second 11 cricket, you're trying to make your mark in the game, you've got that in your locker that you can pull out a couple of absolute rip-snorters in and over. It's the rest of it you need to worry about. You bring your basement up towards your ceiling. And that's the thing, the consistency.
Yeah, certainly.
Is the key. And Garrett at the moment, is what he's trying to show. He's trying to show his consistency and that he can hang around in first-class cricket.
He'd have missed the 98 World Cup, Garrett, being only 24, but possibly made Euro 2000.
Indeed. 44 on his back. Don't know what that's for. We'll find out later. As he's in, and this one's just dabbed away by Sibley into the leg side, straight to that fielder at kind of short mid-wicket. There's no run there. Try and identify it. Is that Parkinson?
Yeah, that's Parkinson at mid-wicket, isn't it?
I think so. I'll work my way around. Even just, obviously, they've got black armbands which are identical. The jumpers are identical. The shoes are identical. The caps are identical. In the olden days, when they've been around for a long time, the caps would change colour, so you could kind of work it out by that. And they're all quite new. As Garrett comes in, once again, forward in defence.
Bell Drummond's has changed, hasn't it?
Yes, yeah, that's 1 under 10. Also, his jumper was slightly, ever so slightly see-through, so you could see the 23 on his back.
Yeah.
And, yes, not quite the same today. As Garrett, you can see on Garrett's shirt that kind of wind whipping in a little bit. It's not the usual direction that we get here.
No.
It generally comes over from the hospital side of the ground, but this one is kind of whipping down from kind of Whitstable way. Garrett bows his head and charges in once again, and this one's heading towards leg side, helped on its way kind of towards backwards, deep square leg. I think it's going to make it all the way to the rope at deep square. It has indeed. And that's another one, a loose one from Garrett that's been dispatched by Sibley to the rope at deep square, and it's another boundary for him, second boundary, and Surrey are 9 without loss.
2 balls now. Garrett has strayed onto the pads of Dominic Sibley, and twice he's been deposited through the leg side for 4 runs. Very strong through that region.
Indeed, there were, I'm not sure, was it 381 balls that he was hanging around for last summer when he was here? Not too many of those were on the leg stump, but had they been, he would have got there a lot quicker. Reached 3 figures. Garrett comes in when this one's punched. He tried to punch it, I think, towards the offside of the stumps, but it's ended up on the onside. Fielded neatly though, and there's no run.
I'm looking forward to Jamie Smith. I really like the look of him as a player. Easy on the eye, good to watch.
He was fireworks here last year.
He's a wonderful player.
We were mentioning Santoki and I earlier on that Surrey have the ability to play whatever style is required at any given time. So if you need them to knuckle down, you've got your Sibleys that can sit there all day and do nothing.
And Burns.
And Burns as well, yeah. And yet if you need to really put the foot down, got plenty. As Sibley allows that one to go through to Finch from Garrett. There's another ball to come of this over.
Yeah, the cloud's just filling in slightly towards our left-hand side. I think we'll be okay. Floodlight's not on.
There is the radar has one cloud in southern England at the moment, and it's kind of
You thought it
over
might
the
be
Isle of
on.
Sheppey at the moment. Or it's probably going to scoot down to the west of Canterbury. No cause for alarm.
Is that the west over?
No, the west should be kind of that way, behind you, I think.
Okay.
It's confusing here, isn't it? Garrett comes in again. That's another one that's left. Shouldered arms did Sibley. Through to Finch, took it up toward his own shoulder. That's the end of the over. 9 without loss. Oh, sorry. After 3 overs.
Yeah, I'm a little bit discombobulated as to what direction I'm facing here.
Right, let's try and do this. So, your beloved Turner in his contemporary gallery in Margate is that way. I'm going to point over there.
Yeah, towards Thanet.
Yes, indeed. Thanet,
Yes.
the Isle of Thanet.
Yeah.
And that's over there. And then if you wanted to go to Whitstable, go and see the Denley statue, which should be there, Whitstable Warn. You can go out that way.
Yeah.
A little bit further around. You're heading back towards London, going that way.
Towards the city.
Indeed.
Yeah.
And if you wanted to go
And to
towards
your
Ashford,
Dover. down
Dover
to
would be more over there,
straight down.
over Nackington Road. Ashford a little bit more. This must be great radio, by the way. For people listening, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, we do apologise.
I just turned into a weather vane.
Arafat coming in from the Nackington Road, the aforementioned Nackington Road. That's down the leg side. He's got a nibble on that. I thought he'd got something on there. Maybe it's off the hip. It's a good take by Finch, though.
It was. They went to. No one else really went up, did they? Yeah, it was.
I thought he'd got something on there.
I think, as you say, it might have been just the top of the pad, perhaps, or
yeah, off the hip.
Off the hip pad. But yeah, the fact that nobody else, not even Finch, was particularly interested in it, and he would probably have had a better view than anybody.
Yeah.
But maybe they just didn't want to take their hands out of the pockets. They look pretty chilly out there.
Arafat in, short, full and wide, and it's just helped on its way. Burns didn't really give that the full-blooded treatment. He just pushed it watchfully, and he's going to get 2 runs. It goes through the covers. 11 without loss. Surrey here.
I think if he had given that the treatment, that might have gone, to be honest, because it was
A wide half volley.
Yeah, that's not well. He'll thank you for it, but
yeah. But Arafat, first runs conceded off him on his 8th ball. He's got a nice approach into the crease, Arafat, quite smooth. Nice action. As Burns drives that one up towards mid-off.
yeah, it's the nice kind of swoosh, the glide as he kind of comes almost sideways,
Yeah.
unnoticingly. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's very nice.
I mean, he's not in the Michael Holding class. He's not, a Rolls Royce, but he's, pleasant enough.
All right, I'll let you tell him that after stumps. Arafat, here, come here. I've got some feedback for you.
Here he comes. That just goes through into the gloves of Harry Finch.
If he had a pound for every time someone told him he wasn't Michael Holding, I wonder how many pounds he would have.
1.
Yeah, probably later on today.
Essex going well at Chelmsford. 263 for 3 against Lancashire. They're going very well. Hampshire have lost a wicket. 33 for 1 in response to Warwickshire's 4-5-5 at Southampton. Arafat onto the pads of Burns, works it into the onside as they pick up a single. Jazz Singh doing the fielding there. Somerset going rather well, 311 for 7 at Taunton.
See, Notts are the only teams that have lost the game so far.
Yeah, yeah.
I suppose if you're in that, we'll call it a basement battle already, shall we? Probably want them to lose another one.
Well, I think Worcestershire might be
Yeah.
struggling a little bit at Kidderminster. Durham 244, Worcestershire 183, Durham 78 for 2.
Yeah.
Already 138 runs in deficit in a low-scoring game.
I thought Durham were very much going to be top 4 or 5 this year. Just the momentum coming up as well. They've got so many good players. You mentioned Ollie Robinson earlier on, goodness me.
Yeah, they're a good side. As Arafat comes in, Sibley defends, plays it back to him. I saw them last year at Bristol. They looked a really good side. They, all their top order scores runs. Lees gets runs, Beddingham gets runs, Ollie Robinson gets runs. Graham Clark sort of chips in the middle, and then their bowling attack can take 20 wickets. You've got Potts, but you've got really
Rain that got 60 odd. And
Ben Rain, who's a really good player. So. Yeah.
And then they added a couple of players as well when they came up too, which is just always.
Yeah, who have they signed? They signed.
Leicestershire.
Scott Boland.
Yes, they have.
Yeah. Well, he's struggling, I believe, with a heel injury.
Yeah, was it Colin Ackerman, I think, as well, they picked up?
Yes, they have, yeah.
And that's what you can do. If you can win the league at a canter and then pick off some of the better players from some of your rivals, you're probably going to be all right. But it's a couple of leagues for me, anyway, not the thoughts of the BBC, but for me, there's a couple of leagues within a league in Division 1 of the County Championship this year. And I suspect Durham will be at the bottom of the top of that one. As Garrett comes in, this one's just cracked away square on the leg side by Rory Burns.
Yeah.
He's going to come back for a second. That was a positive running from him.
I think
the scoreboard over.
I think Surrey Essex, Durham, Hampshire will probably be in that sort of top 4, I'd say.
Lancashire and Warwickshire I can't really place. They'll be probably the
mid-table.
and then pretty much the rest.
Yeah, I thought Somerset might struggle, but I think they maybe just have got enough to get them out of trouble. I mean, my money is probably on. Sorry to say.
Your car's over there. It's fine. If you want to say this out loud, Dan, you go for it. As Garrett comes in once again. Bowling to Burns. This is just defended neatly back past him.
As soon as my car's over there, my money's on Worcestershire and Nottinghamshire.
If you'd come on the train today.
But if I'd come on the train, it'd probably be Worcestershire and Kent.
Oh dear. I've heard a lot of that in the last 2 months. We will see. Hopefully the Kent boys have heard a lot of that as well, and we'll be looking to prove some people wrong.
Yep.
They have picked up draws already against Somerset, which was a definitely, if not a must-win, it was a definitely must-not-lose opening round.
Yeah.
And they did not lose that.
Well,
battled away quite well.
They're battling here against Surrey.
Garrett trying to make the early breakthrough and delivers again. This one's another one that's down the leg side and helped on its way, but dealt with quite nicely. No run there. Burns is kept on strike.
In the East Midlands derby, Leicestershire, they're flying 428 for 5 against Derbyshire in that game up at the racecourse ground, or whatever it's called now, up at Derby. Yorkshire, they were in a spot of bother at Lords. They're 52 for 2 in their second innings, still trading by 35 runs.
So that's another, well, not a 6-pointer, a 32-pointer, shall we call it? For me, those two teams could well both come up.
Yeah, I'm not sure about Middlesex.
That was Garrett. Sorry, I was just enjoying watching the cricket then. That was Garrett. Just worked away by Burns towards point. There's no run there. It was, sorry, I should have told you what was happening. Apologies.
That's all right.
Yes, Middlesex.
I'm not sure. They've got a few financial issues.
Oh, well, that definitely, yes.
Lost Tim Murtah from last year, who's retired. Yeah,
but they've got baby Murtah in terms of Ethan Bamber, haven't they?
Yeah, he's a good bowler, but, I think the signings of Henry Brooks, it's a decent one from Warwickshire, and Lewis Deploy is a really good signing from Derbyshire.
Indeed, he's fireworks in all formats really. As Garrett comes in again, I'll tell you this time. This one is swished away. Let's pick the hole behind backward point. It's going to go all the way to the rope. It has got there already. That's another boundary for Rory Burns, ticking along nicely. Sorry, that's 18 without loss.
Yeah, a bit of width there. Northampton. The hosts are 116 for 1 in response to Glamorgan's 2-7-1. Over at Hove, Sussex, they're 121 for 2. They've just lost a wicket actually to Gloucestershire.
So yes, Sussex won't be far away either, I don't think.
No, I think they'll be there or thereabouts.
Simpson's a great pickup for them, I think. Garrett in once again. This one's a lot straighter and dealt with by Burns straight back down the track. There's no run there. That will be the end of the over, and that is 18 for no loss.
I think Sussex will. A lot will depend on how much Ollie Robinson plays for England this summer.
Yeah.
I think he's, I think the signing of Jaden Seals has been a good one. When he goes, which he's no doubt going to be picked on the West Indies tour, they've replaced him with the Indian seamer Undercat.
Yeah.
And obviously the man who's just come to the crease for them and faced 5 balls, Cheteshwar Pujara. So, but Dominic Goodman for Gloucestershire has just nicked off Tom Clark to James Bracey there. So, but I think Gloucestershire will do a lot better this season than they did last year. They finished 18th, and under Marker Lane, I think they'll do very well. Here's Arafat in Sibley, punches him into the offside. No run. There's George Garrett there at point doing the fielding.
He's indeed. He's one of the more identifiable players in his short-sleeved cable net.
He's long hair. Not really long hair, it's just...
He's not got the mullet though, has he?
No mullet.
Coward.
No.
So easily could do a mullet as well.
He could do, yeah.
Not brave enough.
Arafat into Sibley, leaves that one alone. I think he could do with a good trip to the barbers.
No, I'm going to talk to George Garrett later, and I'm definitely not going to tell him that because I can't talk to anyone about anything.
I think that completes our trip around the counties. I don't think there's anything else.
Has there been any play at Beckenham? Yeah, South East Stars.
Yes, there has been. What?
So Arafat Bouillon's just come in once again. It's drilled back past him by Dom Sibley, but straight to the fielder at mid-on. I'm trying to work out who that might be. Is that Compton, perhaps? I'm not entirely sure. Dan's just stepped away for a moment to come back with a nugget of information about something obscure, I'm sure, or something highbrow as well.
This is down at Beckenham, where the Vipers got 273 for 9 of 50. Sophia Dunkley got 2 for 22 in return.
Indeed. Tom Sibley just allows that one to bounce through, shaping away from Arafat Bouillon. Through to Harry Finch, no run. That was a run fest by the sounds of it. Was that nearly 300 off 50?
Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah.
There's something for everyone. And the county ground in Beckenham.
Yeah, in response, Tash Farron. She's been opening batting. And Bryony Smith, it's even more of a run fest than we thought, actually. As Arafat comes in. Oh, that's a good delivery. That's not only being the outside of the bat, but it's just shaved the outside of the off stump. But Sibley survives.
He was off balance as well, falling forward, wasn't he? That has got him all ends up.
Yeah, it's even more of a run fest than we thought, because South East Stars, who are made up of players from generally both of these clubs, from Kent and from Surrey. So Bryony Smith, she's the skipper of the South East Stars. She's on 51 not out. Tash Farron opening the batting. She's on 62 not out, and they're rather handily placed there. 114 without loss of 23 overs in that 50 over game. Oh, and Sibley plays and misses for the second ball in the row. And Kent have got their tails up a little bit here. The crowd are enjoying that. The crowd have given Arafat a warm round of applause, and it's quite atmospheric here because we've got a lot of the galleries upstairs here at the Spitfire St Lawrence, and they make a good sound. It's proper cricket sound applause.
Yeah, I think so as well. There are a lot more people than you realise, because we look out from here and we've got kind of the stands are all around us, and on the other side of the ground, the Acton Road end, there aren't too many people. They're hardy souls that are sat out there in goodness knows how many layers and hot water bottles, and the wind whipping across them on a very chilly day. But if you go under the cover, there are actually hundreds and hundreds of people here. It's good, and they're enjoying some good cricket. It's been a positive start. That was a good maiden over from Arafat Bouillon as well, and George Garrett will look to follow it up here as well. They've got a couple of classy batters in front of them. It's one of the biggest tests that there is in county cricket, but let's see if they're up for it. Garrett comes in, swished away. That's going back with a point. That's going to be another boundary for Rory Burns. That's very similar to one in the penultimate ball of the previous over, actually, from George Garrett. Just a little bit of width, and he doesn't need a second invitation to dispatch that one to the rope.
Yeah, if you don't bowl to Dominic Sibley around the leg stump, you don't give Rory Burns width, because he will crucify you through that region back with a point. He's a very strong cutter.
I suspect that he's done both of those things in his first 4 overs now, and he has given up, I think that's 4 boundaries. I don't think he's given up any singles. I think he's given up 4 boundaries. And indeed, it's a learning curve anyway for him. This is his first experience of bowling against Surrey here for Kent, and this one is towards leg stump, helped on his way backwards down towards long leg by Burns. It just ticks the scoreboard over by 1 and brings Sibley back onto strike. He's on 15 now, Rory Burns. Sibley's on 8. I think it's just 2 scoring shots from Sibley, it is, I think.
Yeah,
two boundaries.
2 fours, both in exactly the same region as you pointed out. Alex will keep you up to date with some football scores from around the Kent region, no doubt.
Oh, well, one thing I can tell you, because I know, is that Ebbsfleet stayed up with a dramatic last day draw at Boreham Wood to stay up in the National League. And given it's been a pretty indifferent season for Kent football, I think that's probably good news, and should be celebrated by fans of not just Fleet, but probably other fans as well, as much as they might not like to admit it. It was the final day of their season. Garrett comes in and bowls to Sibley, who's just raised his elbow in defence and dotted back down towards the bowler.
Can I just say, as a Barnet fan, well done to Ebbsfleet for relegating Boreham Wood. Thank you very much to all associated there.
Without wishing to, no pun intended, bore people about National League football, Boreham Wood are one of the harder teams to get along with in National League football.
Yeah.
They make things quite difficult for people to cover them as well. And forgive me if I'm saying this out of turn, but they won't be missed. Garrett comes in once again past the umpire. There's bowling to Sibley, who's a textbook defensive shot and back along the track towards that sort of very, it's not silly, but it's very short mid-on.
Somerset have just lost another wicket in the game against Nottinghamshire at Taunton. They've got a lead, though, of 124 runs, which very handy.
Just finding out if I'm getting a half-time update into the football. At some point, I probably will be in the next few minutes, but we will see. For now, I'm only fixated on George Garrett, who's steaming in ahead of me, bowling to Dom Sibley, and this one is down the leg side. There's a mute appeal. He was trying to get something on it and whip it away down towards. There is a fine leg down there actually, but he didn't get bat on ball. It was taken nicely by Harry Finch, tumbling to his left. Who's trying to take after Ben Folkes, who's put in quite the show with the gloves today. So far, it was a big reason why Kent's innings fell short of that a batting bonus point that they were targeting. There is good news if you're a fan of Gillingham, who they are leading just a couple of minutes before half-time at Mansfield. Mansfield already promoted, Gillingham desperately trying to get into those playoff places. Less good news is that Crawley are also winning. They're in that race too. Garrett has bowled this one to Sibley, who's just allowed it to go probably about 5th or 6th stump, and bounce through to Finch, just chaping away. And that'll be the end of the over. 23 without loss. Oh, sorry. We've had 7 overs here at Canterbury.
Yeah, clouds just coming over a little. It's okay, but it'll probably aid the swing bowlers somewhat. So...
That's not bad news by any means.
Zach Crawley just getting loose. Are we going to see, some Zach Crawley bowling?
I mean, I'd like to see it. I would enjoy it. Every I was there moment.
I mean,
as if the ECB are going to sign off on that. Goodness me.
The chances of him coming on first change, I think, are slim, to say the least.
Yeah, I would say that as well. I'm just having a look now. He has bowled 66 balls in first-class cricket.
Arafat to Burns. Again, just tickles one off his legs there. As Jazz Singh does the fielding and falls over. There's a sort of all legs and arms there, Jazz Singh, isn't he? He's sort of a bit Bambi-like.
Again, you're just coming up with a list of charming things to tell these players after stumps. And tell them which one your car is as well. I know what you mean. Yes.
Yes.
But it's pretty impressive. He's able to kind of whirl all of that into some power and pace.
Yeah. Arafat. That's down the leg side. Finch looks quite tidy as a keeper, actually.
He has, and that is testament to his hard work, because you were talking about the Kent keeper situation earlier on.
Yeah.
And he is basically just knuckled down. He wasn't a keeper at all when he arrived from Sussex. He was a batter very much that
donned the gloves.
If he had to. If he had to. Not quite goalkeeper going in, outfielder going in goal at football, but someone that it wasn't by any means natural, and he has made himself a very good keeper.
Arafat comes in, Burns drives firmly, but can only pick out Parkinson there in the covers. It's, I mean, you're right, Alex, there is a difference. You know, you see the the genuine keepers around the circuit. You know, the sort of Ben Folkeses, the John Simpsons. Ben Cox is another one I like at Worcestershire. And they're natural wicket keepers, aren't they, as opposed to batters who can don the gloves. As Burns just plays that into your side. And we've seen that for England in recent years, haven't we? Where, you know, and it's, yes, you do get the extra batter, but you go and drop somebody on 10 and they go on and get 140, then that extra batter has to go and get 130 runs just to break even.
Yeah, exactly right.
So it swings and roundabouts, and I would always go for the best glove man.
Yeah, well, I think we've seen the best glove man here today. And, I mean, with all due respect to Harry Finch, it wasn't him, it was Ben Folkes. But
yeah,
he's, yes, quite something. He can bat too.
Arafat in, Burns pushes that out into the offside, no run. But Folkes has just been picked for tours of the subcontinent, hasn't he, recently? Which probably is, you know, he probably deserves more than that. He probably deserves a run in the side, you know, in home conditions as well. I think he'd have got his opportunity a few years ago, and he tore a hamstring quite badly, where he slipped on a towel on a wet floor at the Oval. I think it was a game against Middlesex during the sort of COVID time. Short, wide, pulled, and Burns can only pick out Singh, who tumbles, and that's
he's going to come
maiden
on
for Arafat. He's only gone for 3 runs or 4 overs. That was all in, I think that was in 1 ball actually as well. So he's been parsimonious at best.
Indeed he has. And Jazz Singh is going to be coming on to bowl and just prove what giraffes or whatever it was you said he was could do. Oh no, Bambi? I can't even think. He's got 19 on his back, and he'll be bowling from the pavilion end. Not one that players tend to choose to bowl from. If they had free will, I suspect a lot of people would probably choose to bowl from the Nackington Road end.
Yeah.
Take advantage of the slope a little bit.
Slightly down the hill, isn't it?
Yeah.
Nackington Road?
Yeah, indeed. You have to work hard, but you do what you're told when you're trying to make make your way in the game and get into the team. So you'll take what opportunities you can get. And he's going to be bowling from the pavilion end this time. He's going to be facing Dominic Sibley, who's scored from just 2 deliveries, both of them tucked away to the rope of George Garrett. In comes Singh. Delivers. This is a straight one, just dotted down into the leg side. Let's just trot through for a single to rotate the strike and bring Rory Burns back on. He's 15 not out.
Yeah, Singh, nice approach into the wicket. Nice smooth action.
Said smooth a couple of times about Bhuyan as well. There was a clip of Ollie Robinson playing a shot yesterday, which was perhaps the smoothest shot I've ever seen. And I don't want to harp on about players that used to play for Kent and whatever else, but he played just the most delicious. I think he went for 6, and it was just a straight 6. The most effortless thing I've ever seen in my life. It was poetry. Singh comes in. This one's bounced through to Harry Finch.
I get confused about which Ollie Robinson we're talking about.
What if I differentiate them by birth county or birth date?
They're the same.
They're the same, yes. Just to confuse you further.
Yeah. But what I can't believe, is all right, there's 2 Ollie Robinsons. There's 2 OA Shahs, because there was an OA Shah at Lancashire. But what I really just can't get my head around is there's 2 Ryan Sidebottoms. I mean, that's just like
that's extraordinary.
Outrageous.
It is. Indeed. Jazz Singh is coming in now. And this one is punched down towards mid-off by Rory Burns. It's on 15. There's no run there. It's picked up by the Kent skipper.
Yeah, Ryan Sidebottom, the one of the bouncing hair of the England left armour. Played for Nottinghamshire and Yorkshire. And there's also a guy from Australian background who's at Warwickshire.
Extraordinary. Singh comes in. This is a straight and squirt away towards point they thought about a single and then thought better of it. I think he was sent back by Sibley.
There were 2 Mark Wars as well. There was
Yes.
Mark War, the famous Australian player, and there was a guy at Warwickshire who was Mark W-A-G-H.
Yeah, without the U.
Yeah. Very confusing, very.
I don't need anything else to confuse me when it comes to doing this. Luckily, we don't have that now. I had 3 Thompsons playing last night in my Oxford versus Stevenage game. Anyway, Singh comes in. It's dotted away down the track.
All with a P?
They were 2 of them were brothers, and there was another one. And I was. They were all with a P, all exactly the same. There's a Nathan and Louis and another one. I can't remember. Forgive me. But yes, trying to differentiate them. I ended up making some awful joke about needing a directory to work out which was which. The joys of the live text. There's no police for this. I can do that kind of thing on the Beaver Sport website. I'll be doing it about cricket again soon. Don't worry, everybody. Singh comes in. Oh, he's down on one knee and he's carved that away. I don't think it's going to go very far. There's a man at sweeper at deep backward point. It will limit them to just 1. I think they came through for 1. And that's Burns on to 16.
Yeah, that's very good. There's a ground where I'm familiar with, which is the Walker Cricket Ground in Southgate, and it was founded by the Walker family, who set up Middlesex County Cricket Club back in the 1850s, 1860s, and they had 6 brothers there who all played for Middlesex.
Goodness me.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
that chills the blood.
Yeah, and
Imagine scoring that.
V.E. Walker was one of the finest underarm bowlers of his era. So there you go. John Walker played for Middlesex and for England. Here is Arafat beginning his 5th over. Tidy. Just keeping these Surrey openers honest here. Beaten the bat a couple of times as well. He's got a little bit about him. I like the look of him, Arafat.
Good. Well, there you go. You can tell him that. That's a positive thing. That'll build him up at the end of the day rather than not. I'm trying to get my life in order here. So what are we thinking for tea? It's going to be another 35 minutes or so, isn't it?
No, I think they'll take it 4:10. I think that is the...
Is that a cut-off?
I think it is.
Okay.
I believe so.
The final session is going to be horrendous.
Yeah, Arafat to Burns. Again, good areas. Burns just defends, no run. Yeah, I think they keep changing it every year, but I think in previous years it was a 4:10 cut-off. So we'll get Santoki in after tea.
Yes.
And he'll take us away into the evening session.
So that, I mean, realistically then, we're going to have 36 overs after tea.
Yeah.
Enjoy your Saturday night, Dan.
The joys of the M25. Yes. Arafat in. Onto the legs of Burns, who clips him through the leg side. No need to run for that one. That's 4 runs from the moment it left the bat. 29 for without loss. Burns moves on to 20. Sibley on 9. Yeah, I think it's going to be a long day tomorrow as well. I think we're going to have 104 overs tomorrow as well to make up the time. But I've got the delights of Canterbury to stay in tomorrow.
Have you?
I have,
Oh,
yes.
you're lucky. What, on Sunday night, that is?
Sunday night, yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm going to see what the city's got to offer. I feel like a proper tourist. Arafat comes in from Nackington Road, and that's beautifully driven by Burns. Stand and deliver. Just stands there. Doesn't bother to run. That again is 4 runs from the moment it left the bat. That's textbook. Arafat just over pitching there, trying to compensate from straying onto the legs of Burns in the last ball, and then gives him a little bit of width. And they're taking one of the 3 slips out now, and he's going to come into a short cover actually. Nice thinking there from Daniel Bell Drummond. It's a good positive move there. Just
Who is
putting
that?
somebody.
Is that Compton maybe? No.
Is it Compton?
I'll try not to work out. So Leaning and Crawley are left there.
There's Burns Again, tries to play that through that region, but gets the inside half of the bat on it, and it dribbles out to the Kent skipper, Daniel Bell-Drummond, at mid-on.
The balance on that shot from Burns that he played through the covers was extraordinary. I know he's got a slight head start on most people to get down there, but he was crouched so low, but it was excellent. There will be a radio update to come in just a moment for BBC Radio Kent. I'll apologise in advance.
Yep, here's Arafat coming in. That goes through into the gloves of Harry Finch. So 33 without loss, and in fact that is tea.
Indeed, look at that timing at 4 o'clock on the dot. Matt, your timing, as always, is superb. You've joined us on the stroke of tea. Surrey have made a blistering start. I think we say an untroubled 33 runs from 10 overs to start their reply. They've come mainly via the ropes. Rory Burns has moved on to 24 without loss. 4 boundaries for him. Dom Sibley has just got the 9, but 2 of those from fours as well. It's been encouraging in a way from Kent. Arafat Boyan's missed the outside edge a couple of times. George Garrett, a couple of good balls too. Jazz Singh just come on for 1 over before tea as well. They are already whittling down the deficit though. Kent were 244 all out earlier in the day. Only 211 behind. They do have 10 wickets left, and there's also a lot of play left in the day as well. I think we've got at least 40 overs to come after tea on this day too. So there will be plenty more commentary and updates to come on the BBC Sport website and app throughout the day. dot ball because of some good scampering fielding by Matt Parkinson. That was good. The other Division 1 game, Durham are 204 ahead with 8 wickets remaining in their second innings against Worcestershire. They were bowled out for 244, just like Kent, but then bowled out Worcestershire for 184. What Kent would like to do that right now to Surrey. Singh comes in, and this one's just jabbed away by Burns into the offside. There's no run there either. That will be the end of the over. 52 without loss. Oh, Surrey.
Yeah, Worcestershire utilising the services of Jason Holder for this campaign. Great player to have on the county circuit. It can bat, can bowl, has leadership experience. So nice to see him playing in England ahead of the big tour.
Well, this is the thing. See, if it was an Aussie, there'd be people saying, why are we giving the Aussies the advantage of letting them play in England before the tour? But then people are like, oh, welcome, Jason Holder. Come along, take some wickets, score some runs. Yes, it's funny how things work out. I'm looking forward to the West Indies. For me, growing up, it was the England-West Indies series in the summer. It was just, they're the ones that stick out in my mind. And I know the Ashes is everything now, and that's the problem. It's almost become too big for me, but who cares what I think.
As George Garrett now runs in down the slope to Sibley, and he hits it on the offside. And is it going to go for a boundary? Yes. So nicely timed stroke there from Sibley. Gets the 4.
Yeah, another deep square leg. It's just, yeah. There's a long, fruitless chase as well. It's the most demoralising thing you can do, I think, isn't it? You have to chase it, and it's just, it never gets closer. You're running as fast as you can, and it's going the exact same speed as you, and you're going to get to the route. It's not going to happen. And there you go. All for nothing. Should finish just running through a few other scores. Leicestershire down in Division 2. Leicestershire racking up the runs, 480 for 5 against Derbyshire.
As Garrett runs in once again to Sibley, and no run there. Sibley blocks it out.
In Yorkshire, I mentioned Harry Brook. Yorkshire 4 down and still 16 behind in their second innings at Lords against Middlesex. That is a low-scoring affair. Goodness me, there were 1,300 odd runs in their game against Glamorgan, the last home game there. And they'll be lucky to get 600 this week by the looks of things. That one was a Kookaburra ball, one was a Duke's ball. I'll let you have that conversation. And I've just got time to do Northants as well. They are still 105 behind Glamorgan at Northampton, but they are 166 for 1.
And it's Garrett into Sibley, and he just blocks it gently. No run taken there.
Indeed, and down the road or round the coast at Hove, Sussex are 156 for 2, and reply to Gloucestershire's 417 all out, still 261 behind. But they do have wickets in hand. There's been weather has spoiled, or just taken the edge off. We won't say spoiled yet. It's taken the edge off a few games so far. As we're here on the evening of day 2, it's about 4:45, and we've still got 34 overs and change ahead of us tonight.
So Garrett runs in to Sibley once again, and just tucked in a no run there from Sibley. So Surrey 56 without loss of a wicket. Yeah,
one hopeful positive. I need to touch some wood somewhere, but the boundaries have slightly dried up. I know there's that one for Sibley, but that's the only one in the last few overs since the 6 anyway. So that's what Kent need to do, kind of stop the scoreboard ticking over if at all possible, and then if you can limit the bad balls, then there'll be no runs at all. That's the game plan.
Simple. As Garrett runs in once again to Sibley, and just tucked away on the leg side, no run there. Still 56 for without loss of a wicket for Surrey. 1 ball remaining in this George Garrett over.
We've got essentially three players, variations of square leg and on the leg side to Sibley now. When Garrett's bowling, you've got kind of a mid-wicket and a deeper square leg and a short square leg. Back to the one slip, is that Crawley? It is.
Yeah. Garrett in with the final ball of the over to Sibley, who knocks it back to him, and that's the end of the over. Surrey 56 without loss. And yeah, it's interesting you touched on the increased importance of the Ashes, because the use of the Kookaburra ball ECB director Rob Key has said essentially he's looking at an overseas tour to Australia next year as the Kookaburra preparing them for a win there. So it's had a lot of debate, particularly on social media, about whether you essentially place that much value on one series of 5 tests.
Do you want to know my theory?
Yes, I'd love to.
It may not surprise you to know that it's probably quite stupid. Why don't they use... Oh, wait.
Oh, Garrett, one more ball. Indecisively tucked down to leg side, and that is the end of the over there now.
It is indeed. I think it was the last one a no ball. I think that was what it
Okay.
was. Indeed. Right, how about this? Dukes for the first innings, Kookaburra for the second innings.
I like that.
So you give an opportunity to your bowlers and your batters. It seems ludicrous, but it's. There's no right. If there's no right answer and no wrong answer, why not blend it into a
Balance it
little
out.
bit of compromise? And then people will lose their mind over that suggestion. And I don't think for a minute that Keezy is listening right now and will agree with me. But if I was all of a sudden in charge of everything and I had to say we've got to fill in some Kookaburra here and there, we've got to fill in some Dukes here and there, I'd give it a go. Just to see.
Spoken like a true fan of Feng Shui, balancing it out.
That is absolutely yin and yang of Kookaburra. But you could even tweak with it. So would it be more interesting to have the Kooka as a first innings, because you don't want someone to bat a team out of the game. So would you rather give the bowlers the benefit in the first innings and then on a deteriorating pitch in theory with a Kooka? Does that make things? Is that as interesting? Feel free to get in touch and let me know if I've come up with a genius masterstroke which will revolutionise cricket. Good long chat there between Daniel Bell-Drummond. I wasn't wasting time. Daniel Bell-Drummond was chatting away with Jazz Singh, having a look at the ball as well, and we'll have to get on with it. If you don't like it, don't get it smacked around too much. It's going to be Rory Burns on strike. He's on 36 from 52 balls. He's slowed down. Oh, touch wood. I'll say that again. Don't attempt fate, but Jazz Singh comes in now, trying to slow him down further. High elbow, nice textbook defensive shot from Rory Burns. I think he might not have scored from the last 10 or 11 balls now, Burns, which Kent will not mind at all, because that means that they're putting the ball in slightly better places.
I read the maker of the Dukes ball, I think they're based in Walthamstow, in East London, has invited Rob Key down for discussions because he feels the name of the Dukes has been tarnished.
Oh, good Lord. Is there discussion in a car park or behind the back of a bin, maybe? In comes Singh. This one is... I can't even see where that's gone. Where has that gone? Oh, it's gone straight to the field along the ground at mid-wicket and is dealt with. There's no run there. Forgive me, there was a tall player in the way that prevented me from seeing that properly. But yes, I'm not surprised the manufacturer of the Duke's ball would like to talk to Rob Key at the moment. It's basically asking him to explain his comments, like when you get summoned by the FA or something like, please come and explain your comments.
I don't think I've seen as an intense and ideological battle since maybe the Cold War.
Indeed. In comes Singh. This one's Delor. It's another one down leg side. This one's helped on its way by Rory Burns. Clipped down to fine leg. That is just a single. There is a man out there who was able to deal with it. And it does bring Dom Sibley back onto strike, who's on 20 now. Breezed his way.
I think Alex Stewart actually went on record and said the Kookaburra was being introduced into the county season was quote unquote the worst idea ever.
It is one of those things. There will be a few people, I think as Dan said earlier on, there will be a few people that fill their boots that don't deserve to fill their boots, and they'll pad their stats, and it puts a gloss on things. And there'll be a few bowlers that bowl really well and have nothing to show for it at all. Singh comes in, trying to show something with this Duke's ball. It's played away, another leg side one. Is it going to make it to the rope? I can't see. There's a stand in the way.
Saved by the fielder there.
Oh, well, that's very good. I'm glad you can see that. Oh, no, it has gone all the way.
It slipped through.
It has. It was a valiant effort from the sweeper out there, but there's another leg side boundary for Dom Sibley. It's becoming something of a habit. You don't have to stray very far out the way. It's literally 6 or 8 inches out of position, and they are just putting it away. Dom Sibley and Rory Burns takes the score into 63 without loss. I don't wish to sound too alarmist, but it is a fairly ominous start to this Surrey first innings. Playing to Kent's 244. As Singh comes in once again. to Sibley, who just defends that nicely down into the offside. I think I'm right in saying is that there's been 1 6 and 10 fours. Does that sound right? We might be on 11 fours now. Anyway, there's been a lot of boundaries, and they've basically just punished slightly loose balls. They've not been horrendous balls. They're just a little bit awry, and I guess that's the difference at this level. There was a flying chance for I think Matt Parkinson. One-handed grab that could have ousted Dom Sibley. Wasn't able to hold on. Singh comes in, trying to get him this time. He's not going to. It's Parkinson that will scamper over and pick up the ball. There's no run there. That will be the end of the over. Another one from Jazz Singh.
So if you're Bill Drummond now, you're looking at how can we kind of change this around? What do I need to change?
Well, he's going to change something here because we have a change of bowling. And luckily, his hand is all right. I think that's Matt Parkinson who's going to come and turn his arm over from the Nackington Road end, which is the end where Cam Steele had some success earlier on. I think, what did he end up with? 3 for 34? Or was it Everson who's taking over at this end? Forgive me, there's a diminutive character with strawberry kind of blonde hair walking away from me in the distance. I have an update to do at 5, so I don't know if that messes up, but I'm happy if you want to jump on and I can just watch the cricket, or I reckon if you want to jump on. Okay, Dan Whiting's going to watch some cricket while I hang around to talk to the good radio folk to tell them what's going on here. Not that I know, you can probably tell. It is going to be Joey Everson, and it is also your over, of course, I'm taking as well.
Yep, so Joey Everson just loosening up. Burns will be on strike, and Kent will be hoping his change of bowler brings some success. So it's Everson running down the slope into Burns and swiped by Burns, and that's takes a single. I thought it was going to go to the boundary. Oh, and they run 2 in the end. And Surrey 65 without loss. So Sibley and Burns ominously looking very set at the moment. We know these two, they like this ground, capable of putting together big partnerships. And welcome back, Dan.
Yeah, evening Santoki. It's the locals aren't happy. There's a little bit of sort of unrest there.
They're all Boreham Wood fans. They're not happy. As Everson runs in again to Burns, who swipes it, and no run there.
4 runs.
Oh, 4 runs. Sorry.
The
window is
through
looking
point. Yeah, I know it's difficult to see in that part of the ground, but no, he's cut that away for 4. Full-blooded cut there from Burns.
It was a very nonchalant reaction from Burns, which is why I didn't think it had gone to the boundary.
Yeah. The locals aren't happy. There's obviously a big injury crisis here at Kent. You know, there's no Quinn, there's no Agar in this side, and they're shorn of a few bowlers. And you know, the first 3 who bowled, I think there's something like 13 first-class appearances between the 3 of them.
As Everson runs in again to Burns, who hits it leg side again and takes the single.
So it's you know, they're struggling a little bit, Kent, with bowlers. I mean, their batting is okay. Their top 7 is decent, but their bowling attack looks slightly callow, and they could do something possibly a little bit different, maybe a left arm or someone to change the angle perhaps, or something a little bit different from right arm over medium. Yeah, and you know, I'm sure finances play a part in a county like this as well. So, you know, it's not easy to get players right down here in the southeast as well.
Everson into Sibley, and Sibley just drives it straight down, takes a quick single, makes it there.
Clean pick up there. Sibley was in trouble, I think. It was a bit of a dicey run.
Yeah, I was surprised they took it, but nevertheless managed to just about make it. Bring Surrey to 71 without loss. Burns 44, edging closer towards a half century, And Sibley there, 25 off 49 deliveries.
Yeah. So these two Surrey openers filling their boots. Big partnership last week in the game against Somerset. I think it was 160, 170, something like that.
Everson runs in to Burns, who hits it leg side. No run taken. One ball remaining in the over.
Yeah, so the locals aren't happy. I've just had a very nice chat with a chap called Chris from Margate outside. Lovely guy. And he's realistic. He's realistic. He knows, that there's not a lot of money to play with. There's not a lot of budget to play with. And he's just...
Final ball of the over. Everson into Burns. Chips it down. Drive. No run.
Yeah, so he's saying that there's... he's frustrated a little bit as well when the players that they have got are injured. But he realises that there isn't a massive amount in the kitty to go out and get new players. And the difference between Kent and Surrey is vast, with one county, turning over £26 million a year and the other county not. I think Surrey's profit was 8 million last year, and I think that is more than Kent's turnover. So, it tells a story. It does tell a story. And for Kent, as Alex Hode pointed out earlier on air, there are divisions within Division 1. And while Surrey will be looking to finish top of the division as Singh comes in and Sibley just tucks him away into the leg side, as is his want, picks up a single. But as Surrey look to finish at the top of Division 1, Kent are looking to survive in Division 1, and there's a real thing in cricket at the moment between 100 hosting sides, the women's hosting sides, and there are definite haves and have-nots, and the test hosting sides as well. And I think it's going to be quite difficult times as Singh comes in. That's pulled by Burns. He's picked out the man in the deep though. He's going to pick up 2 for his troubles. Moves on to 46. But
do you see that gap just inevitably widening over the years then, or is there a way to bridge it?
It's an interesting one. How do you bridge it? I think there has to be equal funding for all counties. I think there has to be some sort of... you have to look after the smaller guys, because I think some of them will go to the wall. Gloucestershire have just announced losses of 1.2 million for the financial year. Burns cuts away, can only pick out the man out in the deep, as picks up another single, moves on to 47. So Gloucestershire announced losses of 1.2 million. Sussex as well, they've got no 100 side, they've got no women's side. And I think that, certain counties who haven't got a 100 side or a women's side, I sort of wonder what the future does hold for them.
Yeah. Especially with talks of, private investment going into the 100, it will only increase the sort of funds that those counties who have 100 sides will have. Yeah,
I'll come on to it after this ball from... Oh, that's lovely. Glorious from Sibley. Bill Drummond's in pursuit. He's going to cut it off before the rope. But Sibley comes back for 3 after a extremely pleasant cover drive. Yeah, I think... it is a worry. It really is a worry, and it's... You do wonder, how certain counties are going to survive.
Yeah.
And what you don't want either is the counties like Kent just to become feeder clubs with their young talent coming through for other counties. That's just worked off the hip there by Burns.
Well, isn't it Middlesex couldn't afford the overseas signing this year, or weren't able to make an overseas signing? And
couldn't make an overseas signing. They're actually saving money. So you're finding, because Middlesex they're an anomaly.
Yeah.
I just about said that right. Just about got that one out. I haven't been drinking, I promise. Middlesex are, a unique case because they are tenants at Lords.
Yeah.
So Singh comes in to Burns onto his hip. He's going to get one and keep the strike of the last ball of the over. Moves on to 48. Surrey 79 without loss. So, but they're planning to play 2 T20 games at Chelmsford.
Yeah.
Just because it's cheaper than using an outground at Radler. Lords is out of action. And you also see that due to increased cricket at certain grounds around the country, so for instance Edgbaston, where they're going to need the centre wickets for T20 games, they're going to need the centre wickets for test match games, they're going to need centre wickets for the 100 games. Warwickshire have been shunted out to the outside of the square. They played the game against Worcestershire with a 48 metre boundary on one side of the wicket, and then last week when they rattled up 690 odd, they were 3 strips even further over towards the boundary.
As Everson into Burns, drives it down, no run.
And there's one poor old soul who sits at the back of the Hollies. That's his seat.
Yeah.
So he's right on the far side of the ground. And it's he probably doesn't go that far on his holidays, let alone looking at a game of cricket going on. So it is a worry.
Yeah. Everson in again, wants to Burns. Drives it on your side, takes the single as Surrey move to 80 without loss.
But you don't, it's sad. It is sad. And you think of those wonderful players at counties like Sussex who've won 3 county championships only 20 years ago. Or all the fine players who've come through here and all the wonderful players that Kent have provided to the England side, well, still are with Zach Crawley. But Derek Underwood, Alan Knott, and all the amazing players that have come through and trod this turf here.
Everson into Sibley. And obviously with county cricket being the pathway to making the England side, surely it's in the best interest of the ECB to sort of ensure there's some sort of parity in terms of financial resources across the counties. But obviously it's a complicated matter. I'll probably take the whole evening session to kind of go into.
Yeah, there is. I mean, they all get 1.3 million, don't they, from as a thank you for the 100.
Everson into Sibley. Drives down leg side, no run.
But I believe those who host the 100 get about 2.5 million due to the sort of increased revenue that brings. So there's definitely a chasm going on between the haves and the have-nots.
Everson, 5th ball of the over into Sibley. And driven straight down. Oh, and it goes past the field and it's going to be a 4.
That's a lovely shot, actually.
Nice drive.
He's let that come onto him and he's just pushed it through mid-on. And pure timing has taken it away up to the rope, up the hill there. And that's a really pleasant shot. He hasn't tried to hit that too hard. He's just pushed it and let the ball come to him, played it under his head. And I've been really impressed last 2 times I've watched Dominic Sibley. He's a little bit more conventional than perhaps we saw the player a couple of years ago who would try and work everything leg side. He's a bit better than that now.
Final ball of the over, Everson into Sibley and takes the single. He'll be on strike for the next over. Yeah, I was talking about it with Alex regarding Sibley. He's 28 years old. Obviously, his style of play is seen as sort of the antithesis of what Bazball is at the moment. Be interested to know sort of if there's a possibility for him to work his way back into the England side, or is it just a shut door at the moment just because of clash of styles?
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see, isn't it? I mean, you have to ask the local here, Mr. Mr. Robert Key. He's the one who seems to be making the decision. I believe he plays golf just down the road at sort of in the sort of sandwich area around that area. But I mean, he would be the one with the answer to that question. But as you said earlier, I think there are some fine players around the circuit who have been discarded, and certain others who have probably been kept in the England side for too long, perhaps. But Sibley's a decent player.
Yeah.
Sam Robson was a decent player at Middlesex who was unlucky. I thought he deserved a longer run in the side as Arafat comes in, actually. It's not Jazz Singh, it's Arafat into the attack as Sibley drives towards mid-off. Adam Lyth as well. I mean, he played 7 tests, got 100 against Australia. I mean, you know, and then got discarded.
Yeah, you had a period where they were trying out a load of players with Cook. Remember Carberry, Alex Hales, Jason Roy. They all got given a handful of tests and then never picked again.
I think even Root opened in one of them, I think, didn't he? Duckett opened back then in Bangladesh, that tour.
Oh, yeah.
Arafat in. And that's edged and dropped. Sibley survives. Finch spills him and the ball to rub salt into Arafat's wounds. Ricochets off his gloves and goes for 4 runs. Those are the chances you have to take. And he genuinely beat the bat there. Oh, big moment. Big moment.
Second dropped opportunity off Sibley. This one was a better chance there. First one Parkinson dropped was a tough one to take. This one should have been taken, I think.
Arafat into Sibley, who's much more correct, much more solid as he defends that one into the offside, and you can see that's deflated Kent. There's some heads bowed around this field, and be down to Daniel Bell Drummond to pick his troops up here. Arafat comes in past umpire Ben Debenham, as that just goes into the onside. Zach Crawley doing the fielding. Crawley now just moving into mid-on. Maybe he could speak to Burns or Sibley about an England opening spot. He's the man in possession. But I'll tell you what, I thought he looked pretty good in the Tour of India, Zach Crawley.
Yeah.
Sibley defends that, goes out to Bell Drummond at mid-on.
I mean, he plays spin pretty well.
Yeah.
Didn't he go out to India when he was younger for about 3 months?
Did he?
Self-funded.
Okay.
To kind of improve himself against spin. But he looked well equipped. In India, it was a closer series than the scoreline suggests. But
yeah. I mean, I thought England gave a reasonable count. I was expecting them to get done 5-0.
Exactly. So. Yeah.
Arafat. Oh, that's a nice drive there. Well fielded at mid-off. There's Parkinson doing the fielding there with a roll. 90 for none off 21 overs. Burns on 49. Sibley on 39. And that catch there could be a crucial one. Alex Hode coming back into the commentary box to join me, and I'm sure that he will wax lyrical about that drop catch.
I'm not sure about waxing lyrical. Thank you very much for the swapping of the headsets. I've got a radio update to come in just a couple of minutes, and I need to be on this one rather than the other one, which is as awkward as humanly possible, as things always are. That was a sharp chance for Harry Finch. Pretty agonising session, to be honest, for Kent so far after tea. We do indeed have Matt Parkinson. I was a bit early earlier on when I called him coming on from the Lackington Road end, but he's there now, and he's going to be bowling. I'll use the same thing I said earlier on. Cam Steele took 3 wickets from that end earlier on, and he'll have been watching. One of them was his wicket, so he's in position.
Yeah, it's interesting. Both leg spinners bowling from that end, bowling it up, trying to turn it up the slope.
Indeed. He's the first ball is it's probably back to him by Dom Sibley.
Umpire just swapping sides there.
He is, because I think he's looking into the sun, the low sun that you have in Canterbury.
Yeah, you won't be able to see the...
Indeed, it's basically Scandinavia at this time of year. And in comes Parkinson once again. This one's driven back nicely, deliciously, in fact, by Dom Sibley, which is giving him a bit of space to just rattle it back past the pipes at the other end. 4 runs all the way, another to Sibley. He's moved on to 43, I think that is now, if my maths is correct. And the boundaries continue to come. I think that's 15 boundaries.
A little bit loopy there from Parkinson.
Yes, indeed. I think Kent fans would say, the polite ones would say, they're waiting to see the best of Matt Parkinson with the ball. However, he's had a kookaburra in his hand for the first 2 rounds of the game, and this is the first time he's had dukes. And it's April in Canterbury when it's been raining today, so we'll see.
Bill Drummond just tinkering with his field there.
Indeed he was. He has been signed for 3 years rather than 3 games. It's important to remember. Parkinson delivers again. This one just squirts out past point, and there's going to be a run there. Jazz Singh comes in to return the ball to Harry Finch, and it's spun around the cordon.
Yeah, he's been on the move. Callum Parkinson, his twin brother as well. He's gone up to Durham. Yeah, he's a good bowler, left armour, slow left armour.
Yeah, well, Matt was at Durham for a spell last year on loan as well. I think he's been around. He's just looking for a new home. He's like the littlest hobo, looking for somewhere to call home for a little while. Maybe today he'll settle down at Kent. Kent will be hoping so. 3-year contract he signed. Splashy new signing. What can he do? He's just spinning it from left hand to right, and in he comes. Just a little dance around his crease, neatly done by Rory Burns, and that is going to be his 50 runs. Very neatly done indeed. 67 balls from Rory Burns with 6 4s and 1 6 as well. Just in time for me to tell the radio about it in just a moment as well. It's very good signalling as well. You could be an umpire, you know, Dan. Signalled it before it even came up on the screen. Worked away very nicely. Off his legs, and he's playing excellently. He'll be thinking about higher milestones than that. I think that's pretty safe to say. In comes Parkinson. Forward comes Dom Sibley. Indeed, it's a bit of a testing watch this from a Kent perspective. Surrey have motored along to 96 without loss. Rory Burns just brought up 50. Dom Sibley is there at the other end on 44. He's been dropped twice already. One a very, very sharp chance from Matt Parkinson, put down at mid-wicket. A couple of moments ago, Harry Finch with a dive to his right could only get a glove on the ball. An edge off of Arafat Bhuyan, and the ball raced away for 4. So it is a bit of a dispiriting session so far. Surrey are 96 without loss in the 22nd over, trailed by just 148 runs at the moment, and there is still plenty of cricket left in the day today. 28 overs to come. Commentary continues on the BBC Sport website and app.
Yep, Surrey going along rather nicely.
All right. Enjoy your debut on BBC Radio Kent then.
Sorry,
it's very nice. No, it's a very strange. I think that's Casey who's in the studio this afternoon, because Matt is at Mansfield, where there has been significant disappointment. So it's not just Kent fans that are miserable this afternoon. Kent fans that are also Gills fans are probably very miserable this afternoon. It's all gone horribly wrong in League 2.
So is that no playoffs now for Gills?
Yeah, it is indeed. It's very much mid-table mediocrity.
Arafat. There's Burns looking to double up, get 100 here. Surrey's plan here will be bat, and probably give Kent an awkward half an hour, maybe tomorrow evening.
Yeah.
If they can rattle up 450, I think they might call it a day and then have a real good go at Kent on the 4th day.
Yep.
That's a little bit of width there. Burns goes cutting but doesn't time it at all, and the ball just dribbles out to Jack leaning there, backward point.
Yeah, you've basically just nailed the game plan from a Surrey perspective, and all that Kent can do, all they can do is keep plugging away here and just desperately hope for a breakthrough. Try a few funky fields if you need to. Anything you could do, wicket walks, whatever you can do. If you're at home,
Swap the bails.
Yeah, swap the bails, whatever you need to do.
Yeah.
Go and put the kettle on, whatever you need to do to make something happen.
Arafat into Burns, whips him through mid-wicket, but can only find the fielder there. Is that Compton, I think, isn't it? Is that Compton? Well, Joe Denley. You can see with his slightly weathered cap.
Yeah, yes, I think that is what it is. And also there's the walk of a man who's 38 years old, slightly. He's got a few miles in those knees.
Not as many as my 53-year-old ones, I will tell you. Short, pulled. Can only pick out deep backward square, Burns. And he adds another to his total.
I'm going to cheer up the miserable football fans with another Radio Kent update in about 14 minutes' time. You will be astonished to learn, I'm sure. But they need to know.
Well, it won't be my debut this time.
No.
On BBC Kent.
No, that's fine. I have a very young son who ran in once when I was doing a live piece to radio during the Olympics saying, I love chicken, which is great. So he's been on the radio, embarrassing my entire family.
Excellent. Arafat to Sibley, shoulders, arms, goes through to the gloves of Finch. He loves chicken. Does he still love chicken?
Yeah, nuggets, really. Yes,
Okay.
Anything beige is go-to. Unfortunately, but yes, that was it. That was his moment of glory, and of course I was mortified. And Anna Cookson, who's our very excellent wake-up call presenter, dealt with it very nicely. I think it was during the Tokyo Olympics, but it wasn't even a subtle in the background. It was just a scream.
Arafat in. That's a good leave there from Sibley. I think he was expecting that to go the other way, and it shaped back in, and didn't miss his off stump by much.
Did not at all. There were a few teeth being smacked and eyes to the sky then in the Kent field.
Yeah, so when was Tokyo Olympics? That was
2021.
2021.
Yeah, so he probably would have been 3. I think it would have been 3. Maybe pushing 4, but 3.
So now he's 6. Does he know not to come and interrupt the...
No, he does on purpose now, whereas then it was kind of innocent bursting into the room. No, he's hard work, but it's good fun. If he's listening, which I'm sure he won't be because he's not interested, then congratulations on your man of the match this morning, Rafi.
Nice, well done. What was that, football?
That was football, yes.
Yeah.
But I'm at cricket tomorrow morning. My daughter's going to her first ever outdoor session tomorrow, so please don't rain. Parkinson is in from the Nackington Road end. This one has worked away into a leg side by Rory Burns, straight to the fielder though, so there's no run there. 97 for no loss are Surrey. 23 overs and 1 ball have been used to get there. Parkinson comes in, a whirl of arms. This was leg side again, down on one knee, swept away towards the boundary. A couple of bounces and dealt with. Just an easy single to bring Dom Sibley back onto strike. Return from the deep by Jazz Singh. His orange soles of his shoes blazing away.
Yeah, they're a little bit like Louboutin, aren't they? With the rich soles.
Right, okay, so we've gone high fashion as well as everything else we've had today. Parkinson in, once again, this is driven nicely. It's going to be picked up by the fielder at mid-on. And they did scamper through for a single just to rotate the strike and bring Burns back on.
Other brands with red soles are available.
I mean, are there? I'm not even sure.
I don't think they are. I think it's a trademark.
Yeah, I think probably so. Yeah, Manolo Blahnik. Any of those? What soles are they? This is high women's shoe fashion chat. On the back foot carved away, but only towards cover from Rory Burns. There's no run there.
Probably two of the most unlikely individuals to be
if you could see us talking now, exactly. Yes, we're not dedicated followers of fashion. Well, I'm not anyway.
No, nor me.
Parkinson in once again to Burns.
Ooh.
Oh, playing a miss. Harry Finch standing up to the timbers, did take it. He wanted to hit it and couldn't quite get the bat on the ball.
I think that might have been the googly from Parkinson there.
Yeah, shot forward, deceived Burns, but he does remain there to fight another day. Ball is back in the hands of Parkinson now. Trying to get it right this time, and it's driven back towards him by Burns. Just Parkinson gets it down and gets a hand to it to take the sting off the ball. There's no run there. That will be the end of the over, and that is 99, I think. Depending on which scoreboard you want to believe.
Yeah, I don't trust the one on the right. It's a.
Well, come on. The manual scoreboard. It's an absolute institution.
It is an institution. It's an unusual scoreboard actually as well. It's a fantastic bit of architecture.
It is.
It has been wrong on numerous occasions during this game, but as a scoreboard, for aesthetic purposes,
yes.
it's fantastic.
I'm very glad it's there. I think there may be a change of personnel involved in there this week for this game.
Right.
I'm not going to say more. I just believe it might be a change.
Arafat comes in past umpire Debenham, strays onto the pads, and Sibley plays him into the leg side.
I mean, if it was the Red Dwarf character, Dwayne Dibley, in the middle right now, then you'd like to think could get a breakthrough pretty quickly.
What was Officer Dibble? That was Top Cat, I think, wasn't
yes,
it?
that is a cartoon. If there was a cartoon cat out there, you'd like to think the first wicket is imminent as well.
Arafat. Sibley leaves that one alone, goes through to the gloves of Finch. Yeah, so the scoreboard over there is a manual scoreboard. It's one of those ones on the drawstrings, I believe, which many a club cricketer has been into scoreboards and found them just holding a piece of string not attached to the actual numbers in his hand after yanking it too hard.
Yes.
Interesting places, scoreboards of cricket, score boxes of cricket clubs, it's got to be said. As Sibley defends that back down to Arafat. And scorers are, they're wonderful people and they would do a fantastic job. But they've got two things which they absolutely hate. The first is rain, where their multicoloured scorebook comes back looking like an abstract finger painting that your child probably did a couple of years ago at the age of 4. As Arafat comes in and Sibley defends. Bit of a slow time in the game at the moment. The other thing that scorers hate is players getting in their way. And they're making a sort of doing more than a passable impression of Bez from the Happy Mondays as they go from side to side, trying to see the action on the pitch before screaming, "You don't make a very good window." You know?
That's very true. There are a few commentary boxes on the circuit as well where you occasionally end up having to do that. Outgrounds in particular. Arafat
onto Sibley's pad. Sibley still can't get him away. Score still on 99.
Indeed, yes. The vantage point when you're kind of behind the bowler and you can't really see and you're low down as well, it makes the life very hard. I'm not complaining. This is brilliant. What a joy to be here and to be able to do this the occasions I get to. But it can be quite hard sometimes, and that makes it extra stressful.
Yeah, I do. Cheltenham for Gloucestershire, which is from a marquee which is placed a deep backward square, which can be quite difficult at times. Sibley defends. Arafat on the money here, keeping it nice and tidy. Maiden over. He has been pretty sort of miserly. 8 overs, none for 17. Half of those overs are maidens.
Oh, I reckon 4 of those are boundaries as well. So I reckon he's given up 1 single and 4 boundaries. So that's 5 scoring shots in 8 overs.
Yeah, decent. He's got good disciplines. Yes. Yeah, Cheltenham can be quite difficult with the, working out of a marquee, especially at an outground as well, where, you've got sort of the background there of
a load of different multicoloured marquees. It's quite hard to pick the ball out of it sometimes. You lose the ball regularly at Cheltenham.
I can't hear the word Cheltenham involved in the Kent cricket game and not say the words Brendan Nash, who put on a show down there. I think he pretty much passed out from heat exhaustion. This must be probably 7, 8 years ago, something like that. And I think he got a double 100 down there.
Yeah.
To save the game. A very important game for Kent as well. He's remembered fondly. West Indian international. There you go. What a link. Brought it all back together. Brendan Nash.
Yeah.
Parkinson with the ball in hand at Nackington Road end. Dancing across his crease is Burns. Guided into the leg side. There was a throw at the stumps, and Harry Finch has helped knock the Timbers over. But I think he had made his ground. That single does bring up the Surrey 100, though, in the start of the 26th over. It was Sibley who was running to the non-striker's end.
Yeah, sorry.
And I was going to say it wasn't the non-strikers end, it was to the striker's end, of course.
Yeah.
But he did make his ground. Harry Finch walloped the stumps.
Another West Indian, Santoki, and I missed out on earlier, as we were talking about who played here quite a bit, was Bernard Julian.
Oh.
Yeah, back in the day.
There was a bowler a couple of seasons ago. I don't know if you remember. Kent had a West Indian bowler. Must have been 2 seasons ago as an overseas early in the season. He's not thought of particularly often anymore down here. I don't think that's a big shot. It's a big shot from Dom Sibley. Flighted up by, it's just 4 runs. Flighted up by Parkinson. Walloped back past him by Sibley. I'm trying to see who that is at the other end. Is that Danny Bell Drummond, who's at that kind of short, very short, not quite silly.
Yeah.
Mid-on, but he had to take evasive action. It went ballisted past his ear, really, I think, and went for 4 runs at the other end.
Probably Burns didn't like that too much. He was directly behind him.
No, see, Sibley tries an attacking shot and everyone moans about it. Goodness me. He moves on to 49. Parkinson in again, Whirl of Arms. Oh, he gets down to this one. Beats the bat, though, and through to Harry Finch.
We've completely missed the Surrey 100.
I did say 100.
Oh, did we?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh,
when he, well, yes, I did. I ticked the box anyway. Basically, when he was running to try and make the ground, the throw wasn't quite in time. But I said the words that Surrey had got to 100. So don't get angry at me, Surrey fans.
No. We'd never get angry with you, Alex. Never.
Parkinson ball back in hand, delivering once again forward in defence. Respectful defence by Sibley. Just dollops it down into the offside. And takes a couple of steps away. He's probably his heart rate's probably going on like the clappers after that expansive stroke. Drive back down the ground for 4. Parkinson delivers. This one's just prodded away. It's going to be picked up a point. There's no run there either. So Sibley remains on 49. That's from 79 balls. Rory Burns is on 53 from 77. The run rate is just a lick over 4. And there's still 24 overs to go today, so they'll be looking to get towards that 200 if possible. Parkinson, this one's defended back. Is that no ball? Indeed there is. There's been quite a few of those in the first couple of games as well from Kent, and a few of them have actually come from that end, and a couple have been from Matt Parkinson as well. So there'll be another opportunity for Sibley. Parkinson delivers, and this one is just driven down towards mid-on by Sibley. There's no run there. Never thought of it. There will be an update to come in just a moment from BBC Radio Kent. That is the end of the over. 106 for no loss. Surrey from 26 overs. Arafat is going to resume from the pavilion end in just a second. I'm going to have to break off. Rory Burns is taking strike at the Nackington Road end. Arafat is yet to deliver, and I'm yet to deliver as well.
Yeah, Arafat just at the top of his mark and about to run in here to Rory Burns, as that has got a thick inside edge and gone down to fine leg. No luck for Kent, unfortunately. 107.
Okay, maybe there'll be a slightly longer delay before I do my update for Radio
Burns on
Kent.
54, Sibley on 49. You're listening to Alex Hode on BBC Radio Kent, and me, Dan Whiting, BBC London.
Indeed. If you want to listen about over 80s hockey, then quickly get on Radio Kent on the wireless right now.
Arafat, orange shoes running away from us as Sibley defends.
This is going to be a test of concentration. Try and
It
get
is.
through this over while you've got the radio in your ear and trying to describe things that you can see.
Yeah,
Oh, it's got someone's listening to us. Thank you so much.
Yeah, it certainly is. Burns, 54 of 78 balls. Arafat. Sibley defends again. Arafat's steady. He doesn't bowl much, as they call it, toffee. He's on the there or thereabouts virtually every ball. And I think he's got a little bit about him. I think on wickets that offer him a little bit of help, I think he could be a really useful acquisition.
This is encouraging and promising.
Here he comes. Past umpire Ben Devon and bowls. That's full. That's got to be close. Or has they got an inside edge on that? That's the only thing I can
The
think.
noise, I thought from the sound of it,
Possibly, yeah.
it's going to take a minute for the replay to come through. The noise made me think there was an inside edge involved there.
Because I think that was the only thing saving him, because it's hit him on the foot, more or less bang in front of sort of middle and off.
There we go.
It must be the only thing that saved him.
Can't really see from the replay, but God, that was an aggressive little shine of the ball there on his leg. He's fired up now.
Arafat to Sibley, plays him off the front foot to Daniel Bell-Drummond at mid-on. Is your update still happening?
It is. I've had a message saying it is going to happen shortly. It won't be very long, I don't think. Just getting the over 80s hockey report feature out on the Sports Hub show out of the way. We'll be back.
Arafat comes in past the umpire. Short, and that's 50 for Dominic Sibley. Off 86 balls.
Yeah, no real good news to bring fans of Kent cricket, or Kent sport in general, really, this afternoon, to be completely honest. Dom Sibley's just brought up 50 to go with Rory Burns. The opening pair have both got half centuries, and it's 108 for no loss, our Surrey. We're only in the 27th over. We've still got 23 to come today, and they are ticking away slowly down that fairly unimposing target of 244, which Kent set earlier. It looks very much like Surrey are going to bat through the day, and probably bat through tomorrow, and post a very imposing target to try and beat Kent by an innings plus on the final day. That's the plan for them. The plan for Kent is to take some wickets, and quickly. If you want to hear if they can, join us listening to commentary on the BBC Sport website and app for the rest of the day. In comes Matt Parkinson once again from the Nackington Road end. That's just worked away, squirted away by Dom Sibley. Square towards point, but there's no run.
Meanwhile, Alex Hode and I are going to be on overtime here. We're going to get our minus lamps out.
Should have brought a sleeping bag.
And it's going to be a long session.
It is indeed. Parkinson comes in. This one's allowed to bounce through by Sibley. Harry Finch takes it behind the timbers and just spins the ball around before it works its way back into the hands of Matt Parkinson. Indeed. It's been a pretty not far off perfect day for Surrey so far. A couple of strides down the field by Sibley, but he's driven straight towards mid-off, and there is going to be no run there. I thought it was going to be another expansive flourish, and he was going to larrup a six, which is very un-Sibley-ish.
For those of you listening in, Alex Hode is dressed as if it's midsummer.
Oh dear. Parkinson in, once again, flights it up, and he has gone for a flourish. Goodness me, Sibley. Not sure has that got all the way. Has it gone? I think it might have gone, I called that a shot too early. He has gone for a big 6 over long off. An extraordinary shot from Dom Sibley, who breezes on to 56. And yes, it's looking slightly ominous from a Kent perspective at the moment with Sibley and Rory Burns ticking along very nicely indeed for the double defending county champions.
Yeah, I think that there's been a lot of time taken out of this game, so Surrey now need to possibly they're motoring along nicely. They've got a nice platform, but now they can put their foot on the accelerator.
Indeed. That 244 doesn't seem all that far away at the moment. Parkinson comes in, and this time is very respectfully dealt with by Sibley, reminding us that he can defend, and he's reliable at defence as well. This is a bit of a showcase of Dom Sibley's talents in terms of apparently he can stride down the pitch and slap a 6, but he can also just block out if needs be. Parkinson in once again. That's another one from Sibley. Took a step back, made room for himself. A couple of bounces this time, and it is another 4. But he moves on to 60, and Surrey are on to 118 without loss. And it's becoming a fairly lengthy session. It's turning into a pretty painful session with Kent as well.
Yeah. So as I was mentioning, Alex Hoad is dressed as if it's midsummer. He's rocked up this morning in shorts and a shirt. And
yes.
by the time we both get out of here this evening,
It's going to be freezing, I know.
It's going to be a tad chilly, I think.
am. So, now, there is a reason for that, because last Saturday I was at Essex, and Kent had a very successful day when I was there. I'm not saying it was entirely down to me. It was mainly Danny Beldrum and Ben Compton putting on 200.
Yeah.
But I like to think that the shorts that I'm wearing right now played a part in it. And so I've worn the same clothing as last Saturday, essentially. And it's not worked. Completely it's not worked today.
Fair enough. Arafat in. As Burns just defends that into the offside. So tomorrow, is it going to be 3 layers? And
well, I'm not here tomorrow. I believe you
not?
have the Mr. Cole, I believe, is back.
Okay.
I think if it's not, it's Ben Watts, but I think it's Matt Cole, who is in Mansfield this afternoon. Yes, if it's Ben Watts, then it's either way. It's a treat for you. You're going to have a great day. A significantly better day probably than today with me. But
no, I've thoroughly enjoyed today. Here's Arafat. Can he start to enjoy today by nipping out a couple of Surrey wickets in this evening's session? He's been on the money without looking hugely threatening, but he would like just to nip out 1, possibly 2 before the close tonight.
I mean, I'm going to say 3 because it's still 21 overs and change.
Yeah.
3 would be good.
Yeah, we'll go for
something.
3.
A batting bonus, bowling bonus point to take home overnight would be nice.
We'll go for 3. That's just worked off the legs. Leg glance down to fine leg for a single. I want to hand over to Santoki in the over.
That's fine. You did mention earlier on your haves and have-nots in this division. It's very much, this is occasionally Goliath beats David up, and that is kind of what's happening a little bit, or so it feels at the moment in this game. It happened last year, and there are some similarities. Maybe I've just got PTSD from last summer, I'm not sure, but
yeah,
Kent will be hoping very much that there are no 5s on the board at the end of this innings.
Arafat full, Sibley drives, full toss, a low full toss, out to mid-off, but doesn't get it past him. And it's a dot ball. Yeah, I mean, I think in life everything is cyclical, and sides go through good eras, and no more so than Kent, who've won 7 county championships, and you know they won them all in quite short periods of time, didn't they? They had a spell at the beginning of the 20th century when they won 4 in 10 years. As Arafat comes in, Sibley crunches him through the offside. That's going to run away down the hill for 4 runs. That's a very nice shot indeed. Yeah, and then they won 3 in the 1970s, so it does come in sort of dynasties, doesn't it?
Yeah.
You know, and there will be times when Surrey, somebody else comes and knocks Surrey off their perch, and yeah, everything is cyclical. There'll be times when somebody comes and knocks Manchester City off their perch.
This sounds great. How long have we got to wait for all of this to happen?
Well, till financial fair play comes in, probably. But yeah, I mean, it's one of those things. But we saw a few years ago, Yorkshire had a very sort of good few seasons where they won it 2 years in a row and then just missed out for the third year. There's Arafat bowls there. Yeah, Yorkshire, I mean, no side have won 3 in a row since Yorkshire did between 1966 and 1968.
Yep.
So for Surrey, if they can do it 3 years in a row, it's a big, big ask, and it's something that hasn't been done for over 50 years.
No, this is true. And they will be, I think it's safe to say, there or thereabouts come the end of the season. I think we both said that Essex as well started very quickly indeed. I'm just going to do a little... Oh no, do I need to shuffle over the microphone? Oh. Right, musical chairs is over for the afternoon. There will be some more to come, I'm sure, at some point before too long. Santogi, welcome back to the commentary box. It's probably the sunniest part of the day since before the game. You've got the sunnies on still.
Sunnies are back on.
They are indeed. We've got George Garrett, who's come back to join you. He's going to be bowling from the Nackington Road end, hoping for a breakthrough. I'll take Garrett, who's just had this one dotted down into the leg side by Rory Burns. There's no run there. 123 for no loss. Rory Burns is on 55. Dom Sibley is not playing like old Dom Sibley today. It's safe to say he's on 64, and he's showed an array of attacking shots. And having scored the slowest ever county championship century here less than a year ago, he's got the same milestone in mind, a damn sight quicker, it's safe to say. Garrett has the ball in hand and is coming in again. The shadows are lengthening here in Canterbury. He delivers. This one's heading the leg side. It's helped on its way once again by Burns. There is a fielder out there. He just picks it up and returns it. Jazz Singh, I think, down there.
The thing is, Burns and Sibley have built a platform at a reasonable pace, and then when you've got Lawrence and Smith who can accelerate...
Don't do this to me, Santogi. I don't need this. Yeah, the run rate ticked up throughout the course of the afternoon and evening. To be honest, it's just about 4 1/4 at the moment. It feels like they certainly have the ability to get that up past 4.5 towards 5 pretty swiftly as well, if needs be. They were ticking along at the 3-ish early on in this reply, but that's it. They've done what you're supposed to do with the Duke's ball. See off the shine and get yourself in, and then enjoy.
Exactly that.
Garrett's coming in now, trying to end that enjoyment. It's defended away by Sibley into the offside. There is not a lot to enjoy from a Kent perspective, other than, I guess, the sun's out now. Although it's so cold, you can't even really enjoy that.
Yeah.
Looking around, the patrons here at Canterbury are still wrapped up in bobble hats and layers, and yes, it's always a treat to be here when there's a game on and the sun's out. It's fun. We take the results very seriously, but it's just nice to be able to do it.
Yeah, exactly.
Just think there are a lot of places around the world to sit at work, but sitting here with this view on a day like this, it's a real treat. We're lucky, and you're very welcome here with us wherever you're listening from today. Garrett comes in, and this one's at the leg side, just guided away towards mid-wicket. There is a shy that stumps there. He's made his ground anyway, and Sibley just scampered through for a single to bring Rory Burns back onto strike. What's that signal for? They're changing with... What is that? What are they trying to do there? So there was an umpire signal to the other single. They're obviously swapping over sides due to the sun. I think that's probably what it was. It was beckoning him across to the other side. Mike Burns and Ben Debenham, the umpires here this week. George Garrett is now going to be bowling to Rory Burns, lefty. Garrett thundering in, put some extra sauce in there, just defended down, darts it down towards point. There's Rory Burns. There's no run there. I'm very quickly just going to check and see if I need to do anything more for the radio. I don't think I do, which will be a relief to everyone, I'm pretty sure. The next thing I'll need to worry about for the radio is who to interview after the close of play today. There's only one name in my mind at the moment, and he's got his hand on the ball. He's running in for the Nackington Road end, George Garrett. This one skirts away backwards of point. And there'll be a single there. They want two. He turns to come back for a second as Rory Burns. It was never a good idea, and they've quite rightly, Sibley's told him to stay where he is. Sibley wants some of the strike as well. He's having an enjoyable evening in the sunshine. Not a warm sunshine. I think it's one of these, it looks pleasant out there. When I go outside, I'm going to be, hypothermia might set in, and it feels like 3 degrees probably. There's a bit of a wind whipping across.
It's a very photogenic view, but not realistically that great to be outside.
Absolutely. Garrett comes in once again. This is defending back towards him, and a nice bit of keepy-uppy from George Garrett. I've done that myself. It hurts. Kicking a cricket ball hurts. Yeah. Why would you do that to yourself? You're risking, again, metatarsal injury. I'd never do it. Look like a change in the field. Is that Crawley? There's a couple of changes. Jack Leaning's coming off, I think. Tawanda Miaye's coming on. Not sure who that is. The other subfielder. But it's all change. It's time for toilet breaks and things like that, I think.
Across the counties, David Beddenham, South African international, 79 ball century against Worcestershire at Kidderminster CC. They have got some talent, indeed. We've got Matt Parkinson, who's switching to bowl from the pavilion end here, just to see if he can get something a little bit different. Or maybe he just doesn't want to bowl with the sun in his eyes. Or maybe he thinks that having the sun coming from that end might actually help him, because the batters won't be able to see it quite so well. But either way, Parkinson will bowl. And you can take the over. I think the last over, the 6 and the 4 from Sibley forced him to change ends.
Yeah, I think that's fair enough.
And so it's going to be Parkinson into Burns from the pavilion end. And he goes in, and just a defensive tap from Burns. No run. Surrey 128 for the loss of no wickets.
Defensive tap is pretty much Dom Sibley today, isn't it? Some of it's defensive and some of it's tap. It's been a nice showcase from him.
And Parkinson in once again, and a sweep from Burns, and takes the single. Just went to deep point. Takes the single, brings Sibley on to strike.
Must be quite pleasant to play under these conditions. There's no real scoreboard pressure. You're just having fun, just playing your shots, pick up the runs where there are. If there's a bad ball, try and absolutely whack it. Good times.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what Burns and Sibley, they've been choosing their moments to score. Going at a steady pace. No real pressure, as you say. Parkinson into Sibley this time, and a block from Sibley.
Dan said 450 earlier on. I'm thinking that they've got plenty of firepower down this order. If they wanted to go put 550 on the board again, I feel like that's not unrealistic to think.
Parkinson into Sibley again, and another block there. And you don't sound too optimistic then.
Well, I mean, it's partly protecting myself because I've been hurt before in this scenario. But they're 129 for no loss from 30 overs, and there's 20 to come today, and then there's 104 tomorrow.
Parkinson into Sibley, and he leaves it. He's tempted there to go for a big hit there, I think, but he decided to leave it at the last minute.
Yeah, perhaps I allowed a little bit too much hope into my heart last summer, and then Surrey went and scored 501 and won handsomely, cantered to victory.
Final ball of the over. Parkinson with the leg spin into Sibley, and Sibley gets the single.
I think he's going to get more than that.
Has it gone?
Yes, it was a long run round. It has gone all the way.
Oh, okay. So that's gone before my view, hindered by the edge of a balcony.
Indeed, the balcony of the Cowdrey stand, which is packed out today. People taking shelter from the elements in there as well. But that was a very long. The sweeper had probably 40 yards to run to try and cut that off, and didn't quite manage it. So what is that? 133 without loss now. Sibley moves on to 69. Some of the timing on his shots has been pretty extraordinary, even for him. Dan just made me jump by reaching for a pen. So I need an adrenaline shot to get me through the last however long. 20 overs to go. So what's that? We're looking at... Yeah, we're very much staring down the barrel of 7 o'clock.
Do Sainsbury's do dinner meal deals?
It's a good point. There's been quite a few punters in today, so I suspect they might run out. Garrett in now, delivering. That was actually arrowed towards middle and leg. Burns has managed to dig it out. And it remains 133 without loss for Surrey. I thought for a minute the clouds were going to come over and that might be the best hope, but no, the sun is back. The shadows are long. Zach Crawley's shadow must be 14 feet at least, something like that. I know he's got a head start. Harry Finch's is 6 foot. Burns on strike again. George Garrett at the top of his mark. Steaming in as he has been all day. This has gone down the leg side past square leg. That'll just be an easy single there. They could have walked that, I think it's safe to say. Not even power walked it. Just strolled through on a sunny afternoon in the park. And that's what it feels like for Surrey at the moment, I suspect. 134. The deficit now is 110. And they have yet to lose a wicket. There have been a couple of opportunities. And the very, very sharp, we'll call it a half chance for Matt Parkinson that was put down. Sibley was on 15. There was another chance that Harry Finch put down when he was on 34, just diving away to his right. And could only help the ball to the boundary. So Sibley's had a couple of lives. Rory Burns is offered very little. As Garrett comes in, this one's just guided away by Sibley into the offside. There's no run there. But yes, chances at a premium. When they come, you need to take them. And they've not been able to do so on day 2. We are, of course, only about 100 odd overs in to this game. Having lost so much at day 1 and day 2, it was 81 overs, I think, Kent's innings. Sorry, so what were we, 120 in? Well behind the 8 ball on day 2. Sorry, looking to make up for that. This one's dug out again by Sibley off Garrett into the offside for no run. Should we do a little swing around some of the other games as well? Just while they're pretty much all approaching stumps on day 2. There might be a few more. Essex have, goodness me, 225 innings, 225 ahead in their first innings against Lancashire at Chelmsford. Still got a couple of wickets in hand as well. They'll do well to eke out a... well, they can very well bowl out Lancashire and become the first team to win 2 games. The only team to win a game at all at the moment. Garrett in. Once again, she's guided away towards point by Sibley. There's no run there either. 372 for 8 are Essex. End of day 2. Hampshire are replying to Warwickshire's 455. They're 131 for 1. Decent start to the reply. Notts eventually got Somerset 454 all out, giving up a monster 253 run deficit already, and they've lost a wicket, Notts, in reply as well. So Somerset honing in on a victory there late on day 2 in Division 1. That's a big game with implications for the bottom of the table, shall we put that delicately. Garrett comes in once again, bowling to Sibley. This one's just cracked towards the field of a very short mid-wicket, and there's no run there either. That'll be the end of the over from Garrett. Remains 134 for no wicket. I'll just finish off Division 1 quickly. Durham are 265 for 4. They already lead by 325. They've still got 6 wickets in hand, and they've got 2 days at Worcestershire as well. So Durham looking very much for their first win in the County Championship for about 8 years, I think. perhaps a little bit longer than that because they weren't great the last time they were up. And drop down to Division 2. Leicestershire are, oh my goodness me. Leicestershire scored 574 for 7 declared against Derbyshire at Derby. And the home side have already lost a wicket, 6-1 in reply. Goodness me. Derbyshire didn't win a game last year. And it's not going to win this one either, I think it's safe to say. Have I got time for one more before Parkinson? I'll do one more before Parkinson. Yorkshire, 124 for 6 at Lords. They're 37 runs ahead, but 6 wickets down against Middlesex, who will fancy their chances there of picking off the pre-season title favourites in Division 2.
So Parkinson gets ready to deliver. Burns on strike. And a sweep from Burns down to deep point. Takes the single. Brings Sibley on strike.
Does indeed. At Wantage Road, Northants are rattling up the runs. 227 for 2. Just 44 runs behind Glamorgan's total of 271 with 8 wickets left.
Parkinson into Sibley. And just a front foot block from Sibley. No run.
Next door, Sussex are 225 for 3 in reply to Gloucestershire's 417. They're 192 behind with 7 wickets remaining.
Parkinson once again into Sibley. And again, just another blocked short leg.
And at sunny Canterbury, Surrey are 135 for no loss in reply to Kent's 244. In the very long shadows at, goodness me, it's nearly 6 o'clock.
Parkinson in again, and Sibley takes the single.
18 overs, so normally that would be an hour and 5 or 6 minutes. I'm not even sure what happens here, if there is a cut-off at 7 or if they wait for the light to get so bad that they can't continue, but it feels like we are here for the long haul. It could be a 7 o'clocker.
Parkinson into Burns. No run taken. And Parkinson not getting much out of the pitch so far.
No, from either end, to be completely honest.
Yeah.
But also, I suppose, Cameron Steele's smelt blood a little bit when he was bowling, whereas this is hard going.
Yeah. And final delivery to Burns with no run. So that ends the over. 2 runs of Parkinson's over. Surrey 136 for no wicket. 33 overs gone, still 17 left remaining in the day, depending on light.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. It seems a very long time ago, because it was. I think it was about 6-7 hours ago that the floodlights were all on, blazing away.
Yeah.
The clouds above us, and now there's very little to worry about. And Kent have a lot to worry about if they're going to try and find a way of getting something from this game. It's going to be Garrett once again from the Nackington Road end, resuming.
I think if you're Kent, you'd rather this day end sooner rather than later. So
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they're not doing a rain dance or any kind of something right now is
scandalous.
Yeah, indeed. It must be tricky. Daniel Bell-Drummond is trying to kind of chat to his team, keep their heads up. It's It doesn't feel like a particularly long time. They've actually only been out there in the dirt for 141 minutes. What's that? Not even 2.5 hours. Feels longer. Garrett, this one is clipped away towards point by Sibley. It's stopped by the fielder and there's no run there. Was that 136 without lost? Should we welcome back Dan Whiting? Would you like me to leave? I'll leave at the end of the over. How about that? Is that okay? I don't want to become one of those squatters that you see on the news, but I will take my leave and let you guys continue. Another little conversation by Daniel Bell-Drummond with George Garrett. Just saying, go out, enjoy yourself, have fun. This is why we play the game. 0 for 38, Garrett. From this is his 10th over. This one's respectfully defended back to him by Sibley, who has a complete arsenal of defensive shots and has also got the ability to dance daintily down the track and deposit a spinner for 6 back over his head, as well as we've seen today. That is Dom Sibley, ladies and gentlemen.
Still very feasible he could get to a century today,
Tonight, yeah,
isn't it?
I know, exactly. Whereas this time last year, if he was on 70, you'd have thought, well, he might get there tomorrow after tea. I think 381, I think, was the number of balls he took
Yeah,
to get
it
to 100
was.
last year. He's on 70 from 130 this year. And you got to witness both of these very different knocks indeed. Garrett comes in, simply this time works it away off his legs. It's not. I thought they were going to scam through for a single there. It was up towards mid-on, but there's no run. Return back to his crease. Yeah, if he does go big again today, then you may not be invited back for this fixture. I say next year, if there is one next year. But we'll see. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. For now, it's early in the season. It's April, and anything can happen. Garrett's at the top of his mark, just directing a little bit of traffic. A couple of fielders shuffling around on the leg side, and then shuffling right back in as Garrett steams in. Ooh, defended. That was a fuller one from Garrett. Had to concentrate, did Sibley, just played it away, dotted down into the offside. And there's no run. The deficit is 108 at the moment. I was thinking earlier on when they started, they'll be looking to try and get under 100 before the close of play. I mean, who knows? I don't think that they'll go particularly attacking tonight, but they could, and if they did, they could rattle off most of them. To be honest, I think they'll probably save as many wickets in hand for tomorrow, and if they need to go through the gears tomorrow, then that'll be the plan.
Yeah, definitely.
A couple more balls to come from George Garrett, and then you can get rid of me for a little while, or maybe today actually. Garrett comes in. This is defended by Sibley again. It's another fuller one to dig out. He's given it 100% every single ball. Is George Garrett. Much like he did with the bat earlier in the day with his first class best 48. He's not leaving anything out there. Every ball he's giving 100%, and he's asking the best questions he can anyway. His body will allow him to. Well, his body, the pitch, and the ball will allow him to. Unfortunately, at the other end, you've got Dom Sibley, who's he seems to have the answer book for every question thrown at him at the moment. In comes Garrett. 5 dots in a row. He's connected them to finish off the over. 136 for no loss. Oh, sorry, I'm going to depart with George Garrett registering another maiden over. Dan Whiting from BBC Radio London Sport. We'll be back in a moment.
Yes, a frustrating evening session for Kent, unable to find a breakthrough so far. Burns on 60, Dom Sibley on 70, both looking relatively comfortable at the crease, and we welcome back Dan Whiting. How are you, Dan?
I'm good. I'm enjoying this opening partnership. Kent fans might not be, but it's interesting. We've had a tweet actually from Marcus Hook, who is a very nice gentleman down at Surrey, and he said that last year, I'll come on to it after this ball if you want to take us away.
Yeah. Parkinson into Burns, very wide. Burns attempted to get to it.
Good grief, what was going on? Parkinson's actually chuckling away there, I think, by the look of it. I think he's foxed everyone.
Parkinson in again to Burns, and a sweep down to deep point. Burns looking for 2. Oh, okay, he's run the 2. Sibley looked
Ooh. Direct hit there from the keeper. Ball comes into Finch, who throws at the stumps, and Sibley was almost barbecued a little bit there by Burns, but they got through for 2. Marcus has been in touch and said in last year's county championship, Surrey enjoyed just one opening stand in excess of 58, and that was the 142 unbeaten between Burns and Sibley versus Northants at the Oval in September. Well,
Parkinson into Burns once again, and another sweep, no run. A run, yep, misfield there, and they get the quick single. So Burns very keen to make the runs, scampering along, takes Surrey to 139 for the loss of no wicket. So it looks like they're about to break that opening stand record.
Well, they got 167 last week against Somerset together. So Burns and Sibley got 100. Burns got 70 odd.
Parkinson into Sibley this time and just hit down to cover. No run taken from Sibley.
Bell Drummond with a... No, who's that on there? It's not Bell Drummond, no, is it? Jazz Singh with a snood.
Parkinson in final ball of the inning, of the over, and it goes down to deep cover. Sibley gently takes a single. Oh, sorry, one left. One left in the over. Parkinson to deliver to Burns. Burns looking around at the field placements.
Yeah, so it seems like these two enjoy batting together.
And Parkinson gets set to deliver into Burns, who sweeps again. Goes down to deep back point, and that's a 4. Lovely sweep there from Burns. Takes him to 67. Surrey 144 after 35 overs. So good finish there to that final delivery of the Parkinson over for Burns. And both openers looking very, very comfortable at the moment, Dan.
Yeah, Burns just sweeping that through deep backward square leg there, and it was got it a little bit finer than most of them. He's been hitting them square, and he's got that one just backward a square, and it runs away down the hill there towards the lime tree. So 144, Burns on 67, Sibley on 71. And there's plenty of overs left in the day. I think there's a 6:30 cut-off, isn't there? I'm not sure, and we might be here till 7 o'clock. But the light looks good. It's like Surrey have speed-dialed God for the weather. Because when Kent batted, as Garrett comes in, bustling in, and Sibley just plays that out to mid-wicket. When Kent batted, the skies were grey, leaden grey skies. And as soon as Surrey have come out to bat, the sun's come out. And batting conditions look a lot easier. Garrett's going to go around the wicket. No, he's not. He's going to go over the wicket. He's going to stay over the wicket. Right, funky field time. We've got 2 short mid-wickets in. Crawley's come out the slip and gone into short mid-wicket. We've got a deep backward square. We've got a deep square and a mid-on. Sibley still works it that way and picks up a single as deep square leg comes round. So a bit of leg theory going on perhaps.
Yeah.
Surrey old skipper Douglas Jardine would be clapping his hands at this from Daniel Beltram, but I think he's got to try something different. He's got to make something happen here, Beltram, because at the moment Kent look flat. The attack looks, it's an inexperienced attack, so I don't want to be too harsh on inexperienced players, but you could do with some variety, I think, the Kent attack. Garrett's going to come around the wicket now at Burns as he gives him a half volley. Burns plays it through out into deep cover. They're going to come back for a second, and Sibley manages to get home. So 2 more onto the total, and Surrey in the ascendancy here. It's looking rather easy for them.
Yeah.
They're only now less than, they've got the deficit into double figures. 97 behind. Burns crunches that through the offside, well fielded in the covers. But with 10 wickets in hand, I can see Surrey going through the gears tomorrow, putting on some fireworks, and probably looking at about 450, 500 perhaps, and giving Kent maybe a rather awkward last half hour, possibly hour.
The problem for Kent at the moment is, where do you turn to, as you said, that lack of experience?
Yeah, it's it's difficult. Oh, that's nearly sneaked through Burns there. He got a little bit late on that. The moon has come out, which, I'm not saying, we're on for a late finish here, but we don't need floodlights when you've got a full moon, possibly. There's no cut-off. So we're here. There's no cut-off. So we're here for
Saturday night, lads.
14 overs. It's going to be a 7:10 finish here, isn't it? Oh, and that's gone. Burns has gone. Crawley with an excellent catch there at first slip. And Garrett deserves that. He's bustled in. He's running hard. And he's never given up hope. And he's got his reward there with a wicket of Rory Burns, who departs for 69, edge to first slip. And that was a good catch, wasn't it, Santoki?
Yeah, brilliant catch there. So, big breakthrough. We sort of had a lull. It seemed like a lull body language was down from Kent, but, George Garrett, he's shown with the bat that determination. He's done it again with the ball. We'd shown how persistent he'd been with the ball before, and he's got his just rewards there.
Yeah, it's not easy as well when the hands are cold.
Yeah,
it's not easy, and that was a really, really good catch from Crawley. He doesn't miss many for England, and Kent would have been glad to see it going his way. And if Sibley had been held on to one of those two chances, the one to Finch was probably the easier of the two. The one to Parkinson was drilled, he had to dive at that. But the one to Finch with the gloves on, I know it went low to his right hand side, but really you'd expect him to get hold of that. New man at the crease is Daniel Lawrence, the finest sportsman from Chingford, and that includes David Beckham. So here he comes to the crease. That is New County, and he'll be looking to hang around till the close of play and looking to make inroads into this deficit of 97. But that's a breakthrough for Kent. They'll be pleased with that. And the locals who stayed here till the bitter end, who look like they're wrapped up against the elements, people in bobble hats here, they deserve to see their county rewarded.
Looks like we're having a change of bowlers from the pavilion end. So Arafat Boyan coming in replacing Matt Parkinson. Just getting loose, some deliveries there. So yeah, Lawrence at the crease. Be interested to see, with not that long, we've got 14 overs left, what approach Lawrence takes. Does he just try to see it out till tomorrow, or does he play his more naturally attacking game?
I think he'll just play his natural game. He's naturally aggressive.
Yeah.
And I think he'll play his normal game.
So Boyan in to Sibley, take strike, and just a front foot defensive stroke there from Sibley, no run. And Kent players looking slightly more galvanised. They'll be sensing, hopefully they'll be trying to get another wicket before the close of play. That would be ideal for them. Ideally Sibley.
Yeah, well, Lawrence, he's another of international quality, isn't he?
As Arafat runs in once again to Sibley, who strokes it down to square legs, no run taken. And Arafat just checking his crease there. Surrey 147 for 1. And Sibley on strike 72 of 121. Looks unlikely he'll get his century today unless we see some marvellous attacking play for the last hour or so. As Arafat runs in again, and Sibley hits it down to cover, no run taken.
Yeah, it's evening sunshine here, bathing the ground, or bathing most of it. The shadows are coming out here quite a way now.
Still a fair few fans here.
Yeah,
Canterbury certainly got their money's worth today.
they're a loyal bunch here.
Arafat Boyan runs in again to Sibley. No run, straight to cover. And Sibley just practicing a few shadow shots there, marking his crease.
Going through the motions.
Yeah. Arafat Boyan runs in for the 5th delivery of the over into Sibley. Blocks it once again. So that's 5 dot balls on the bounce for Boyan.
Yeah.
And Sun slightly retreats now.
Yeah. I wonder if that sun goes down behind the pavilion. I wonder if that might affect the light somewhat.
Just as you say that, the sun returns. A final ball of the over from Boyan into Sibley, and no run once again. Maiden over from Arafat Boyan there. So Surrey 147 for 1. Still very much in the ascendancy.
Arafat's been on the money. He hasn't gone for many. He hasn't looked particularly threatening, but he's actually given his skipper Daniel Bell Drummond a semblance of control, which is crucial in this. You know, he could have been looking a lot worse if he'd have been going all around the park. He could be looking at sort of 200 here, but Kent is still fighting. And Garrett's there. 1 for 41 off 11. Arafat none for 24 off 11. Sibley on 72. First ball for Daniel Lawrence to face. Ooh. And he's gone across his stumps. There's half an appeal. I think there's a bit of bat involved there. I was thinking maybe pad first perhaps, which is the reason behind the appeal. But umpire Michael Burns having none of it. Nice evening here. Few fans still braving the wind, braving the elements. Here as Garrett comes in. Lawrence plods onto the front foot, pushes out to the covers. No run. The press box there looking rather lively in the Underwood and Knott stand. Over to our left, just past the players' dressing room. As the evening shadows lengthen here at Canterbury. Garrett in onto the legs of Lawrence, and he's underway. He's just going to get the one. He runs the first one quickly, run hard the first one, which is what he taught as a youngster, but can't get back for a second due to good throw coming in there from Arafat. Down at long leg. Right, so Zach Crawley's come out the slips again and goes into this short mid-wicket where he'll join, I think that's Compton in there with him, isn't it? We think.
Yeah.
It's hard to see. We think it's probably Compton. Anyway, here's Garrett in. Sibley nurdles that one through point for a languid single. And the score ticks over to 149.
So yeah, edging closer to that 150 landmark. As you said, tomorrow expect some fireworks, with especially with rain forecast for Monday, I believe. So
is there?
Surrey will be.
Ah, hadn't looked that far ahead.
So with that in mind, Surrey will be looking to accelerate rapidly tomorrow, I'd imagine.
Yeah. Garrett to Lawrence, who pushes onto the front foot, plays it out to the skipper Bell Drummond at mid-off. Well, that changes things, doesn't it? And I know they all cricketers say, oh, we just play the game in front of us, we don't look at the forecast. But surely you have to have one eye on the weather, especially in this day and age. If the technology's there with the weather, they use it for all sorts of things like analysts, etc. these days. So surely you would use the technology that's there for the weather. That's a shake of the head from Alex Hode there, who doesn't fancy. There's the 150 as as Lawrence tickles it into the leg side. And the 150 comes up after exactly 38 overs in 17 minutes shy of 3 hours. Yeah, Alex is... you look cloudy.
Oh, it's decreased on this. It was 60% this morning, so we've seen a change.
Yeah, so it's looking comfortable. Looks like I'm interviewing Cameron Steele at the close of play.
And it's Arafat again at the pavilion end. Dan Lawrence will be on strike for this.
Talking about leg spinners, and there was a famous one here down at Kent. I'll come on to it after this ball from Arafat.
Arafat running in to Lawrence, and just a noodle there from Lawrence. Takes a single, thinks about going again. Yep, they comfortably make the second as the ball goes to back point.
Yeah, Titch Freeman, who... Oh, that's what the Freeman house is named after. He was Alfred Percy Titch Freeman. And I think I've got a feeling it was 1929 he took 300 wickets in a season.
Oh, wow. Arafat in once again to Lawrence. Down to cover, no run taken.
Let's have a look at, see if that's right. He was 5'2", and his brothers played for Essex, actually. 28 it was. Got 304 first-class wickets in a season.
Arafat into Lawrence for the third delivery of the over. Ooh, driven down straight, covered by Lawrence. Should get 2 for this one. Yep. And it's and they make a third. So some good running here from Surrey. We saw it with Burns earlier, and Lawrence making that call for the third run. Takes them to 155 for the loss of 1 wicket, and that leaves Sibley on strike for the next ball from Arafat.
Right, so Titch Freeman took 1,673 wickets in 6 consecutive seasons from 1928 to 1933. In each of those seasons, he took over 250 wickets. He took 10 wickets in an innings on 3 occasions in 1929, 1930 and 1931. He took 17 wickets in a match twice in 1922 and 1932.
Arafat into Sibley. Driven down, no run taken.
He took 10 or more wickets in a match on 140 occasions. I mean, this is just outrageous.
Fair to say he was a decent leggy then.
Yeah, I think he was a decent leggy. He's the second only to Wilfred Rose in his aggregate of first-class wickets, and he accumulated his in little more than half as many matches as Rhodes. That shows what a fine leg spinner he was here.
So Arafat goes in to Sibley and just blocked, no run.
He also has taken, or took, 386 fifers. I mean, that is like just different level, different gravy. Yeah.
Was it a kookaburra or a juice?
Yeah.
Last ball of the over as Arafat goes into Sibley and just gently touch down to backward square leg for the single, and that's the end of the over. Surrey 157 for 1, 39 overs. Sorry, 156 for 1, 39 overs done. Still 11 to go, Dan.
Yeah, still 11 overs left in the day. If I get divorced, then I blame Kent County Cricket Club. I'll send them my legal bills. Yeah, Freeman was from Lewisham, South East London boy, and passed away age 76 in Bearsted, which is around this neck of the Maidstone. Yeah. Yeah, so what a player though, what a bowler, and definitely deserves his place in the history books of Kent County Cricket Club.
Yeah.
Got the retirement flats named after him. Yeah, there's a studio flat there for him. Right, we are seeing Jazz Singh come in to Sibley, and again bowling around that leg stump. They bowled the wrong line at Dominic Sibley, I think. It shows the inexperience of the attack here. That they did well when they've kept it outside off stump to Sibley. They've beaten him a couple of times. They've nicked him off where Finch didn't quite get hold of it. But they've given him a lot around his favoured area of middle and leg stump. And Sibley will just work you all day long if you bowl there to him. 157 for 1. Singh to Lawrence. Lawrence digs that one out, plays it into the covers. Technically correct, Dan Lawrence. He's a good player. Really, really good player. I think he's... I think he's been unlucky not to get in the England side, actually, over the winter. He went out to India, didn't they? They called him out from... I think he was in Dubai.
Correct, yeah, he was.
And they called him up late, but he never actually got a gig. Here he is about to face Singh, who bowls. And Lawrence drives uppishly, but one bounce out to mid-off. Lawrence got a little bit early on that perhaps, but no harm done, he's still there. So, still people left here. The crowd has thinned out somewhat. It's actually got a bit cold in this commentary box.
Things must be getting bad.
Onto the legs there, and Lawrence just plays it into the onside. No, nothing doing though. Yeah, I think it's... I mean, Alex Hode must be freezing having been dressed for the tropics in April. Singh bustling in. Lawrence plays him straight down the ground. Can only find Daniel Bell Drummond at mid-on though. Lawrence just motioning to Sibley. There was a little bit of swing there, possibly late. He's good to watch, Dan Lawrence. I think he got a big one for Essex against Surrey, didn't he, at the Oval?
Yeah.
When he was about 17. As he just works that one through mid-wicket. That completes the over. 157 for 1, Sibley 75. Dan Lawrence on 7. And we have got 9 or 10 overs left.
10. 10 remaining.
10 overs left in the day. It's been it's going to be a 7:15 finish, I think.
And so we go back to Arafat at the pavilion end. Sibley on strike. Yeah, still 10 overs to go in the day, so still some cricket left for those tuning in. It's Arafat into Sibley, driven down, and is that going to go for 4? Bell Drummond chases after it, gets to it, so it takes the 2. Sibley wanted a 3rd. Lawrence said no. We'll keep it at 2. So 159 for 1. So at the moment, Sibley remains on strike.
Yeah, so Alex is going to come back on in an over or so. Take it through to the end of play. Santoki, have you had a good day here?
Yeah,
you enjoyed it?
day.
You enjoyed yourself?
Yeah.
Good.
Good venue, great company. What more could I ask for on a Saturday?
Well, apart from me, but you know, what can you do? What can you do?
Yeah, no, sorry, I was contractually obliged to talk about the great company.
we not only contractually obliged, but you know, we forced you to do it with menaces as well. So it's
Arafat into Sibley. 3rd delivery of the over, runs in and just nudged by Sibley and goes for, is it going to reach the boundary? And that's a 4 from Sibley. It looked like he nudged it down, but just managed to gather some pace, beat the fielder there. So that's a 4 from Sibley. Moves on to 81.
Well, Santoki, we wish you the very best. We hope the Caribbean Cricket Podcast goes from strength to strength as well. And I think it's going to be a cracking series between England and West Indies.
Yeah.
This summer.
Hopefully we see a West Indies win. It's been a while since we've managed to see one of those in England.
Yeah, I think you've got a chance. You've got a chance.
Arafat into Sibley once again, just blocked.
Shamar Joseph in your side, I think you've got a chance if he does what he did to Australia.
Yep,
definitely. So, but no, you've been fantastic company. We really enjoyed your company.
Oh, thank you.
We wish you all the very best from all of us at BBC London, BBC Kent Sport, and I'm sure our paths will cross again later in the summer.
Arafat into Sibley once again. And again blocked there. Yeah, appreciate it, Dan. Yeah, and hopefully I'll be back at the Spitfire Ground, and hopefully we do cross paths again this season.
Yeah, Alex Hode will have nightmares about Surrey.
So last ball of the over coming up from Arafat. Into Sibley, and no run taken. So that's the end of the over, and that is it for me. So thank you very much, guys. I'll be passing over to Alex Hode.
Yep, that's the dulcet tones there of Santoki Nagulendran, who's been our 3rd voice for the day and a fantastic guest. A few closer play scores which I'll just run through. Stumps at let's start off with Chelmsford, which that game's still going on. Lancashire 7 for 1. They got 146 in the first dig. Essex then responded with 377. Lancashire 7 for 1. At Southampton, Warwickshire 455. Hampshire 140 for 1. At Stumps. Nottinghamshire 193 and 38 for 1 in the game at Taunton against Somerset, who got 454 as Jazz Singh comes in and almost turns Lawrence there a little bit. Durham,
at Kidderminster in the game against Worcestershire. New Road out of action at the moment. 244 and 307 for 5. They're leading by 367 runs. Someone's got runs quickly there. I don't know who's got the runs as we welcome Alex Hode back to the commentary box.
Thank you very much for having me back. Can't believe everyone's still here.
Lawrence just works that into the onside. No runs. David Beddingham is the man.
138.
138 off 99 balls.
Yeah, that's some going.
Yeah, so he's a heavy run scorer, isn't he, Dave Beddingham?
He is indeed. They've got a few. Mr. Lees as well at the top. Another one of those that England have had a look at and discarded like an old toy as well.
Yep. Graham Clark not out there, 13 not out. Jordan Clark's brother who's playing in this game as Singh comes in to Lawrence, who drives that one firmly to mid-off, or short mid-off actually. He's there in one of those funky fielding positions. What else am I looking at? I'm looking at up at Derby. Let's go to Derby. Let's go up to the East Midlands Derby at Derby. Leicestershire 574 for 7 declared. Derbyshire 36 for 3.
Wow.
Yorkshire are in a spot of bother at Lords. They lead by just 77 runs with 3 second wickets in hand. They got 159. Middlesex responded with 246. And Yorkshire 164 for 7. As Singh comes in, that's glorious from Lawrence. Straight back past the bowler for 4 runs. Sign of class there. Yeah, Harry Brook out for a golden duck. Ryan Higgins got, I think, Finlay Bean on the stroke of tea, the last ball before tea. They had tea. And then got Harry Brook the first ball after tea. Glamorgan 271, Northants 270 for 2. So parity there with Northants still with 8 wickets in hand. Singh approaching the crease, bowls to Lawrence. Again full, Lawrence drives. Gloucestershire against Sussex. Gloucestershire 417, Sussex 253 for 3. Mr. Pujara 64 not out there. They're still going in that one as well. So a few games still going on around the country.
We shouldn't feel too sorry for ourselves then. There are other people working in the country at the moment right now.
Yeah. And Lawrence just tucking that one off his hip, got it back with a square, and he's going to come back for 2. He's got that into the right area there. And I'm just trying to find out what happened between the South East Stars.
Oh, South East Stars won. Sorry, have I just spoilt it for you?
No,
I think 4 wickets.
You tell us.
I don't know the story of the game. I know that they won by 4 wickets against Southern Vipers, who are a perennial powerhouse in in what the current state of women's cricket anyway. But yeah, South East Stars, Surrey and Kent joining forces for the powers of good. And they made a winning start, which is nice to see at Beckenham.
Yeah. See, Kent and Surrey can get on, can't they?
Anyway, I was interested to see if Dan Lawrence's reception would be better or worse now he's at Surrey rather than Essex, to be completely honest as well. It's one of those things. No real love lost between either of those sides and Kent fans.
I thought it was Sussex that you guys...
Oh, them as well, yeah.
Yeah.
It's almost like no one likes
Don't
Kent.
like your neighbours.
No, I think I think it's jealousy, really. It's the Garden of England, God's country, the most glorious corner of the country, and everyone else is jealous. That's what it is. So I don't get any nice things. We have.
I've always liked my trips here. It's
good.
Never been.
No, you're very appreciative and respectful actually of the history of the place and the fact that you get to come to work in somewhere. It's a pretty cool spot. Got Matt Parkinson, 8 overs to come tonight. He's bowling to Dom Sibley, who remains there. He's bowling from his pavilion end, having switched a little bit earlier on. 75 is the deficit earlier on. Kent posted 244. And sorry, not many miles away from knocking those off. I don't think they're quite going to do it tonight, but tomorrow morning. Sibley just allows that one to bounce through to Harry Finch behind the pipes.
I think. I think it's interesting. Steele bowled from the Nackington Road end, but he's turning it up the slope as a leg spinner.
So Parkinson comes in once again. A couple of just tried to get the run out of the non-strikers down there. Did Parkinson got his hand down really well? A couple of strides down from Sibley, drove it back to him. Tried to flick it with his wrist at Parkinson. But I'm pretty sure Lawrence was in his ground anyway, and they scampered through for a single after.
Yeah, so he's bowled from the Nackington Road end. Steele. Parkinson started off at that end. Now he's switched to probably what is the more conventional end, the pavilion end for a leg spinner, trying to turn the ball away from the right-hander using the slope.
Yeah, there is one difference as Parkinson comes in. Once again, this is driven back and dealt with very nicely, actually. Tumbling stop. Yes, the one difference is that Steele was kind of coming into the middle order. The conditions were a bit better, and he was trying to polish off the tail, the very long tail, the Diplodocus tail, as you mentioned. Whereas Parkinson was coming in trying to take the first wicket, which is slightly different.
Yeah.
This one's carved away into the offside by Lawrence.
And against batters who are set.
Yeah, but exactly. Burns and Sibley are not easy wickets.
No.
With a fresh cherry, if you're a paceman on a track that does something, let alone as a leggy on what looks a fairly docile pitch. He's not done a lot. This one's driven by Lawrence straight to the field. There's no run there either. That's the end of the over, and that is 170 for one. Just the one off that over. 43 overs gone. The run rate's just ticked underneath 4. So credit to Kent for that, because there was one point when it was just under 3, and then it went all the way up to 4.5. Let's tick back down again. There are 7 overs to come this evening. And the shadows, they were long anyway. They're extraordinarily long now. And the moon is, it looks like the forest moon of Endor from Star Wars. It's looming over us now. It's extraordinary. They'll be dew on the ground before too long, I would have thought, as well. Maybe it's treacherous. Get them off. It's not safe to play in these conditions, health and safety.
Yeah, I don't think we're a million miles away from the nightclubs have been forced to close, are we?
It's very true. I've been reminded I need to clear out of the commentary box fairly soon after, so they can lock up as soon as play is finished. And I said we might as well just leave here for the morning. You might, certainly, as you're back here, and it'll probably be about 12 hours.
Yeah, well, love the A2. Jack Leaning coming in, bowling his off spinners. He's punched down the ground as Lawrence and Sibley almost collide there. After you clawed, wasn't there? It was like Strictly Come Dancing as they tried to avoid each other. Indeed. Bit of ball watching going on.
Yes. The A2 Derby, I heard you trying to spin it as yesterday.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that's going to catch on.
No.
I get where you're coming from.
Is it the Dartford Bridge or the Thurrock Bridge Derby? Between you and Essex last week.
The Battle of the Bridge.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. That is.
There's one punched out to cover, or not really punched, actually. Lawrence just leant on it and pushed it out to Jazz Singh, patrolling the deep cover boundary out there. Leaning.
It's this is the kind of the period where, forgive me, I was going to say this is the period where they don't need to take any risks. It's having the wickets in hand for tomorrow morning. It's built a platform for them to do whatever they want with this game tomorrow morning, isn't it?
Yeah, and likewise, Kent just try and get some overs in and want to get off this field, don't they? That's just defended out into the offside. I think both sides would quite happily just take that as done.
Yes.
As would Alex Hode and I. But I think both sides would quite happily just, consolidate. As that's punched back off the front foot, driven back by Sibley. Yeah, I think Surrey would be happy with 172 for 1, and Kent would be glad to be in the warmth, I think.
Indeed. There's rules.
That's outside the off stump. That completes another over. So we've got 5 left in the day. 6 left in the day. 5 left in the day. 6.
6 left in the day. Wouldn't you rather have just started at 10:30? There's been a lot of chat about that in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah.
It was glorious at 10:30 as well this morning.
It was, yeah. Yeah, it was.
There's less chance of the light failing at 10:30 than there is at 6:30. I'm not here to try and revolutionise the game, although I did say earlier on that they should use the cooker and the Duke's ball in alternate innings in a championship game if you really have to do it.
Yeah, I like that. I like that theory.
Oh, just if you have to, that's what I'd do. If I was made king of cricket this weekend, God willing, Kesey will do so. Parkinson comes in, and that is just dabbed back, rolled back towards him by Dan Lawrence. There's no run there. Yeah, if Kesey gets on the blower and says, "What would you do if you have to get some cookers in, you have to get some Dukes in? How would you do it?" That's what I'd do. Dukes first innings, cooker second, see what happens. This one's carved away backwards a point. It's going to be cut off inside the rope. There's going to be a couple there for Dan Lawrence. Just ticks him over.
Well, Alex, there's a golf club not a million miles away from here.
He's very good at golf. He dedicated himself to getting better and got very better very quickly. It's annoying. He's another one of these annoying people that's quite good at picking stuff up. This is delivered by by Parkinson. Worked away by Lawrence from backwards of square. And there's going to be another run onto the total. Bring Dom Sibley back onto strike. Lawrence is on to 15, 16. Can't see 17. Oh my goodness.
Well, Rob Key's Beckenham boy originally, isn't he? He went to Worsley Bridge School, which is right next to the ground at Beckenham, which is also where my kids went to school.
Oh really? Okay. Yes, indeed. It's,
junior school.
Yeah, prodded away by Sibley this time from Parkinson. Squirted away to the offside. There's no run.
Apparently Rob Key's very good in the pub quiz as well, by all accounts.
He's got this act, Kesey. He makes people think as Parkinson comes in, forward in defence comes Sibley. He's this oafish, buffoonish, large-than-life clown guy. He's a very smart cookie. And I think this is part of his problem with his job at the ECB, and is that he doesn't get necessarily the respect. People think of him as some kind of almost a caricature. Yeah. But he's got a very sharp cricket brain, and you don't do what he's done in the game and have the respect of the people he has the respect of without being pretty clever. This one's worked away by Sibley. End of the over from Parkinson. That's 175 for one. Still 69 behind. And we still have 5 overs to come today. But the sun's gone in. Maybe that's it. The moment the sun goes behind a cloud, that might do it, because it is very grey out there. I can't believe we're out there. Health and safety.
Yeah.
I can barely see it. Get a pink ball.
Yeah, it's rather chilly. It's got to be said.
Yeah, I'm not looking forward to leaving here. It felt like a great idea earlier on.
I'm not looking forward to the walk to the car.
No.
I think that might be taking my life into my hands.
What, because people have been listening to you all day?
No, not at all. Not at all. Dan Lawrence, he's on 17. He's just been in for 26 balls, and he's about to face Jack Leaning. Can Kent winkle one out before the close of play? That would please them. Lawrence goes across to the offside and plays that one with the slope into the leg side, but can't get it past mid-wicket. Leaning, coming into bowl. Short, Lawrence punches that one. He might get 2 here. He's got it wide and mid-on, but no, he's settles for 1. They're quite happy at this stage of the evening to have some risk-free cricket.
Yeah, no one likes jeopardy at this time of day.
No.
There's no need for it whatsoever. The heart rates just keep them low. You don't need to rile anyone up. But 10 to 7.
That's played down the ground through mid-on there by Sibley. A little bit of a fumble, a little bit of a misfield, but they don't run. As Alex said, no one likes jeopardy at this time of the day.
Indeed, no point. They've got a solid foundation.
Leaning short outside the off stump. Sibley cuts out to Jazz Singh at deep cover. And Kent motoring through their overs, which
I think that's partly why Leaning is on, because you said they just want to get off. So Leaning's pretty quick in terms of getting through it.
That's played back to him. So last ball of the over, about to come up. Their over 8 is level at the moment. They're not,
it is only 40 5 and a bit overs. That's the thing. It feels like it's been all day.
Yeah. And that completes the over. So, 2 off the over. Surrey 177 for 1. Sibley on 84. Lawrence on 18. Yeah, I think, when you've got the seamers on, it's quite easy to get behind the clock, isn't it? And, I just think you've got to have one eye on that, especially Kent haven't got any points out of this game yet. They missed out on the batting point by just 6 runs, and the bowling points kick in at 3 wickets, 6 wickets, 9 wickets to a maximum of 3. And the batting points in the county championship got changed a couple of years ago. So you pick up 250, 300, 350, 400, 450 for a maximum of 5 batting points. And all those have to be taken within the first 110 overs.
Indeed. They seem quite a long way away at the moment, to be completely honest. But I do think they are very, very important. As we saw last year, everyone huddled around the screens on the last day of the season watching Notts versus Middlesex. Who knows how important every single point could be coming into this season.
Yeah.
September the 29th, I think, is the last day of the season. We've got a helmet coming on for the last couple of weeks. Last couple of minutes.
It feels like we've been here weeks.
It does. It's just been one long working day and week. Is that Ben Compton with that lid? It's trying to distinguish the hair, colour and length from 2 or 3 players that are all very similar. I think it is.
Yeah.
Matt Parkinson is down this end. It's definitely not him.
No.
It is going to be on to Dom Sibley on strike. He has that leg slip there, and it's just driven down nicely, easily to long off that's come in to pick it up and field. Just a single there to rotate the strike, bring Dan Lawrence back on. The sun has stayed behind that cloud, and it has greyed over significantly. I don't think there's any chance that the game won't finish, or will finish early. This one's punched away off the back foot by Lawrence out through the covers, and they will just trog through for a single. Just keep the scoreboard ticking over, and keep the strike ticking over as well. 65 runs in arrears now, 179 for 1. I suspect it's very chilly now because you've got no sun. You've got the wind that's still hanging around. It's not quite as strong as it was earlier in the afternoon.
There's a gentleman to our left who's... I'll come on to it after this ball.
As Parkinson comes in, whirling his arms around, forward over the front foot comes Sibley, just nudges it back along the track, and there's no run.
Gentleman to our left who's got so many layers of clothes on, he possibly makes Sir Edmund Hillary look underdressed when he climbed Everest.
Yeah, the Michelin Man. It's a very sensible idea. Matt Parkinson is very frustrated with Dom Sibley, who's just stepped away from his crease. A big roll of the eyes from Matt Parkinson. And here comes a roll of the wrist. Sibley forward, just squirts away off the outside edge, but there's no run there.
I wonder if Sibley's just got a little bit of chat there, actually. He went to short leg, that's Compton at short leg, and sort of looked maybe
it's heating up out there. I'm trying to keep themselves warm with a bit of sledging. Forward again comes Sibley.
Yeah.
It's an interesting one. Yeah, Parkinson was definitely frustrated as Sibley turned away, and he spun around in a fit of pique. But he's got the ball in hand now, trying to see out the over. Sibley thought about it. He was tempted. You could see the cogs whirring in his mind. He actually let it bounce through to Harry Finch, and you could see the state of play. He's on 85 late in the day. Absolutely no reason at all for him to play an attacking cover drive then, or slash it away.
Yeah.
Pass point, no need. There will be plenty of runs there for tomorrow morning. The forecast certainly looks decent for tomorrow. Bit warmer, bit sunnier, bit more helpful for Surrey, if anything.
Yeah. Day off for you tomorrow?
No.
Where are you tomorrow?
So in the morning I have my daughter's first outdoor cricket,
Oh,
and then I am working for the BBC Sport website. I have Sheffield Wednesday versus Blackburn.
Ooh.
live text, which is at lunchtime for football fans, and then I actually have a rugby game as well in the afternoon. So I've got to do a report of, I think it's Quinns against Sale in the afternoon as well. So yes, not a day off for me. It's safe to say.
Leaning to Lawrence, who plays him down the ground off the back foot for what is a rather comfortable single. Just jogs it through.
Oh, forgive me, sorry. Three sports in 24 hours isn't even my record. There was another weird old shift on. I had a rugby league game thrown in as well. So I have done.
Oh.
I've done 4 in 24 hours before. It's jack of all trades. You have to do it.
Yeah. Leaning to Sibley, who plays it into the onside. Sibley concentrating hard here. Doesn't want to give this away now. 155 ball vigil.
That is nothing compared to what he did last year. And that's the thing. You've got the muscle memory. You know what it's like here. You can just draw on that experience and absolutely fill your boots.
Yeah. Just a couple of changes in the field. Short legs coming in. Kent. Looking to, just an outside edge there. Is that the arm ball from Leaning?
Yeah.
As Sibley rides his luck there, and a little bit of a thinner edge there, and that would have gone through to the hands of the waiting Zach Crawley at first slip.
So Leaning is an accomplished spinner. He's not.
No, he's not part-time. He's proper spinner, as Lawrence drives that one nicely.
Particularly in the white ball game, I think he's opened the bowling for Ken and Spitfires in the summer before as well. He knows how to take wicket.
Yeah, loads of them use spinners these days, don't they, to bowl that first over, as Lawrence just works that one down the slope. Ooh, a little bit of a bobble there for poor old Arafat. A deep square. It's just not what you need, isn't it? One to go through you, like.
Yes. Those shadows must be playing havoc now.
As that's played through mid-on, out to long on, and that's going to be the end of the penultimate over from the Nackington Road end.
For a minute I thought you went over the day, and then no, there's always something, a little caveat. The shadows from the Cowdrey stand are now all the way across. So we've got the Woolly stand, which is kind of just behind the pipes. The Cowdrey stand is, the shadows are actually across the track now. So the ball is coming out of the light, through the shadow and into the light again. I don't think it'll make quite so much difference at that Nackington Road end if you're batting there, but down this end I would have thought it would.
Yeah.
Parkinson's going to be bowling to Sibley. He starts off in the shade, goes through the light, and the ball does the same thing. It's left alone through to the gloves of Harry Finch. Sibley was dropped on 15. We'll call it a drop. It's a very sharp chance. 15 and 34, I think was the other one. Yes, it was, by Harry Finch. And he's trying to make amends now. In comes Parkinson, just dotted back down the track to him. Sibley's 87 not out.
Unlucky in Australia.
That's very true. Yeah.
Yeah.
It was also my playing number. We had this, funnily enough, randomly, had this chat last Saturday as well with Glenn Speller at Essex about 87. But there we go. It's Dom Sibley and Matt Parkinson. There's not an Australian to be seen. And
no Wes Agar out there either.
No, that is very true.
Well,
the Cam Steele was out there earlier on. He's
I've got to interview him at close of play.
Well, that's all right. That's nice for you.
Yeah.
He'll be buzzing, I would have thought. Might want a bit of slap and tickle as well. You never know. Coming for a little blast tomorrow.
That's the googly.
It was, and it's carried on, and it was left well alone by Sibley, but it's just kind of scooted on past the timbers. And something to think about. It's concentration, isn't it? If you're Sibley at this point, trying to get through it, and Parkinson's just trying to mess with his mind a little bit. And he comes again, 4 dots to the start. Sibley forward in defence. That was a lot fuller towards middle and leg.
Yeah, Sibley will be happy to watch 6 balls from the other end now.
I think that is the plan. 61 runs, the deficit after day 2. Nearly after day 2. Just popped up. It was really nicely flighted in by Matt Parkinson. That's the maiden over. Just that little bit of encouragement and hope. His last ball of the day, and now you have to stop and go away for 12 hours. It's not more than that, for 15 hours, hopefully. That is it for Matt Parkinson for the day.
Yeah.
Jack Leaning will get the last over, I'm sure, from the Lackington Road end.
Yeah, so it's going to be a men round the back. We've got a leg slip in, actually. And we've got Zach Crawley in at first slip. We've got the man's coming out of extra cover into the onside. Where's he going?
That's
into?
Parkinson going to.
Yeah, he's going into a sort of backward square, a conventional backward square. You've got a deep square, mid wicket. As Lawrence plays that into the gap, they're going to pick up 2. He's found the right area there. So 2 off the first ball of the over. So you've got a leg slip as well. A long on. Bell Drummond is at a wide mid-off. A deep cover where Jazz Singh is patrolling that side of the ground. And a backward point. A lot of field changes going on here. I think it's...
they don't want us to have any dinner at all, do they?
At 1 minute past 7. Lawrence defends. Bell Drummond runs in, picks the ball up. So it's been an interesting day. Kent bowled all out for 244. Cameron Steele, 3 wickets. Tom Laws, 3 wickets for Surrey. As Lawrence plays that into the onside. And then a partnership of, what was it, 150, was it?
Oh, I don't know, I wasn't counting, sorry. I'll have a look. When did the first wicket fall?
I've closed my laptop.
I was still thinking about George Garrett's 48 earlier in the day.
Yeah,
it's the highlight of the day for me. Where were we? 147.
147.
Like the snooker.
Yeah. Leaning, just making Lawrence wait, playing maybe the odd mind game. And Surrey building their total onto 185, so the deficit is 59 now. Looking to build on that tomorrow as Leaning comes in for the last ball of the day and Lawrence plays it to mid-wicket, and that is that. So a good day for the visitors. Tomorrow we'll be looking to build on that, and Kent will be looking to keep them honest and keep the runs dry and try and not let them get carried away and not let them score too quickly, because at the moment Kent aren't going to win the game from here.
No.
But they can draw the game, and that will be their next plan.
Yeah, take time out of the game. I mean, obviously, if there was any possible assistance from the weather, that would be very helpful from a Kent perspective. However, that probably isn't going to happen. And so, if they can take